I, I. Lights go off. Why? Nobody knows. Okay.
Do you know who Tommy in it is?
Yes, I know who it
Cadillac
is.
girls, put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on you. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all, and I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright, strawberry champagne on ice. Lucky for
I'm
you.
not your baby,
That's what
bro.
I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you. That's what I like. That's what I
I
like.
like. That's what I like. And this is what I like. Let's watch. Hakone. Suga. Oh my god, bro. Japan memories right now. I'm gonna be talking about a lot about Japan throughout this video, probably. Sorry, Dinao. I know you wanted to watch it alone. Probably.
Good morning. Today we're heading to Hakone. We've been
Hakone.
there before. It's an hour and a half from Tokyo. It's usually like a relaxing place. It's where I proposed to Marcia.
Japan.
We're gonna do some touristy stuff. And then some stuff we already done before because it's a really nice place. This is the first time, we didn't realize it until we were like, oh yeah, this is the first time in 3 years we spend the night away from the dogs. Just because of COVID and the trip, we just never been able to do it. So we're free, at last.
Yeah, Japan has
Just chill and have fun.
Japan has heavy restrictions with COVID, I think, still. Yo. Is that Mount Fuji? I climbed that. Yeah, this looks mad nice. I've never been to Hakone, but I know of it.
We made a quick stop to pick up some food.
Bro,
It's a lot
I miss Japan so much.
Here than I thought it would be.
That looks like
I don't know
Kumamoto.
if it's a holiday or something. I thought it would be empty, like a lot of places. But now Hakone. It's fun though. So many shops and stuff. So yeah, we're heading to the spa place now. And we're gonna have lunch there.
Vlog music. Bro, does all of Japan look the same, bro? I swear, this looks like Kumamoto.
We're here in the mountains. It's a lot cooler here. Feels really good. Ah, nature. Hydrangeas. Hydrangeas. Did you know that they change their color based on soil? So what does blue mean?
High in iron.
Oh, really? You knew that? Higher in iron. That's so cool.
That's what my mom said.
According to Maisa's mom. Whoa, okay. That's what we're doing. I told you it was a bit touristy. So we obviously have
High in
tattoos,
iron?
but as long as we cover up, it should be okay. I have no idea where the entrance is. We're just, oh, there it is. Iriguchi. I read it.
Are you saying all Asian look? Iriguchi! That means entrance. Good shit, bro. He's learning Japanese. Are you saying all Asian locations look the same? Yes.
No big deal. Oh, so cute. So that's their mascot.
That's cute.
Go, Marcia. Going for the sunfish?
I'm just joking. But a lot of
even see
Japan
it.
looks similar, I guess. I didn't realize that until...
Oh.
I don't know. Kind of
Watch
location
this.
is. That's
Two.
right.
Easy.
Okay.
5 of them. Oh!
Bro, this guy sucks.
Oh, that's bad.
Guys, I can't wait. When we go to Japan, when we go to Japan next year, I'm gonna show you how to get claw machines. First, you get a Japanese person to help you. Second, you get the manager, like the person walking around to help you. Third, you get the item. Oh, that was good. It's rigged? No. So actually, I learned from one of my very close friends. It's not rigged. A lot of them, some of them are rigged, but you have to actually look for the good ones. There are some good claw machines that aren't rigged and actually take skill. And I've seen people do it in like a couple of tries to get a bunch of shit. Yeah, like I've gotten some of my figures back there for like $1 or $2. But that doesn't mean go and just spend a lot of money on it, because you will still spend a lot of money like figuring shit out. Some of them basically have very, very transparent tape. And if you could see the tape, try to pay attention like how messed up the tape is, and that could like make it a better or worse claw machine. But oh, I don't think BK's here.
So cute.
That is cute.
You know, I love...
Also, don't do it. It's gambling. Unless you're okay with gambling your money away. Like I did for all those figures. But tape? Yeah, it has tape. Here, let me show you. Anime figure claw machines. Hello, Chi. How are you doing? All right, so these I've done before, but you don't want to always do these. They're kind of bullshitty, right? These are freaking hard. These they get you with. They try to trick you. I learned a lot about claw machines. You see, they're heavy and require extra precision to move. It depends on the figure you're going for too. If it's heavier, then it could be different. I'm trying to find the claw machines that I used to. You know what? Round 1. Doing well. What about you? Yo, Stream Elements actually talk to you. Yo, that's the first time that message popped up. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm happy to hear you're doing good. Please ban this bot. Yo, Deluxe. I ain't gonna be here because I gotta go shop. All right, no worries. How you doing, bro? What's up? All right. Let me look up Kumamoto. Let's see if we could actually find the ones. This is round 1 USA. Whatever. I can't find the exact ones. It would look something like this. Like this red thing. It's not the same exact game, but it would look with these red things. And there would be tape that like pushes the box back. So you have to like be careful with that. I remember where I was, there was a lot of those. So I guess that's not the standard. I don't know. Ban the bot. It's an asshole of a bot, yeah. It's 33 minutes past midnight for me. Damn!
Smirking.
I don't normally stay up for up to 3 a.m. like y'all, so. Alright, yeah, have a great night, Chi. Hey, Asta, welcome back. You had a weird dream? Oh. At least my advice helped and it wasn't too weird. How you doing, bro? I just woke up. 3:34? Nice. What time is it here?
Smork every day.
10:34.
This is so bad.
5 hours ahead, right? Yeah, I never said I was going anyways.
We're
Oh,
at
my bad. Stream Elements, shut up. Welcome back, Asta. You don't have to talk about your dream. I just woke up. The plan today is to play ping pong with my dad. And make music with chat. I guess that's it. Oh no, well, make music with chat, we don't have that. I think it's play music. It's just gonna be a chill day, I think. Unless we get more sub goals and stuff. Yo, what's up, Jake? It's been good. And we're gonna spin the wheel that I moved. We made a wheel last night for You Laugh, You Lose. So, yeah, it should be fun, Asta. No nightmare about nightmare at the end of your bed, then? Stream Elements is mid.
More like a real kind of setting, but we're still in our swimsuit because we're inside the building.
It talks so
It's
much
really
in
nice.
chat, though.
No one's here. Protein.
Oh, soba noodles. And, no, this is soba noodles, and this is, damn, I already forgot the words to all this. My voice sounds dead? Yeah, my voice is hoarse, because I've been talking, no, not from FNAF, because I've been talking for like 14 hours a day. You need Nightbot? Yeah, udon and soba. This is soba and this is udon. Thank you. They're both really good.
Purest form. It looks nice.
No nightmare about nightmare. Let's go. I do that too sometimes. I want udon now too.
They got fishies, which is kind of odd.
His face though. What the hell? Oh.
This is the kid pool?
Bro, I thought that was a mirror, bro. I was like, why is there a woman like in? That was mad weird for me. Grabbing man boob? Yes. All right, see you, Jake. Good luck with the video. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
What a mermaid.
Unisoon coffee.
Ooh.
Whoa, that a coffee pool? That's
We're
cool.
in coffee. This is weird.
That's
Fatigue
cool.
recovery. Skin benefit.
but don't drink it. This one is nice.
I would want to drink it.
Warm.
I mean, this just looks like a
I
regular
think I killed
sauna.
my phone. It's not turning on.
Bruh. So stupid. I once made my own ramen. Obviously, it wouldn't taste like authentic, but still it was tasty. Hell yeah. You never know. Maybe it tasted really good. I've never made my own ramen. What's the process for that? I'm going to ask, but I'm going to continue the video.
I thought it was
For
waterproof
Dino
rain.
and me.
What can you do? We're gonna do that.
Let's go together. Let's go, bro. I'm
so
down.
Pretty. It's raining. Oh my god.
Next year, that's the plan. That looks kind of fun. Damn. He died. That was a good pause in the music to show that he died. Used soba noodles?
Oh, he's so dead. Please live.
Does that actually work?
Come back alive, please.
Does that actually work? Does putting right phone... Bro! Google is listening. Google is listening, bro. That's the first search result? Really? That actually doesn't work and can introduce dust and starch into the phone. That makes sense. It does work. How does it work? Yes, it does, especially if you put the phone and the rice into a sealed plastic bag. Why you shouldn't put your phone in rice? Putting your phone into a bowl of uncooked rice is a well-known way of trying. Bro, it's literally different results everywhere. You know what? I don't know. Let's just see if it works. I can't be bothered to make ramen or homemade pasta. It's such a stretch, right? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've been more interested in cooking, like, more recently. But before that, not really. Like, now I want to learn how to cook stuff. I made my own chashu pork. Woo! PogChamp Tasty Edition. Very nice. 3, 2, 1. Wow. That's cool. I'm getting mixed signals, too. I don't know the answer.
Thank you.
Let's see if it works. Or he'll never talk about it again for the rest of the video. I love PewDiePie. He's mad chill. If you have water in your charger hole, what I did was keep my phone up, right?
Do you remember?
That makes sense.
So we were trying to ride
I
this
jumped.
train because I wanted us to go in the cable cart. This is the day I proposed to Marzia. And we ran into a trouble.
Wait, he was here when he proposed to Marzia? His wife. Damn. For those that don't know, PewDiePie is like the biggest YouTuber in the world. Well, kind of. Biggest individual YouTuber in the world. There's some companies that passed him in subs and stuff.
In that ticket counter because they didn't speak English. I didn't know any Japanese, and they were closing. And I don't know what he was trying to tell me.
Don't forget the rice.
And Marissa was like, "It's fine. We don't have to do it," because it seemed impossible. But I was like, "No, we have to do it," because I
If
knew.
you don't know, you don't know.
Obviously, that I was gonna propose, but Marissa didn't. So I wanted us to have a good day, and we made it. It was super nice. We went and saw Mount Fuji, all the way up. It all.
Oh, you could see Mount Fuji from there. Oh, that's a bad place to pause. If this is an interesting thing to tell you, I have 2 cats on my bed. Scooter and Sinatra. Scooter's the mama. Is Sinatra like named after Frank Sinatra? Because if so, that's cool. Also, yes, don't know the biggest independent YouTuber. A lot of people in Japan actually don't know. Like, they don't know who PewDiePie is. I ask them.
Worked out. Oh, could you? It's because we went swimming, okay? Where's the excuse?
That's such
I
a
was
simple
walking
rank.
down your block, found
What's up,
you, and
Ace?
I
This is what we in
watched
Sweden
you.
call smalgrant.
Nice.
Explosion green.
You looked at me through the basement windows.
So much green.
Oh, how you doing, bro? Oh, that's beautiful.
You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna cook my phone. Oh.
It works? Wow, it works. Confirmed. Works. Oh, yeah. You can share pictures if you want. Scooters and Sinatra. I personally don't like cats that much, but that sounds cool. We share pictures on the Discord if you would want to, of like pets and stuff. Yeah, we're not. Majority anyways. Japanese from Japan. Yeah.
My custom KLVP theme. I put so much time into this. I don't want to lose this theme I made. Okay, so now
Screenshot
you
the
should play
thing
the
and send
clip
it to
that
yourself.
broke the phone, and then you
Thanks
tell
for
me
the
if it was
lurk,
worth
Chi.
it.
What the? Whoa. What the hell? He just sat on our faces.
Alright,
Oh
let's
my
see
god,
it.
he's so cute. Oh! Yo! Wait. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like a minute. No, where is it? Guys, oh my god. I completely forgot. Sure, they're cute. Scooter is a Siamese cat. Oh. I wish that Plos was me. I wish that I was that pole. Oh. Those look so fun. Kendama. He has one? Have you played with one? I can't find it. Janelle owes me money. Okay, so when I was in Japan story time. When I was in Japan, I had this one teacher that I worked with who, like, one time for a class activity was playing kendama, and all the kids are like, bro, she's a beast at it. And she went like, she did like all these directions. So I was like, whoa, that's so cool. Can I try? And I tried, and I kept missing. And she gave me like tips. She's like, you gotta put your legs like this. You gotta keep your arm a certain way. And boom, boom. And after the tips, bro, I got it. And then I was getting like different ways, like to go on top, to go all the way on top, to go to the side. And then when I was leaving Japan, she gave it to me as like a farewell present. And either as a farewell present or she just gave it to me. I don't remember. I think she might have just given it like to me, like as a present. And I completely forgot about it. I swear, I completely forgot about it until I saw this in this video right now. I completely forgot I had it. And now I can't find it. I don't know where it could be. So I'm gonna put a note to look for my kendama. Look for kendama. Story time finished. Yeah, it is cool, but I can't find it.
Ooh, that was close.
It's really cool.
Ah.
Yeah. So you could do that. Ooh, that's good. But you could also do it to go on the top here. There's competitions for this shit. You could do it to go back to the bottom part. It's really cool. You're a pro? I'm probably a bigger pro with it, but you know.
I love
whatever.
their choice of puzzles.
Chess. Ooh. That's such a standard, like, chessboard. Add a cyan-colored one. Nice. The standard is red. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, for those that don't know, I taught English in Japan for 2 years. So yeah. Hikari, that means light.
Cooking my phone. What's the problem?
Did he actually? He didn't put his phone in there, right?
It actually looks kind of good on me. Yeah, maybe I keep this.
Oh, pajama stuff? That's cool. I don't think I asked. Oh. Open air museum. That is sick. I would smash PewDiePie. Delete his message. Delete his
We're heading to the open air museum. We've been here once before with Petey and Sophie. It was really cool. It's so cloudy though. Rainy season finally came, huh? My phone is dead.
Wait.
There's no revival. I was actually looking for a new phone the other day,
No.
and I feel like my phone got jealous and was like, fine, I'll just die then.
No.
And then when it did
Aw.
come back for a
You
little
know, it's
bit, I
being
was
nice.
like, I'm gonna buy a new phone anyway. And you were like, that's so mean.
And then he quit.
And then he quit. I killed it.
Okay, so Rice doesn't work. What he should have done is screenshot the shit that he wanted to save and send it to himself or whatever. Marcia is so pretty. Kendusnik? Kendusnik? She is pretty. What is Kendusnik? I would do the same. You would? Hey. You're so cute.
I remember being here.
I think we get
Damn.
You can go all the way up.
That's cool.
Man, that's cool.
Bro! We're so alike, bro. I said that's cool and he said that's cool.
Full shot. Hello.
I want that. Same. Wait, what? What do you want?
What? It still looks
That
cool with this.
Jamari's beating you.
I'm out of breath. Amazing. Should I drop your phone and break
Omicron's beating Doctor.
it? So nice.
I love that.
It's so hot. It's lovely. We did it during winter last time, and it was like, yes.
That's
I'm
cool. GG's making it to triple digits. Oh yeah, true. Nice. Uchiya. I miss Japan, bro. When we go there next year and I'm streaming there, if that happens, I'm gonna be reading every sign everywhere. Tippy's almost there. True. Timmy probably sleeping right now. Yokia. Yamaha.
I got it. I think
Docomo?
2 hours.
Docomo's phone company.
Why? I don't know why it took
Those
so
games.
long. But we
True, he's
got it.
almost
That's
there.
so good. Yes. So the phone came back like 30 minutes yesterday, and I managed to back up the footage.
Half this
So
video
we're
is
good on
about
that
his
front,
phone.
But the phone is dead, so I needed to buy another one, basically.
He sounds so depressed. Hey, Asakusa. Bro. Asakusa is great. Doggo. Edgar, right? I don't remember. Oh my. I've been on that. I've been exactly where. I've been here. And here. I've been to that tower. Oh my god, I'm getting You guys want me to show you pictures or you don't care? I feel like Dinel's like, I just want to watch the video. Japan is an interesting built country. A lot of countries are though, but I've been here, bro. I took a oh, okay, fine. Whatever. Don't people eat dogs? I think in Korea they eat dogs more so, but even there, or China, but even there it's not like eaten that often.
We're in Asakusa, which is like old
Asakusa, bro.
Tokyo. It's super pretty. I was like humming here, but it's very busy. I want to go there. Mars is feeling something. So today is
Asakusa. Pictures of me in Asakusa. See? I had I lived in a hostel when I studied abroad for a couple of weeks in Asakusa-bashi, which is right next to Asakusa. It's like a 5-minute walk. And I explored a lot of this area by myself, biking, walking, and with friends a little bit too. Ooh. What's wrong with ooh? Could show pictures after video. Oh, sorry.
It's supposed to be the last day of the festival. The thing that I showed earlier with the paper and the bamboo. Technically it's cancelled, but we think they will do it.
All right. Last pictures, okay? This was my hostel, I think. That's me. I won't show pictures with other people because I don't know if they would want to be shown, but
There'll still be decorations and stuff, but the actual festival isn't going on.
2017, bro. 2017.
There it is. There's the big temple. This is so cool. I'm just walking, just chilling. Freaking dog with me. It's
That's
ridiculous. I remember going here the day after I proposed to Marcia, and it was the same
You
kind of
look
vibe,
good with
actually. But I
eyeliner.
never thought
Your
I'd
hair
be
looked
here with,
longer there.
This one.
Yeah, it was. It was, I think.
Unreal. And just there's my favorite pagoda. So
I'll show you guys pictures after the video.
this area is crazy. I forgot.
I like New York City. I miss Japan
Everything's so pretty.
now, though.
Damn. Everywhere you look, it looks so aesthetic. That was definitely not your everyday kind of walk with the dogs.
He's so respectful for a
Damn, they got
YouTuber in
some
Japan, too.
gayeries.
Which I respect a lot. Like, a lot of YouTubers and streamers are kind of go too much, you know, for content or whatever. Which is what I might do if I go there.
I like it.
But
This is the street. There's the sky
it's
tree.
mad chill.
So yeah, it's definitely cancelled. But still cool to see.
I went
This
up to
area
the
really
sky
feels
tree.
like what you'd imagine when you think about Japan.
Yeah. I'm getting chills. So a lot of the streets in Japan are designed like this. They're like the main roadways you go to. So I shouldn't look up Google Maps, but Shinjuku. Damn, I forgot the name. Shit, whatever. Wait. I forgot the name. Main streets. Shit. Whatever. They all look kind of similar no matter where you are, it seems like. Should have looked for me. Bro, there's millions of people in New York.
How
Oh,
do you
look.
like it, Maya? She's a little tired now.
Oh yeah, Maya and Edgar. Yeah. Bro, that's crazy. This is nice music too. Furukaria. Furukaria. That's what that said. Full carrier? I don't know.
Monkey do bad.
Why monkey do bad?
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I
Hey,
guess.
We're in NBC.
stop.
Monkey do good.
Like a
Monkey
purple.
do
Putting
very
everything.
good.
Oh
Every
yeah, they have Gundam at McDonald's.
Thank
I
you.
saw this today. Yes. Gundam burger. What do you get? If you get to build your burger like a Gundam, that'd be kind of sick, but
They call McDonald's Makudonwarudo.
I doubt it. I never get used to how many people there are. It always shocks me whenever we go out. It's like, oh damn. A lot of good food places here and a lot of good bars here. I like it. It's cool. Look at this. I almost died.
I'm just hating. Hey, have you ever seen a capybara? I don't think I did. What's up, Pigeon? How you doing? Is this pre?
But
Yes,
I'm
it's
like,
always pre-recorded.
I will make it to this shrine.
This is PewDiePie.
Such a cool shot.
You want to see Japanese Starbucks? I might have pictures of that actually.
Real reason I moved to Japan is so I can feel tall. At last, I'm a giant. wish for Maya to become healthy. Shibuya rush hour. Forgot how crazy it is.
I mean, Japanese Starbucks is not that different, to be honest.
I know this bit because I play Persona 4 and you walk this way in the subway, so I already am familiar.
Damn, that's beautiful. Oh yeah, this is so common. Like you see a water and then just grass and then buildings. It's so beautiful in some areas.
So
I can't find
asked,
any pictures of Starbucks.
like, oh, what kind of stuff do you guys want to see on the channel? And people are like, oh, just do what you want.
I love how he
Just do
reads
what you
the
wanna do.
comments.
Saw a
Yeah,
couple
do
of
what you
people
want,
saying
bro.
that. Yeah, just see you, bro. You guys are so nice. Supposed to work out. Not feeling good today. Since I'm always sharing happy, fun moment, I thought I'd share a little down. I just need to get this workout done. I was feeling bad before, but now I'm starting to feel better, so.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're all about the drinks in Starbucks. Yeah, I don't know about the drinks. I would always buy like a cookie just so I could sit down with friends. I can be normal in Japan. Oh yeah, your height. My 5 foot will be normal. I don't know about 5 foot, but he is a W YouTuber.
I'm gonna do it. No more excuses. Can you guys tell a difference on the camera, by the way? So I have the new phone now. I do
It's a
feel kind of like a
bad
genius
camera.
for backing up the footage. Back up your footage. This is a reminder.
That's right.
You
Back
don't
up
wanna
your
lose-
footage.
I'm
I have my photos backed up. And that's like the most important thing.
We're just procrastinating now. So I was in the shop and I was like, what protein powder flavor is this? I was hoping they would say banana. But it's ocha. It's
A tea.
green tea.
Yeah.
Let's give it a try. Maybe it's good. How much protein is in there? Oh, tampaku shitsu.
Oh, he knows the
28
word
grams
for... Bro, he knows the word for protein. Damn. Ocha, yeah. Ocha is
is
tea.
20 grams. See, I
Means
learned the
water.
kanjis that matter.
It says span. I forgot what that means. 4 ounces? I don't remember. I forgot so much Japanese. Reading especially. Well, guys, later? Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Kakoi.
Cheers.
That's his mug.
That's actually pretty
Self-promoting.
good. I'm so surprised. Well done, Japan. That's really good. The other option was like lemon. I'm like, no. Or chocolate. I never like chocolate in protein shakes. Great. What's going on here? Usually you're barking like crazy at this hour, but you just look a little pissed off, to be honest. You're not so angry? Well, we'll see how she develops, but Maya has vedimentis. She's so old. Her mind is kind of declining a bit.
But she
Sorry,
lived for
I'm
so long.
saying
That's
it in front of
good.
everyone. You're almost 17. You're not
17? I wish Caspi lived till 17.
Yeah, I guess today's a
Damn,
good
that's
Tomorrow
That's
is an even
old.
better day.
that's good. Good for
Tomorrow,
him.
one of my dreams come true. Big earthquake just hit. That was so quick. That was so intense.
Earthquakes in Japan, the first few, you're like, holy shit! And then you just get used to them. Add a matcha tea ice sugoi. Iced latte at work with some vanilla pumps and oat milk. Ooh. That sounds nice.
That's the heaviest one I felt. It was so
Have a
quick, though.
picture?
Maya didn't even flinch. I bet that was nothing. I don't do earthquakes. As a Swede, no.
3 like earthquakes and like there's a lot of like smaller earthquakes depending on where you are, and like a 3, a 4, a 5 on the scale is like whatever. A 5 is actually pretty strong. That's when you feel it. Like that happened at school once. There was like a 5 and the teacher was like talking and then she went, guys, it's an earthquake, and everyone like did something and I was like, oh shit, I have to do something. So yeah.
Please then
Then Kushi.
B- tier.
I don't, but
workout?
definitely will
No,
take
you
one
shall.
tomorrow. Nice. What the hell? The daily drinks by Rosie. You could make that like an Instagram page, and every day just post a new drink. That would be really cool. Remember what happened in 1989? Yes. Damn, do they fight like that? Jesus. What the hell? What the hell? Surfing. Oh, that's cool. I've never been surfing. The Japanese kid that I was tutoring said that she surfs. That's cool.
Oh, what a day. What a beautiful day.
A dream of mine come true today. I've always wanted to surf in Japan. And guess what I'm doing today?
Surfing.
Surf in Japan. I'm gonna take a lesson because I've only done it twice before and it's been years ago at this point, so I'm very, very, very excited.
Mago. What surf? Safu. Probably Safu. I'll look it up right now. So that would be surf. Well, surfing is probably surfing. Yeah. Oh no, it isn't. It's surfing. Surfing. Or kaminori, which means riding waves. Kaminori. That's probably what they say more often. I don't know. Damn, PewDiePie keeps falling, bro. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. Baseball team. They always wear those long white pants. I hate the cold, so I can never. Fair enough. That's why you're in Cali. He face planted in that water, he did. Oh, this water bottle, so common in Japan. I'm saying in Japan a lot more because it seems like it's everywhere in Japan, but at least everywhere I've been, a lot of the, look at the doggo. A lot of these things have been there, so. This water, Suntory, this specific water brand, this specific size, you could get for like $1 in like a 7-Eleven. It's great. Yeah. Sorry. It's 85 degrees all week, yeah. Why is it so common? I don't know. I think Japan is like, it's known to be kind of not individual, but like conformative. So everyone kind of works together on stuff. So it might be something because of that. I'm not sure.
Look at this black
That's just a guess, but is that a butterfly?
That's so pretty.
Or a moth? I don't know.
Damn.
It's not a butterfly.
I am sunburned.
He looks tired.
That was an intense workout. I'm pretty spent. 3 hours. So fun though. He didn't really baby me. He kind of let me just try all the waves myself and pick them. And yeah.
I didn't even realize he had someone helping him. The fact that they bring their dogs everywhere is so cool. Maybe that's why he's 17 years old. He's kind of
really
hot.
fun. I'm not built for
Yeah.
the sun though.
He was on some rating as the hottest person, hottest YouTuber or something. I don't remember. Where I'd say just relaxing with the pup.
Bathed in sunscreen before, but I think it all just kind of washed off right away. The waves
He's
are
like,
so
I'm not
intense.
surfing. That's what I
I
would do.
burned my feet. But it was really fun. I think I might try it on my own next time. I burned my foot. Oh, that feels good.
Okay.
Do not walk on hot sand.
Dirty water. Bro, they're going to school, bro. It's like I see something and right away I could see how it relates to something else. I will say that I think the lights look different in different areas of Japan because I don't remember the lights looking like this in Tokyo or Kumamoto. Look at those eyes. Yeah, he has beautiful, blue eyes, blonde hair. Bro, it's a theme, bro. It's a theme. Those tiles are very Japanese. I try to read all the signs.
I was so
just like I
proud
used
of
to.
myself for this. There's my teacher there. I picked the wave myself. I wrote it all the way.
That's such a small
But it
wave.
looks so tame.
It does.
I felt so incredible at that moment.
That's funny.
It was kind of rough. It was hard to find waves that were rideable. My board was so long that it took so long
That's what she
to
said.
rotate in time, and I missed a lot of waves
Kaminori.
because of it.
Kaminori.
It is the third time I ever try it.
Kaminori.
I'm stoked. That was so fun.
Oh, wow,
Actual dream
okay.
come true to be doing it as well. My teacher was really good, and he let me do it on my own and feel like I was the one doing it. Sometimes teachers kind of get too much, I think.
True.
But it was also one thing he said that I thought was really good, which
I don't
missed
get
one
too much,
wave,
just
and then
saying.
he said, and I said like, oh damn, and he said, don't do that because you want to just enjoy it. That's a good point. I can't wait to do it again.
I'll be catching
Cool.
waves soon again. Oh, that's cold.
What the hell?
Oh, that feels good.
Is that a thing? I've never seen that.
Oh, oh. Oh, man.
Oh, that's for his feet because they're burning. Alrighty then, bro. This is my alt account for streaming, but I'll subscribe because it's PewDiePie. He needs more subs. Is this the rest of the video? Bruh. Chatting.
You're so cute, man. You sleepy?
Do you want to watch the rest of this video? It's such a cool aesthetic to be in Japan, true. Very communicative. Communicative. The eyes, yeah.
At least it's not COVID,
He's pregnant?
but you can hear my voice. It's like
Oh, he got sick.
congested.
Since I'm a bit down under the weather today, it might be a good time
Down
to
under, where's
chat a
Chi?
bit. Just wanted to say a huge thanks for all the support and positivity in the comments. Everyone seemed to love the vlog.
Only 10 accounts?
Huge
Yeah, I think I'm sub to him like on a couple accounts.
reason why I'm even doing them. I mean, it's fun for us to look back on as well, I think, but usually me and Mars are a bit more private with our private life because there's always so much annoyance coming with sharing your life online. That's the easiest way to describe it, but everyone's just been so nice, supportive, and positive, and yeah, that makes me want to share more, and I really appreciate it. Maybe some people will think it's like, oh, everyone's just so positive and blah, 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 it's so kiss ass, whatever, but I don't know, I'll take it. I feel like I've gotten my fair share of people complaining, and you know how it is. It's almost like, to someone, I'm always doing something wrong, so if people are being supportive,
Oh.
I will take it. I'm done with all the...
Oh, that's you, Doctor. What's up? Oh, no. You said it. I read it wrong. What's up, Doctor? How you doing? I made 10 alt accounts for Ping. Thanks, bro. Nathan has, actually, and he's like, I could make them if you want. I was like, no.
bullshit drama. I've been for a while, but I think here, just transitioning here has been really fun. Just focusing on fun stuff. Huge thanks to Marcia for editing these vlogs. I think that's what makes them so special. So I'm still editing my other videos. We just figured it's easier and it makes sense for her to do it, and she's doing a great job as well. So it's funny how a lot of you guys
they don't
seem to
have their
noticed too,
editor.
like, oh, they have her style to it. And I think it works out great. So yeah, thank you, Marcia. I'm always kind of cautious with.
Bro, how humble and crazy is this guy, bro? He has an editor. He's rich. He's doing all this shit, and his editor is his wife. Like, that's so cool.
Vlogs, because just the sharing aspect online, it opens up so much judgment. But also, I've daily vlogged before, and that can be fun for a little bit, but it can also sort of become like your life becomes your job or something
Just
like
do
that.
what you
But
want,
I think we've
bro.
been keeping it natural. It hasn't been forced, or we're just doing stuff that we like to do. And there's so much to do here, and it's so much fun. But also, just having the freedom to be out and about here, pretty much undisturbed, I really enjoy that. It feels very liberating to be here, and yeah, I think that reflects in the vlog. So again, huge thanks to you guys. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Honestly, I think I'll feel better later today. We'll see. I got leg day today.
He actually reads. He actually reads comments, bro. The biggest YouTuber in the world. Bro, I respect that guy. All right, you guys want to see some pictures? I'm the other account. Oh yeah, I do not exist. I'm just an alt of Doctor. Oh, not this again, bro. I'm Nathan. We're all Nathan. To be honest, true. Look at this. Doesn't that look really good, guys? Doesn't that food look really good? I love this song. This was in Kyoto, I think, but this is a standard food in a lot of Japan. It's like one of their standard meals. It tastes so good. Like you have the miso soup, rice with chicken, and like it looks very basic, but it's actually so good. It's happening again because it's over this video. I recorded a little bit. Oh yeah, look at this. Sasuke and Naruto. These are some figures I found. This is in Tokyo. Look, they're playing can you guys see what that is? I don't remember. I think they were doing a YouTube tournament in some random card shop. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. $28. Oh yeah. Look at that. You guys recognize that? Yeah, it's very tasty, Asta. I can't tell whether that's good or not because I'm watching in 160. Oh, I forgot about that. That sucks. Hey, that's what the YouTube videos are good for. That you could watch in non-160, hopefully, right? And then there's people racing on the streets of Tokyo in Mario cars all the time. I don't know why. That's a thing. Oh yeah. 9:30 a.m. to 2500. I was like, what? This is a common theme in Japan for some reason. I don't know why this is a thing. Yeah, Mario Kart is great. I know that's me twerking. It is Nathan. Oh, this is Genshin music. Oh, he put it last night. Aw. You know you're in the native part of town when no gaijin, when no foreigners are around. Gaikokujin is more polite, but this is a Snap story. Nostalgia purchase on the left. Awesome game on the right. This is the first Pokemon game ever. I remember the store I went to. I want to show you guys this store if they would let me record in it. It's in Tokyo. I watched it 412 times. I love those. Is there anything Sussy Baka here? I hope not. Hey! Ah, this is gonna be memories. And then the Genshin music that gives me memories of Genshin. Going on a nostalgia trip right now. And it's just replaying now. I'll show you guys some more pictures. Remember the tower that we were looking at in the PewDiePie video? Well, it's not only in a PewDiePie video, it's in real life too. I'm just looking at the next couple of pictures. I want to make sure that it's okay. Okay. I mean, everything's okay, but I want to make sure that they don't include people and stuff. My brother does not like being attacked. So this is the view from the Sky Tower. The tower that we were looking at before. And that's me. How old was I? 20? I think I was 20. This is when I studied abroad in Japan. I was 20 years old. I was alone. Feet pic! There's a glass thing where you could look down as well. And I was like eating by myself. Baby ping, yeah. Playing some Pokemon Go. I thought that was cool for some reason. Oh, I had a random person take a picture of me. I look like a dad, bro. I dress like a dad. It's cool, right, Asta? This is, I don't know. Oh yeah, I loved Haikyuu at the time. I still like Haikyuu a lot, which is a volleyball anime. It's so funny because I used to take pictures of everything in Japan when I studied abroad. But once I lived there, it's like I still took pictures of some stuff, but you know. Oh, this looks like a video. When I was 20, I was crazy. That time specifically, I was a bit crazy. Oh yeah. This is cool. Hinata, yeah. Bad pick? Yeah, a lot of them were bad picks. Isn't this cool? This is the picture from before. Pokemon Go. The line for Tokyo Skytree. Sign of your love. That was actually a good deletion. Oh shit. That's me singing karaoke for the first time. Or one of the first times. I came in like a wrecking ball. I don't know if I should show this. But only because, like, if it shows other people, I feel like, yeah, it shows other people. Oh, yeah. These are random people I met in the hostel I stayed in. And all, like, 6 of us went to karaoke. And I got so into it. But I'm not going to show it because, you know, I don't know if they would want me to, but. So long. You want a YouTube clip? Nah. We're not doing that right now. I try maybes when I don't meme. Look at Naruto. I guess if I don't respond. The Shoyo, Hinata, the Tobio. What does it say, the Tobio? You see, their English isn't the best. You wouldn't add the for the name, right? You would just say Shoyo Hinata. But they have a lot of these cool looking dams and areas. I thought this was really sick in the middle of Tokyo. I made a black and white picture, I guess. Wait, what else can I show here? The reason I'm showing all of this is because it's specifically in this area, you know? Oh, here are the figures. So, bad picture, but more karaoke and videos. Oh, this is videos of me drunk trying to make fun of oh. That is Steven?
It is the sky tree.
We're just saying this is so beautiful. I think I was trying to do British accents that night, which I mentioned the other day. Bulbasaur, right? So artsy. I'm not much into anime, but it looks cool, right? These are your final moments. Yeah, like, it's just, Japan is pretty cool. Oh yeah, look at this. This is the main street that everyone talks about. Shinjuku, I think, where everyone just, a billion people cross the street. What else we got? All right, I'll show you guys a bit more. This is where I discovered a drink called Strong Zero. It's like a strong beer pretty much, but it's flavored. It was so good. It was like it's like 8%, and they have big versions also. This was in my hostel in Japan. You could you go to the vending machine and just buy the drinks and drink them. So this was the first time I drank a lot. I drank a lot when I was 18 once with my cousin, and then after that, this was the second time I drank a lot. When I was 20 in Japan. And when I was 18, it was legal. I was in Dominican Republic, and when I was 20, it was legal because Japan is drinking age is 20. So yeah, I love Psyche. Nice. Soju is best. Soju is okay. A lot of people like soju a lot though. Oh yeah, I went to Comiket, which was like a Comic-Con for anime, kind of nerdy, whatever. I went with a girl from the hostel. But it was kind of weird because they had a lot of like really sussy stuff there. I was like, this is so weird, and I had to leave. But here, look how many people are there, guys. Isn't that insane? We found Johnny Depp. We found the guy from My Hero Academy. I don't know who the hell this was, but he looked cool. So I took a picture of him. Look how he's standing, this guy. There was a lot of people. It is nice, right? It was insane. Look at these lines. It was insanely packed. You're not gonna show people? Well, this is like a mass amount of people. This is not individual people, so I think it's fine. Oh, and then I'm karaokeing with a person. So I'm not gonna show that, cause yeah. Then I have a Snap story. Oh yeah, I have a Snap story that made it kind of big. Oh my god, where I have my shirt open. I was so weird. I'm still weird, but that snap had like thousands of views on Snapchat. It was like pinned by some Snapchat thing in Japan. I can't show you guys it. It has another person in it. It has my friend's ex, who's Japanese, in it, so I can't show it. Alright, this is cool though. I think that was most of it. In that area. See, this is Asakusa Bashi, which is right next to Asakusa. Or it is Asakusa, I don't remember. Mario Kart. I should have taken a video. I think I tried to once, but it was too late or something. Nah, you're not gonna see me shirtless, bro. Okay, last thing I'll show you guys, because I talk about Japan too much and it's probably annoying. Climbing Mount Fuji. The pictures are shit, but I'll show you guys. I used to be so weird. Goodbye. All right, see you, Chi. Have a good night. I don't have Snapchat or any social medias because I don't trust myself with that. Fair enough. I think that's fair enough, to be honest. Let me just make sure I won't dox myself on anything. Okay, I don't dox myself. Okay, these are the last couple of pictures. I'll show you guys. This is Mount Fuji. We climbed it at like 7 p.m. It was freezing. And I dressed like an idiot. I dressed so bad that some random person came up to me, Japanese person, and gave me aluminum foil. Because I was so crazy. Oh yeah, that's true. You do have Twitch. I was thinking that, but I was like, I'm not going to say it. Oh, this is a Japanese song. Lol. Like, this was already towards the top of the mountain. It was so misty though. This is how oh, I missed this bracelet. My bracelet broke in Japan actually when after the study when I lived there, I think. No. That was a different bracelet. But I missed this bracelet. And this I still have this jacket, this pineapple jacket. Wait, let me go see if I could get it. I'll be right back in a second. Unless I threw it out. Bro, I have it. Yeah, this is a funny rap. It's a rap about a supermarket. I mean, like a 7-Eleven type like store called Family Mart. And the beat is the sound the store makes when you go inside or leave it. It's so nostalgic for anyone who's been to Japan. But Umae wa mou shindeiru. Nani? Yeah, you see that jacket? I haven't worn this since 2007. I bought this in Japan since 2017, sorry. Smells good. Yo, that's crazy. I can't believe I forgot I had it. PP6 here in 2017. 2007 I was 10. I was 10 years old. I was trying to pose. I like when my hair is up like that. Wait. Delete his message. Yeah. It was hard to open your eyes. It was so sunny. Chill, police. I didn't mean it. Oh my god, look, so cool. I missed that hat. That's my original Eric Clapton hat. I lost it in an airport. Mo shindeiru. Nani? Look at that. It's like a spiral going all the way down. This shit was crazy. I remember we really needed to pee, I think, and then we went up here. That was my friend. Like, people have sticks and stuff. Going down was the most annoying. Because you have to kind of run down. It's so steep. You have to run down part of the mountain. This is Mount Fuji. Oh yeah, this is the aluminum foil that the random guy gave me. I didn't even know I had a picture with it. Be nice, sir. Oh, that song's good. Yeah, these pictures kind of suck. I'm not gonna lie. Through this way. Oh, this was towards the end of the road. I remember. My friend's legs were killing him. I'm so dumb. I tried to look cool. This is some random guy. Yeah, so this is where my mom or my dad, I think my mom probably, took a picture of where I was, and it showed me in the middle of the mountain. And then at the top of the mountain. Oh, this was my profile pic. Ew, look at that mustache. But Caspi would be boxing. Also, I'm sure that's not what Rosie meant to play. Oh, I thought that is what Rosie wanted to play. I want to go traveling one day, but I'm 15 and can't go anywhere right now because of gas prices. Yeah, I'm sure you'll go traveling when you're older. I mean, I traveled most when I was 21. I'm 25 now. I mean, COVID happened, but... And look how dirty our shoes got. I still buy the same pair of shoes every, like, 2 years. Which is this Roshi's. Well, actually, now they're slightly different because they're out of stock, but yeah. That was a lot of my study abroad in Japan. I would like to show you guys more stuff, but it's like you know, other individuals are in it. I don't know if they would want to be shown, so. And then right after we went to Washington and I took this picture. You could have made big money doing what? Isn't that a great picture? You can't even lie, that's a great picture, right? Oh, you put the song you think Rosie wanted? This is such a good picture. And same shoes, but in blue. Okay. That's enough for trip down memory lane. Oh, my back kind of hurts. I should have done that, right? My mind was always in the gutter, bro. Sell those shoes in perfect condition. I don't think I'm big enough to be able to sell shoes for hundreds or thousands of dollars. Yeah, this is a great song. All right. Look for Kendama, make music with strat. Yeah, I have to take 2 shots. I forgot about that. My friend doesn't want me to stream the karaoke tonight, so he said I would get canceled. I'm like, fair. He says some crazy shit sometimes for the shock factor, but whatever. At shoe stores. Oh, no, I mean, they get bad over time. That's why I buy new ones. I'm so tired. We got 6 hours left. What should we do, guys? What should we do? What should we do? Fall Guys? We've been doing so much Fall Guys. We could play Genshin and... Well, Chi is not here and Nathan's not here, so... I kind of want to play Rocket League, but Tyler's not here. I guess Fall Guys is fine. Fall Guys is fine. Fall Guys is fun. Yeah, let's just chill with some Fall Guys, yeah? My voice is dying. I still feel kind of okay, though. Kind of. I feel kind of okay. Alright, Fall Guys. I just pressed the link of the Omaewa mo I sent. Lol. I'm gonna leave. I'm going to my Mimi's house here in a little bit. I enjoyed your stream. I'll pop up every once in a while. Alright, have a great one, Asta. It was nice meeting you, and I'm happy your dream wasn't as bad as it could have been. So, have a great one, bro. I think there's an ad playing now. So, KK, have a great one. Should I put it on for Hollow Knight? That would be so cool. Why is it not letting me press it? Alright, well, this is letting you guys get online, so it's okay. Where the hell can I mess up? I shall always prevail. Huh. Why is this not working? How are you guys doing? All right, let's start this. You guys can now mess with my game, I think. Oh, where can you mess me up? You should see on the screen a crowd control button. You could buy with channel points. You might have to refresh your page, but you could buy coins and then use those coins to screw with me in the game. Yeah, you found it? Okay. Bye. I have Discord, so I'll see if I can send it. Nice. All right. See ya. And say bye to Sinatra and I forgot the other name, but Sinatra I won't forget. I hope not. Have a good one, Asta. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing? We just talked a lot about Japan. And yeah. I think I have to... We're going to use the whiteboard again today. I think I have to take some alcohol shots. And we'll play ping pong with my dad. So today should be fun and chill. If we could make music, that would be awesome. But yeah. How you doing, bro? You going to work? Oh, wait, it's Saturday. I forgot. Akase Akari. Akase Akari. Yo, Janelle. Yo. Stream Elements is a ass. Found it. I'm gonna mess you up. Invite me. Alright, nice. Hiro Kakera. What is that? I guess we're doing duos for now. If anyone else wants to join, let me know. Yeah. And we'll and you'll join afterwards. Hiro no Kakera. I've never heard of that. Is this the music from that? Uchita Maiko. This sounds nice. Oh, it is the music from that. Nice. Boku no Pico. I've made that joke on stream before. I work on Saturdays and Sundays, but not this week. Nice. Oh yeah, this is the jacket I wore when I climbed Mount Fuji in 2017. So I'm wearing it right now. It's so nice, actually. I really like this design for some reason. It's so colorful. Like, I feel like it's such a nice, like, jacket. I need to wear more, like more fashionable stuff like this, you know? Bro, no, don't watch Boku no Pico, bro. Jesus. No, deleting it is fine. I'm just saying that I made a joke about it before. As long as people know it's a joke, you know? It's like a hentai, but of little kids or something. I don't know. It's weird. I clicked on it out of curiosity, and then I had to click off because I was like, this is so weird, bro. I think there's more to it too, but yeah. The joke is, I love Boku no Pico is the joke, because like, no one loves it. You didn't know that? Yeah. I literally tell people, like, jokingly, when they're like, oh, do you have any anime recommendations? Yeah, Boku no Pico is pretty great. You should check it out. But then I tell them, no, don't check it out. Because I don't want them to actually check it out. It's like a meme. Like how Australians say, oh, I know how to jump on that now. Like how Australians say, there's a drop bear. I say that for people who want to watch who want to watch anime. That's how I mess with them. Yo, I was the fourth person to get in. Did someone say hentai? Overflow is good, yeah. Should have said that before I searched it up. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. It also sounds like Boku no Hero Academy, or whatever, Hero Academia. Like, My Hero. So that's why it's funny too. Because Boku no, they both start with Boku no, which just means my. Like MY. I'm not looking it up. Yeah, don't look it up. What is Pico? I don't know. I think it's PICO. Maybe small penis. I don't know. Let me look it up. Oh, it could come from picosecond. I guess it's from picosecond. I don't know. I guess like saying he has a really tiny dick. I honestly don't know. When he said little kids, I was like, hell nah. Yeah, it's... Wait, why'd you mention it then? You heard other people talk about it before? Yeah, that's not the right hentai. But for Chimmy, Overflow. You gotta watch Overflow, Chimmy. Because I know you like the Incredible stuff, but Overflow is good too. Is it like My Little Peepee? No, it's like Your Little Pony. Yeah, it is like Your Little... I don't know. Your peepee's not that little, you know. Come on. I seen Overflow, pretty good, yeah. I'm actually really tired today. But you guys give me energy. I'm not as tired. Let's go. Thanks for not messing with me, guys, in the game. I know I'm a god. Damn it. I thought this would open. I love this song. Who showed me this song? Dinelle, did you show it to me? I feel like Nathan did for some reason. This song sounds mad catchy. Thanks, Ping. I need some reassurance. Oh, this is the My Watch song. Yeah, this song sounds mad nice. It's mad nice. I did her, Nathan. Makes sense. I didn't know it was called the Maiwa. That's why I thought Rosie just wanted to play the meme, to be honest. I just threw up. Yeah. Rinse your mouth. My voice is dead. I look good with this jacket, no? I'm gonna go on dates with this jacket. Excuse me. And then they'll be like, where'd you get that jacket? It looks so cool. And I'll be like, Japan. So anyway, I lived in Japan for 2 years. And then they'll be like, oh, okay. And then they'll just walk away. No, like a lot. Oh, you actually threw up? Oh, shit. All right. See you later. You call that a shirt? It's not a shirt. It goes on top of the shirt. But I have worn it as a shirt without, like, anything underneath it. You know, to be hot. Wait, oh no, he's AFK. Bro. I gotta save him. I gotta push him. I gotta push him so he doesn't get hit. Oh, okay, he's back. Okay. I had to protect. Watch him die when he's not AFK. That would be kind of funny. I would wear it like a shirt. Yeah. Welcome back, bro. Why'd you throw up? Whee. Well, this song sounds nice too. We're going Japanese today. You guys are gonna love Japan. Iron Maiden. That's what I think when I see Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden being requested. Bro, this game mode is so dumb. Because if you get unlucky and get kicked out, you just lose. No, like, oh, good job. Like, look how many people are first place. It's so dumb. Oh, but if one of us dies, we should be fine because 7th place looks like they're still qualifying. But I guess if you're first place, you're fine because I did that on purpose. Imagine we didn't qualify because of that. Did anyone even get kicked out from that round? Let's see. Probably like 5 people. It's actually a good amount of people that got kicked out. My curiosity got the best of me and I looked it up. Yeah, that's what happened to me. Gimme choco. Gimme chocolate. I feel like you played that before. Ooh, final round already. We're about to win already. Sheesh. Oh my god, I'm actually really tired. Why is a full-grown man with a 12-year-old? Is that what it is? I don't know, bro. Why are you watching that shit? We're playing bangers tonight. True. I'm sick? Bro, I think I'm sick too, to be honest. I don't think it's COVID because I've been. Well, actually, I was on the train. But nah, it feels like I'm just sick from being in front of the computer all day, every day. Or not all day, but most of the day, every day. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just complaining and I'm dumb and I'm fine. And I'm just complaining because I just woke up recently, so I'm a little tired. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I'm good, guys. Let's do this shit. Oh shit. No, this is not good. No. Oh, bro. No, we lost. We were so close. Fake. Yeah, even mods can't do that. Are you saying you're sick in the head or you're sick? What the hell? Is he slapping the ass of a rhino? That's funny. Oh, he's just clapping his hands, but still. Oh, I gotta put my face cam down for this game. I'm gonna wake up with ping pong though. I'm gonna go see if my dad is available. We might play ping pong early. Okay, I'm very sick. Not even the show. I got food poisoning. Oh, that sucks. This is why Rosie's the real MVP. These are nice songs. Beastie Boys. Bestiality Boys? Sussy Baka? Anyone join in? Doesn't look like it. All right, let's get back into it. I'll be right back, actually. Let me just see if my dad's awake, and I'll just talk to fam for a bit. I'll be right back. Oh, is the volume too low? My bad. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the bathroom and keep throwing up. Oh, Jesus. Keep your head tilted down in the toilet. True. Alright, I think I'll play a little alone, because I don't wanna make him worry about the game when he's throwing up and stuff, you know? I'll just play a bit alone. You can mess with me. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, this is cool. I'm back. This is hell. So make me feel shitty by using the crowd control points. Maybe that'll make you feel a bit better. But yeah, that sucks. Take it easy, yeah. Just relax. Think about Jesus. That's what I do when I don't feel well. Actually, kind of true. As I make that joke when I don't feel well. I don't know. Oh, I think about you. No, stop making it weird, bro. 5 hours, 47 minutes. Sheesh. If you fall, you lose, apparently, in this game mode. So, that should be interesting. I'm a god gamer, though, so it should be fine. Excuse me. I ate some food and then came down. And then my mom's making me eggs. So, I'm gonna have more energy for you guys. I already kind of have more energy right now. Extreme mode activated. Oh, I like this song. No is this the Iron Maiden song? No respawns, only eliminations. Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Ask my dad about ping pong. He said he'll let me know when he's ready. I want to use the whiteboard again today. Bro, someone grabbed me, bro. I'm getting... Ah! What the hell? Bro, are you serious? I'm gonna lose, bro. It's so long. That's what she said. You feel better? All right, good. It's so annoying. I died. I thought that was me. I was like, I actually survived. Yo, welcome. Your name probably gets a lot of people. Yeah, Rip Technoblade. You're supposed to be like, what's up, Rip Technoblade? Like, damn. It's a pretty trolly name. But welcome. You can mess with me with crowd control. Or give subs so I stream longer. Yeah, we've been playing a lot of Fall Guys. And yeah. And we watch videos and we do cool stuff. I waxed my arm. I twerked. I don't know. I did stuff. I gotta win with Extreme Solo, though. Yo, 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 yo. Is that the 10th Rip Technoblade account made? That's a good point, Rosie. No, it's like the 100th, because the 10th one would just say 10, right? But this one has an underscore. Yeah, what happened to BK? I miss BK too. She didn't appreciate you making fun of her, bro. And she left and she never came back. Or she's busy with life. Probably the latter. Which is, you know, fine, obviously. Oh, I'm happy I shaved. I'm happy we got the shave thing. I think hair on me doesn't look good unless it's grown up a certain way. I apologized. I know, I'm just joking. I doubt it was that. I don't know how... I don't know. I think BK is fine with stuff like that. Danielle misses a lot of people. True. You still feel sick? Damn. Put another overlay. No, don't do that. Overlays are so powerful. Do other stuff, the small stuff. You know? So it's annoying, but it's like I could actually survive. Overlays just work for way too much time. No. Okay, it doesn't even matter. Oh, Technoblade got first. Nice. That's hilarious. Welcome, Techno. The resurrected Technoblade is here. He seemed like a nice guy. I never really watched him, but... If I were to die, or if I knew I had cancer and I was dying, I would probably like show a picture or something, just so you guys know I'm not bullshitting. Is that dumb? Technoblade video made me cry. Oh, the one where he said bye? Damn. I didn't watch that. I just saw it and recommended or something. I never really knew him, so. But it does, you know. I think if in like 40 years or whatever amount of years, if we figure out the cure to like majority of cancers, then people, like newer generations, I think will value life very differently. Because I feel like a lot of rich people come to the conclusion that like, oh, not all rich people, but I think a lot of rich people come to the conclusion, and like average living people come to the conclusion that like life, like the health of the family and friends is like super duper important. And like when someone has cancer, you can't even do that much, even if you're super rich, right? Like obviously you could do more than someone who's poor, and maybe they could fight cancer, but it's not like a sure thing. So it'll be crazy when future generations won't have to deal with that, and their view on what's important in life will probably be different. Some snakes can cure cancer. Is that true? That's crazy. I have no soul. I don't even cry even though I watched him for a year. Damn. Did you feel bad at least? If you felt bad, like a lot of people think if they don't cry, they have no soul, but that's not true. You know, that's not true. Oh, a lot of people died. Wait. Let me try this and then I'll read chat. Huh? How am I supposed to go up? Oh. Yeah. I took the safe route because I'm a loser. Cancer is so complex, it can be hard to cure something like that. True. Not everyone cries to bad things or sad things. People react differently. True. But I will say, if you don't react at all, like, you could feel mellow, you could... No, actually, yeah. Even people who don't... I think it's fine, even if you don't feel sad, actually. As long as you're not happy that they died, you're fine, I think. You know? Yo, the song is so... pumping us up, bro. Let's go. What day of the subathon is it? 6? 5? Day 6? And I'm still pumping with energy, baby. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Today's Saturday. It's as if it's the first day of the subathon, and I just went drinking last night. The cure for food poisoning is more food. Is that true? That makes sense, actually, because you're like... Probably because you're like throwing up a lot and like your body is weaker and stuff, right? So you need like nutrients. Oh, thank you. I think my mom brought food. Мне мало, мало, мало тебе. Yo, that Beast Russian song, yeah? You just guessed that? Oh. Yeah, I don't know if the cure to food... Let's look it up. Cure to food poisoning. Bro, this is gonna eliminate like everyone. While others help to prevent. Avoid food for the first few hours. Oh, don't eat food. I didn't read the whole thing, but I think maybe you shouldn't eat food. Let's go. Okay, that was good. No. Get up. Oh my god. Okay. The auto mod took your message away. That's funny. Ha! Jump, run. No, bro. I was doing so well. I don't know what's going on, bro. This shit lasts for like 10 hours. That's good the auto mod actually took that. Bruh. I'm becoming a doctor. Please help me. Damn, I didn't eat nothing. You know what? I'm actually gonna block that term. I fucked my mom. My mom made me breakfast. I know what he meant, but still. Delete it, Dino. Delete it. I added it as a permitted term because when it was blocked, it said I fucked my. I don't want to. I think that's fine to say. But what you said there is weird, bro. Alright, I'll be right back with the food. I want to beat this game. The yogurt is annoying, bro. Thank you, Dino. Appreciate it. This looks really good. Oh, my mom made me breakfast. Oh, that's what you're saying. I don't know, it just sounded weird. You're fine. You're fine, Ace. Don't show us. I'm feel so sad I can't. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Now I'm depressed. I gotta eat though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll try to eat it fast. Maybe. No! No, you guys made me jump. Oh my god. If you make me lose, I'm gonna eat more though. Oh my god, this looks beautiful. I love when my mom gives me tomato and white cheese when I'm doing 24-hour streams and stuff. That's what this is. I was gonna take a picture, but whatever. These songs are good. A lot of food though. Oh, this is the Beastie Boys song. Oh. You're hungry as hell. I'm sorry, bro. It's probably not helping. You're gonna add this to your playlist? Nice. If I knew I couldn't eat, I would pack my food into my mouth. I would say, oh, the diving is still on. Oh, it just ended. I would say do what you want to do, bro. Well, I would say read about it more online or do what you want to. You put it again? Bro. Oh my God. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. I was like, the hell, you want to kill me? Oh. Sabotage! You ordered no diving? Yeah, it happened. Twice. It just happened. What do you mean? Oh, you did it a third time? I feel like I'm eating in better portions now. Still not amazing, but I wonder if I lost weight. Because I still feel like I have a stomach, but I feel better. Oh, you put no diving instead endless diving? Oh, that sucks. Sorry about that. Yeah, no diving would no diving would have been perfect, right? I want my 20 coins. Well, I can't give it. Actually, I could give it back to you. I'll check it again. I could see what you actually put, so I'll check it after this. Okay, I can't die here. Or it's over. That guy just jumped off. What? Ah! No! You... Wait. Did you put that on? My guy just went to the left. No, no diving. Yeah, I didn't see no diving. I'll refund you. Bruh. I was so close to like winning there too. That was good timing though. Good song. You gonna go to the doctor in 3 hours? Nice. I don't think I should eat that many nuts anymore. They don't affect my stomach good. Why'd you eat one day old Taco Bell? This song reminds me of them. Well, I hope it goes well at the doctor. Speaking of, I have to go to the doctor soon. Because I'm pregnant. They have to see if the baby will be okay, you know? The whirly gig. Okay, this one it should be okay. You're gonna throw up all over the doctor? Nice. You should record that. That could become a famous TikTok or something. Let's go. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts. I'm gonna take off the headset for now. You're gonna make food? Alright, nice. Yeah, my bad. I made you hungry. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, the headset was crushing my skull. I had to take it off. There's probably going to be studies in like 20 years about how streamers who wear a headset all the time have like brain damage or something. I don't know. The dent in the head is probably not a good thing. No. Why would I do that? I knew it was a risk. Why the hell did I do that? That was so dumb. Whatever. I'm so stupid sometimes. Yeah, I mean, if you bought it and I died from stupidity, it is what it is. But I don't think it went through, so I refunded you. I don't know why it didn't go through, but it might take some time for it to kick in. Unless it did go through and I didn't realize and I just refunded you for no reason. But it's okay. You're gonna sue Taco Bell? What's up, Nico? How are you? It's you always asking me what time it is, right? It is 12:09 p.m. What time is it for you? Yeah, p.m. Oh yeah, and Ace is gonna sue Taco Bell. I'm actually so tired today. I'm like going on and off with it, but bro, that's brilliant. Sue Taco Bell, got a lot of money, donate to keep the stream going. Win-win. Let's go. Jump. Bro. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for it to go back. 10:09 p.m. in my place. Nice. Okay. That was reverted for me. Let's go. What's going on? Oh, it's forcing my character to go right. Okay, good. I almost died from that. Now you're doing jumping. You're gonna waste your points. I'll just wait. Nah, I'm gonna go. Come on. Get up. Ah! Good thing I'm a god gamer. Let's go! Scammer. I could do what I want. I might die here anyway from my own stupidity. Come on. Let's go! 10:09 p.m. in my place. Gotcha. Very nice. Nighttime. Yeah, PM is nighttime. I got you. What'd you do today, Nico? Anything cool? I can't believe I won that. God, when is this nightmare over? You got this, bro. You got this. They did drop like flies. Oh, I remember this map. I haven't played on this map in a long time. Just don't mess with me once and then I'll win. I think I could win. God, when is this nightmare over? Try to think about... What can you think about? I don't know. Damn it. What? Are you serious? You didn't even need to mess with me. Bro, I suck. This is too much food. Oh. Yeah. Try to think about how women giving birth is probably more painful and you'll be better. I'm broke, I need bits, so I can't ever get more points. You could buy points with channel points, like in the future, but... Well, you said I made you a little happier, so that's good. Maybe I could win now. This is pretty hard. Oh my god. I can't eat this many eggs. It's too many eggs. I used to eat 3 eggs, even 4 eggs. Now, like, I think 3 is way too much. I need to eat like 2 eggs. Donate me 10k points, please. I can't actually give points. Like, Twitch doesn't let you give points as a streamer. Which is good, because I wouldn't give points anyway, but... Well, sometimes it's bad, but... Yeah. L Twitch. Yeah. Get mad at Twitch, not me. Alright, let me put the headset back on. Oh, nice music. I feel that. L food poisoning, true. Wah, ah, ah, ah. Wah. With the sickness. What a song. What a song to put when Ace is suffering from food poisoning. The sickness. What is this? I like this version. This sounds amazing. People are falling like flies, bro. Me. Why don't they just wait? Oh, they're gonna fall. Down with the sickness. Down with the sickness. What's that catchy song? Let's go. No one is messing with me, and now I'm doing good. Get up, down with the sickness. No. The song is funny. Bitch! No! Yeah, that's what you get. You won't qualify. Freaking asshole. I'm getting so mad over a game. No. No, Ace, you cannot. Well, you know where I live. You could just look through the window and see my feet, no? You've seen my feet on stream before. Oh, this is the Resident song. Oh. 5 hours left. Honestly, I'm fine with finishing the stream tonight. This song is so fire, bro. I swear to God. I don't remember if I added it to my Spotify. It's so good. DLX. Not DMX. What was that? DLX. There we go. Yeah. Is this on Spotify, bro? Minya Mala. Minya. Oh, it is. Minya Mala. Mala Mala. Is this the version? The song's so freaking good. Can we do funny clips today? I got one. Yeah. We'll do it a little better, but I feel a tiny bit better. Invite me. Okay. The song's fire. Actually, I feel pretty good now. This song just pumped me the hell up, bro. Well, I gotta pause it. It's too good. Oh, this is a different version. Is this the original? Yeah, this is the original. The original sounds mad good. Oh, they made it higher pitched. Probably because if they had it at the same pitch, it would be they wouldn't be able to put it on Spotify. Damn, that's crazy. The original sounds so much better though. Win for a cure for food poisoning. Let's do it. Stop drinking and eating for a few hours. Try sucking on ice chips or taking small sips of water. Try drinking clear soda, clear broth, or non-caffeinated sports drinks. You might also try oral rehydration solutions if it's really bad, if you have diarrhea and stuff. But and then ginger should be good also. If you have ginger, put some ginger in your water or something. Because it's anti-inflammatory. So it helps your stomach. And show feet. No, I'm not doing that one. Go back diarrhea. Yeah, if you have... Don't worry. If you don't have diarrhea, you're fine. Okay, I'll try later. Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember eating... I remember eating ginger when I got sick in Japan. Everything's Japan today, Jesus. Just can't help but it's killing me and taking control. Jealousy. Jealousy. Ow. To the base. Alibis. Let's go. Third place. Good shit, bro. Destiny is calling me. My eager eyes. I'm Mr. Brightside. Food poisoning carrying? Yep. Oh, my head hurts. I need to play ping pong. The only thing is the mic won't... There won't be any mic. Wait. Let me test out the mic with the phone. I don't know if it'll work, but... I didn't even think about that. Just now. No. I never want to open Internet Explorer. Shit. I pressed the wrong button. Stop. No one cares about this shit. Stop. And me. I'm taking control. Jealousy. To the sea. Alibis. Price you pay. Yo, doing the one where you can't fall or else you lose made me play better for this. Because, like, I'm playing smarter now, so I don't die. Let's go. Because I miss the bright side. I kind of want to make a song with chat, though. That would be fun. Ah! I fell. I never... What stupid words? I never the bright side. Jealousy, Nancy's room and to the tree. Don't die. This is such a long route. Let's go. This is day 6. Yep. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Technically, not day 6, so we started Monday night. But, pretty much day 6, bro. My head is kind of hurting and spinning, but aside from that, I feel good. Yo, Nathan, what's up? Someone tried to push me, but still made it in front of them. Nice. Twitch, Juanda21. Twitch, Juanda21. Wait, there's someone streaming. Or they have a Twitch. Juanda21. They're not on. I don't see them. Shit. I was so excited. Whatever. How you doing, Nathan? I wish Nathan would use his monk alt more. Bro, his alt is subbed also. He uses his alt for song requests usually. No, we don't allow alts in here. For channel points. Reasons. And for avoiding bans. Otherwise, it's okay. Nathan's okay. Bro, this food, I think this... I had too many eggs. But it's good. I needed a light breakfast. This is too much. If game points hack make a lot of outs, what? What does that mean? If game points hack? Oh, if it's game point hack. I can't hack, bro. To the master. Oh shit. Oh, crowd control. Huh. Doing crowd control at game point is sounds pretty terrible. Damn, we're getting crushed. Why would my own guy held me? Probably by accident, but still. Bro, they're taking all our shit! Stop! Oh, sorry. Oh my god! I hate when they do this shit! Thank god I'm a god gamer, bro. Hell yeah, blue team. Get the hell out of here, you losers. I defended like a goddamn god. I'm using my alt because I'm in the bus place that's going to take me to Mexico. Hell yeah, bro. I hope you enjoy it, bro. What an idiot. Go get more balls from the other team, bro. Hell yeah, our team is a godly. Oh, sorry. Oh, they took our... We're all stuck here. That's what she said. Hell yeah, we're doing good. Ha, the gold went back in. What an idiot. Go defend your own shit instead of stealing ours. Are you excited for Mexico, bro? What is the point in life? What's up, Frog? To watch Ping Pong Master during a subathon. That is the point. Oh, that started off bad. But it ended well. Alright, bye, you know. There's no point in life? Absolutely not. Oh. You make it up as you go. The point of life changes as you get older. Like, if you have kids, the point of life is, you know, might be to make a better life for your kids, right? You like a man? Okay. We were losing a lot first. We're losing at first, yeah. Easy win. When you're younger, I don't know. Ah! Are you serious? I suck. I'm so sorry. I already disqualified. All right. See you, Nathan. Hope you enjoy Mexico, bro. Bye-bye. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Appreciate it. Leave? Oh, you... Oh. You also... Right. I don't know why I'm still eating. I don't feel like that. Honestly, ending the subathon here would be okay. For me. Nice. Try the ginger, bro. Even though we started, it's okay. I'll try my best to be first. Actually, since you're gonna try the ginger, I'm gonna... Oh, you're back. So do I put everything in? You want to cut a piece of ginger and I guess put it in to make the flavoring of the water like gingery. So the ginger could go in. I used to just eat the ginger, I think. I don't really remember, but you basically want the ginger to make your stomach less inflamed. I think. That's what I was reading. You cut a piece of it, put it in your water, maybe. Why did I jump? Yeah. Go, 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 go. Oh, excuse me. Go, 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 go. Oh, go, oh, go, go. We started late and we're still gonna qualify. Let's go. Hell yeah. Okay. I don't know if this could connect with the... Lola. Let me just see what my friend said. Kimi wa nasani Lola. Do I mix it? I don't know, bro. Sure. I'd probably mix it, yeah. All right. I would say probably mix it. Let me put the camera. I want to see if this camera could add light. Oh, it could. I think it could add light. I'll have to look into it later. I'm gonna drink it and eat it. Okay. Be careful eating it. I don't really remember. I wish there was someone here that could help you more, but I'm too dumb with that. Drink it though, yeah. Drinking like certain drinks that could help soothe your stomach is smart. Is best, I think. And ginger seems like it could help your stomach, so yeah. Na, 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 na. Mama D's nuts is right behind me. Na, 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 na. Ain't no chin, no. No.愛を捧げる Jump. Jump. I should try that jump thing more. Stop holding me. Bruh. I mean, it doesn't matter, but you were holding me, bro. What are you talking about? Who? Easy win. Let's go. Just follow me, PP. Yeah, I feel like I die too often on this stupid map. But I'll be fine. They gotta like throw out more of these or increase the velocity because they are not strong enough right now. Look, we could just stand and almost nothing happens half the time. We're first place. Let's go. Oh, no! You see what I mean? I'm like a loser. Oh my god. All right, we're still second. If you survive, we should be good. We're good. We're good. You don't need to push anyone. You just need to survive. Oh. Oh! Oh my god, that was so close. You don't need to push anyone. I mean, you can if you want, but like, if they push you back and we lose because of that, that would be sad, you know? We all fall down. If I was missing, you couldn't make it right. Gotta survive 20 more seconds, bro. Wow, that was so close. No! Oh, bro, the luck is insane here. Oh, he almost got stuck there. I believe. Nice. Nice carrying. You are built different. Good job. Until we all fall down. We all fall down. I want to see if I could do audio from my phone. Oh, I could do both. All right. So for ping pong, we might have audio. I'll have to test it with the mic. I might test it after this just to see. Oh, 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 oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh my god. How'd they get so far? The hell? You better dance all night. Yo, let's go. I didn't get hit once. And it looks like you haven't either. No! Oh. No, you got hit. Alright, we're fourth. We need you to qualify, bro. Let's go. We're first, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. You better make it right until we all fall down. Built different, true. Alright. All night until we all fall down. I love this song. This is from One Piece. I want to see if this works. If the audio for this works. Why does it do that? It like flickers. We were first, yeah. It's probably gonna be the last round now. Let's go. Fly to the night. Na 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 na. Phone camera having trouble. That happens sometimes. Oh, because I don't have it on. I'm dumb. It's Hex. We won. We won. Oh, there we go. Phone. Why is the phone cam not working? Huh? I'll fix it after. Give it your all. That's right. Ow. I said the night that we fight together. With a sit down the night. Let's go. Oh, my bad, my bad. No! What was that? I'm actually trash. Na, 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 na. Let's go. I blocked them off. And he fell. No, this guy might screw with me. He didn't. Well, he kind of did. Okay, this is good. This is good. Night that we fight together. Bro, someone fell right where I was. How annoying is that? Oh my god. Look at the clean shaven face, right? What's up, Rosquilla? How you doing, bro? Day 6, baby. Day 6. Oh. Okay. That was bad. Oh my god. Why would you go the same way as me, you dumbass? No! Oh. That was close, though. We were close. Ish. Fight fire with fire. Ooh. Yeah, I didn't win. How you doing, Rosquilla? I came where I was. Yeah. They were annoying, right? Okay, I have this open. And I have it open here. But I don't have it open here. It's like bugging out. I don't know what's going on. You're doing good? Let's go. You hope he loses? This works, but it doesn't show up. Whatever, I can make it show up on the desktop like this. Or I can add it as a source. What would this be considered? What type of source? Video capture device, probably, right? Why doesn't it register it? Why? I'm trying. I want to play ping pong today with my dad because we reached the sub goal. So I'm trying to make this work, but it's like not working. Maybe because I have this attached. Whatever. FaceTime yourself and scene capture the window. Yo, that's a good idea too. Wait, I could also just use Discord audio. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do this actually. I could just use Discord audio. By going in with another like user thing or whatever. Or FaceTime myself. Can you FaceTime yourself? Capturing the window isn't the hard part. The hard part is getting audio from my phone. But I think if I do... No! If I do Discord, we should be good. Ah! Let's go. Scream and shout and let it all out. I love how you tried to fix screen and you said scree. Let's go. I'm a beast. Oh, that was close. Bleh. Bletch. Bletch indeed, bro. You guys aren't tired of seeing my face? I would be tired of seeing my face. Does this help? Let's go. 9th place. Or 8th place. Bliet. Oh. Blat. Bliet. Oh my god, my back. Ah. My back hurts. Whew. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Very nice. We're in 12th, but we should be fine. 15th place is 69 points. Perfect. Bro, what's this guy doing, though? That's good practice, but, like, you're in a squad, bro. Don't let your squad down. You're in duos. Don't let your duos down. Yo. Oh my god, my back. You feel better, but you're still sick. Yeah, you gotta do stuff to make you feel better, you know? Looks like I'm doing Hail Hitler, but I'm just stretching my arm. You gotta go right now? Alright, bro. Talk to you later. I'll try to carry. I am dying. This will be the last Fall Guys, I think. Maybe we'll play some Gardic, yeah? Go use the bathroom to throw up. Do it. Making me want to throw up with all the throw up talk. The song sounds mad good. No. Let's go. I never noticed. What is that thing? I've never. It looks so useless. Did they screw up the mechanics of it or something? Oh, imagine I got through with that. Ah! Stop it! Stupid ass dumbasses here, bro. Oh my god, I was about to go crazy. I mean, I guess I kind of did, but... Welcome back, bro. I think we lost. Oh, actually, if you make it, we're good. Actually, we probably lost. Do some Gardic? Yeah, I think we'll do Gardic after this one. Yeah, we lost. Let's do some Gardic. Let's do some Gardic. That was fun, though. Let's do some Gardic. I need to chill, bro. I'm tired. My back hurts. Nah, we'll play some Gardic. We'll do funny clips maybe a little later. Sorry. Actually, yeah, making a poll would be best. Gardic or funny clips? Gardic, funny clips. Boom. We are polling. Please vote at the voting station. None of these votes will be rigged. One vote for Gardic, one for funny clips. I think most people are a bit AFK, which is fair. Two for Gardic. Crowd control coins. Yes. Can't use that on Gardic, though, unfortunately. But for Fall Guys next time, you could screw me over, so that's fun. How is it rigged, bro? 2 for Gardic, 1 for funny clips. Oh, we're gonna do Gardic. It was really 1-1, and I voted for Gardic. Nah. What even is it? It's coins that you could use to screw with me in Fall Guys and some other games. You can make me fall in the game. You can make me, or you can make me jump infinitely for a couple of seconds. You can make me do a bunch of stuff. It's pretty fun. It's for Fall Guys, but it's also for other games too. Don't worry, it's pretty fun. I think I gotta poop. Drop penis, you get permabanned. And you already have 2 strikes, Ace. So I would hope you don't. Nice song. Alright, we'll wait for more people. I'm gonna go take a poop. I'm sorry, guys. But I gotta poo-poo. Pooping, but join. You have 0 strikes, Resquila. And you probably will always have 0 strikes. Probably a billion? Nah. Can you guys copy that link in case more people join? Big girl, you are... No. I got you. Thank you, bro. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go poo-poo. I hope you don't hear my farts and poops and stuff. No one's here. It was just pee pee. There was no poo poo. I'm not sure nothing is the correct response for that. How's it going? Nothing. He's not feeling too good. Once we get more people, yeah. Thanks for the follow, sweet autumn woman.
Hello there.
I am waiting. Thank you, Rasquilla. You could join. Just keep in mind. What is this dumb song? Alright, that was too much for me, sorry. Quick, join some Gardic. Yeah, so you can join, of course. Anyone's welcome to join. But if you do something TOS that breaks Twitch TOS, like drawing penis or like writing curse words or whatever, then you will be permabanned from this channel and other channels where we play. So just have to give that warning out to everyone, you know. Add? Oh, no worries. Ah, gotcha. My bad. Which is bad, but you know. Ooh, Avril Lavigne, Skater Boy again. Nice. All My Life, Foo Fighters, nice. Black Clover. Chimmy, would you want to play? Okay. Let's start with wow. Let's start with some normal. Okay. Write a sentence. Woman. In autumn. Woman. Kids jumping in autumn leaves. Boom. Can I add song? You'll love the song? Yeah. Should you show this, Pink? Oh, it's okay. I mean, how should I just put it on my face when I draw? I don't know. Just try not to cheat. Might be hard, but that's okay. This game is just drawing. That's the purpose of it, so. Ooh. Ooh. Doesn't Blueberry have like a tint of, yeah, like that? This might be really dumb. This looks so dumb. I don't know how to draw. Oh my god. Oh. 4.5 hours left. Let's go. I actually kind of feel like ending today. I'm feeling tired. Plus, it's my friend's birthday thing tonight. My other friend wants to hang out tomorrow. But if it goes on, we could do some cool stuff too, like wear a maid dress, go bald, and play music with chat. The play music with chat I want to do. But yeah. I gotta mute that. Let me go on the Discord and tell people we're playing. Hey, Asta joins the Discord though. Hey, John Pink stream, gonna get some Garlic going. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the follow, Beehive. Let me just put. Let me ping everyone in the Discord. Oh no, I pinged the wrong. There we go. Anyway. Hello, you can join, yeah. What the hell? Wait, no, I want to. Oh, I could change it. You could join, but if you do anything Twitch TOS, then I will be forced to permaban you. Oh, is this not the song you wanted? Wait, you already song requested it, no? But how you doing, Beehive? Camel. Oh, a camel. How does that look? Like, no, wait. I wish I could draw. There we go. Beautiful. Accidentally did the same song twice. Yep. Alright, this. Yo, Jimmy, how does this look? Ocean. Cool song. Ocean Sky. What is Ocean Sky? What does that look like? I don't know. But this looks like what a 3 or 4-year-old would draw. So pretty good for me. Wait, I could fix it a little. Just go boop. That's better. Oh. Oh. God. So tired. Oh, I didn't put the link for you, Beehive. Sorry. Here it is. Kids jumping in autumn leaves. Have fun. What the hell? He's jumping from a tree? Girl having fun in autumn. Fall 2022. Nice. Let's see what Rasquila has. Camel in the snow. Oh, it was in the snow originally. Oh, you left it white for snow. You actually saw that as a camel? Bro, mine looks worse. Kids jumping. You could do wrong song if you put the same song twice. You could do this. Kids jumping. 2 people look at large person. Yo, that looks sick. I like that one a lot. I like that one, Rosquila. Yeah, there you go. They both are deformed, true. The blueberries are sexy. I didn't know how to show sexy, so I put dollar signs. Like money dance. What the hell is that dancing? How is that money dancing? That was pretty bad, but we tried. Alright, we'll do knockoff next. If anyone else wants to join, this is the link. You're just a skater boy. I will give you 10 seconds. 9. I'm actually tired. Yeah, if you have a drunk tablet, that would be cool. Build me away. Chains on chains. Okay. You will love my song? I hope so. Let's see. I'm pretty good with most songs that people play. Not for me. All right, I'm guessing Beehive is not joining, so no one else is joining. Let's start off on some knockoff. Knockoff is fun. Na 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 na. Each drawing you have to replicate the last person's drawing and make it like as accurate as you can. She was a later boy. She was some later boy. Oh, we could fill this in as well. Nice. Living on his guitar. Damn. It was a skater boy. Boy. And we're gonna add some color here. And then, yeah, drawing tablet would be cool. Maybe we should have waited a little longer so you could look for it. My bad, Rasquila. Go men nasai. There we go. Well, look how detailed this is gonna be. Oh, it's so good. Ew. This is so weird. Alright. Alright. It's not just a girl. Need more obvious. Oh, that actually worked. Let's use this. Where There we go. There we go. There we go. And we just pull shit out. He's just a girl. Alright, let's go. Draw some fishies. Fishy, fishy. He's just a girl. Can you make it any more Wait, why are there police in the end of that song? This is a goldfish, bro. We gotta get the eyes. I like that. That's only halfway of the timer. Oh, what else to draw? What if I draw it again? Jesus, that turned quickly. I will die. I'm so sick. I'm sorry that you're sick, bro. That's Ace. Ace is sick. I don't know why this is funny to me. Like, drawing their faces. Why are they all going down also? Alright. Go boop. Thanks for following Sir Salvadorian. Thank you. Appreciate the follow. That reminds me. I have to look at I have so much to do after the subathon, but I think I have a new thingy-majiggy. A sponsorship that I could do. I gotta check that out. Paramore. I went to a Paramore concert. My cousin loved Paramore, so I went to it with her and some other people. Alright, let me look at this new sponsorship. HelloFresh presents Factor 75, new subscriptions. Promote Factor 75, blah, blah, blah. Yo, yep, that's what we do here. Alright, I have to look more into this later. Oh my god, I have to memorize this? Red, green, gray, pink. That looks beautiful. Red, green, gray, pink. Red. Well, I could just do this. Red, green. I don't remember which green it was already. Pink. This was pink. Can you give me the link, please? Yeah. Give me a second. This is the link, but if you draw a penis or anything that's TOS for Twitch, you will get permabanned on my channel and on other channels. Don't think you will. I mean, I don't know you, but I just have to say that. You know? Not trying to be mean, just gotta say it. Thanks. You're welcome. Bad. Okay, that was bad. Okay, this one's gonna be easier. It's a P. And it's like a thingy. And the P was orange. And the background, I already forgot what color. All the things you said, all the things through my head, running through my head. Yeah, I'm gonna add to this. Running through my head, all the. I'll see if I could do this. No. I'm asking for help. No, he was blue. Whatever, I don't have time. How could I screw up a box and a person? Bro, I'm so bad at drawing. Wait. I still have time to make it blue. Damn it. Hey, let's see what you got. Running through my head. Hey, that looks cooler, actually. He's like flying with the boat. Alright, that's actually not bad. You got the boat and the person and the sun. Those are the main stuff here. Oh, Roskilla got the water too. And the boat. The boat might have died along the way, but it still survived. It might have gotten worse, but it survived. Yeah, this was beautiful. I could not emulate that. This is so sad, but I'm sorry, bro. Hey, Autumn pretty much copied it. I put this the wrong way. This looks like a person's face. When I stop instead. Jesus. What is that, Ace? Bro, Rasquelas looks nicer. What is this? What did you do here? Why not use the fill colors? You know you could use colors to fill different areas? Bro, how did I see this as blue when it was brown? Jesus. Autumn, nice. Oh, but he did it the opposite way. So interesting to see. Habitat 2? What does that mean? Is that Minecraft? Is that like a diamond? What's Avatar 2? Is that a game? I love how Roskill is just like box. And I just made it a worse person and a worse. Oh, you use the box tool. I'm so dumb. All right. Let's do animation. That should be well. That should go good. In animation, you animate. It went so fast. Fair. That's the point of knockoffs, though. Fair enough. Did you get your drawing tablet, by the way? All right. Animation for those that don't know. Oh God, here we go. Yeah. No, not yet. Oh, okay. I could wait for you to get it if it'll take like a minute. Let me check. All right, yeah, go check. Gives more time for other people to join too. By the way, you guys could request music if you'd like. And if you're wondering why I'm very tired and stuff, or I look tired, I've been streaming for 6 days straight. So my back is starting to hurt. Actually, I'll be right back too. I gotta put some food upstairs. He's looking for his drawing tablet, Autumn. Here's if you want to guys, if you guys want to put more music. That's how you do it. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back as well. I am back. Oh, the song sounds nice. Yo, the song sounds nice. Who put this? Salvadorian? I like this. Sounds so catchy. If we're a band, you will rate the person we're planning to go to is what? No. If you're a band, you will be banned from my channel and from like 40 other streamers. And that's only if you know, do stuff that's TOS. Damn, he left it like that. Don't trust the PP. I am back. Hello, Oak. Here's the link for anyone who wants to join. You added the Drake song? Oh. Oh, Chimmy added this. Oh, this is the Paramore song, yeah. I went to see Paramore in concert. Song sounds nice. I don't remember their songs at all, though. Alright, Oak, that's the link to join. Dinell, what's up? Oh, he's back, gotta go. Oh. Alright, bye. Bye, Dinell. This song is good, though, right? I like it. Alright. I'll give 10 seconds because everyone else was waiting already. I'll give some time. I'll just explain animation, then we'll get into it. So animation. The first person will draw something that they want everyone else to animate. You could write notes when you draw. When you write notes, the notes won't stay on the picture, but they'll tell the next person like what you want them to do for the animation to look cool. Okay? Can you send the link again? Yeah. That's how animation works for those that don't know. So don't draw your own. The first thing you draw is your own thing that you want to get animated. And then you draw the next ones. You draw trying to animate whatever the previous person, like what would be the next frame, you know? All right, Oak, where are you? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 5, 4. Oh, you're here. Okay, cool. And then D-Now, I guess, left. So we're just gonna press start.
I used half my ping pong points for this lol.
Aw. Why? TTS is fun. A lot of people like using TTS here. Na 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 na. Oh, I know the song. Nice music. I usually don't like rap music that much, but I do like this song. My never, my never, my never, my never, my never, my never. Are you from Salvadoria? Salvadoria. Do you get that a lot, Mr. Sir Salvadoria? Come on, paint. Check out check out the VODs channel. Finding Nemo, I get it. That's good. What if we get a birds? What if we get a bunch of birds? Oh, there we go. Are sevens arrows? Bro, I don't know what to draw. Very nice. Let's do that. Bro, this looks so bad. Usually I make it look better. What's this crap? Alright. Let's do it like this. Getting jiggy with it. That's a Will Smith song? Sheesh. The guy that slaps people? Damn. Damn. But I draw like a freaking 5-year-old, bro. What is this? And the sun looks mad weird, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Let me finish the water. Michelle's husband, Obama. I feel like I never listened to the words to this song before. Oh, look how beautiful that looks. My tablet isn't working. No. Make the cube bounce. Oh. Nice. Easy enough for me. It's probably the best game mode. We don't have... I think we have enough people, actually. No, it's a different color. Shit. There we go. Check out my latest YouTube video. No, don't check it out. Play the game. Is that too much? I don't want to screw this up. I think that's good. Bounce. You have to write notes again, by the way. Wait, I don't actually know. If I don't write anything, will the previous note stay there? I don't think it will. But... Alright, there we go. Boom. That's how you write notes, by the way, guys. It's this notepad on the side here. Pay attention. Come sleeping on the gas when I get the gas brass blasted out. I don't know. Na 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 la la. Freaking out on the interstate. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, 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 wow. Freaking out on the interstate. I masturbate. Bars. Is that Eminem? I like Eminem. Yourself in the music. Everyone knows that song. Let's see what the next thing will be. Oh. Guys, you have to write the notes in the notepad. If you don't, it's not going to be a notepad. And I don't even know what your note is. Sat? What does that mean? Yeah. Like they're all going in. Now we'll do this. Okay, this the portal is good. Na 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 na. Portal is a good idea. Maybe I'll try Portal for next animation. Mine, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Alright. Let's go. There we go. Go yellow. Bring it. Yo, this sounds funky. I love funky music. No, I gotta make his head. Oh, you used the circle tool, didn't you? That's so bad. Gotta get jiggy with it. Oh, this is jiggy with it? This sounds mad good. I don't think I've heard this before. Glance at the kid. Wait, was the hand built underneath or in the... Let me put... Portal. Small. Smaller. Come on, I need time. Let's go. I don't know what that was, but we're gonna do it like that. Hey, you're gonna continue drawing from this. Bruh. What happened here? When I say I just drew boats, I also just drew boats a lot of times. Oh, there's 3 boats in a row. You gotta do SR to request. Yeah, there you go. Yo, this song's mad catchy, bro. What is this picture? Guys, try to draw something. What is this? Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Why is song request not working for you? I think you put an extra space. I don't even know what this is. But we're gonna make it crazier. We're gonna add some blue here. And make it expand, basically. Oh, I screwed up with the colors here. Oops. Make a note to expand. Here, I'll put the song for you, bro. I wish I had time in my life to play some games with you. I wish you had time in your life to play some games with me too, bro. One day we will. Maybe. Oh, Daft Punk, nice. Yeah, that's also a very funky song. I like that song. Getting jiggy with it. Yeah, I got you, bro. Getting jiggy with it. Yo, I got bars, but I don't live in cars. Getting jiggy with it. It's a 6 day streaming it. I don't know what I'm saying. I like that. I like these 2 songs a lot. I learned a lot of good songs from you guys. Is my song next? These are the songs orders. Up next is your song, Autumn. Yes. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Yeah, but. Oh yeah, if you want to look at the song queue, I think you have to sign in because it's dumb, but it's there. Let's sign into Stream Elements, I think, unfortunately. And continue. Foot down, normal ball flies. Oh, nice. See, this is good instructions. I know what to do here. I like the portal idea. I think we could do cool stuff with portals. Ooh, this sounds mad chill. I like all this music so far. Did you use straight lines? That shit was hard to draw. You used straight lines, didn't you? Wait, let me do that. I didn't have time. That's it. It's okay, bro. As long as you try and you put real effort in to get better, it's all good. I just copied the one before me. Bruh. Yeah, no, you want to make it change slightly, you know? That's the point of it, but you want to try to do that in the future. All right. Foot goes down. Ball goes forward. All right, that's good. Let's go. I mean with the straight lines. Oh, that's good. Straight lines are good. Oh. Driving home on the telephone. What even is this art I got? I know, right? One of them just has squiggly lines everywhere. Is that the one you meant? It's okay. You could still make it animate pretty cool. If you make it go out, you know? He's doing yoga. Don't write it in... Bruh. It looks like he's in a boat, bro. I don't think he's doing yoga. Oh, he's doing yoga on the boat, yeah? Yeah. Usually we get really good drawings. Today is not that day. Oh, I should have moved the boat. Shit, that was dumb. But I don't even know if the boat is moving. If he's just doing yoga. You know what? Nah, the boat must be moving. It's probably the last. This is the last drawing, so. Fear is just over. There we go. Love is what you deserve. Push it. Hey, salt and pepper, baby. Salt and pepper. Good music. Wow, 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 wow. I'll be honest, someone wasn't giving it 100%. Yeah. One or two people. Guys, if you're gonna write notes, you have to use this button. Don't write it in red. If you write it in red, then it stays there. If you write it as a note, then it just shows the next person, but it doesn't stay there, okay? So next game, if I see that again, that person is getting kicked out. Or if anyone from this group does it. Come on, guys. Like, let's play. Are you guys trying? Like, watch, some of you guys made some beautiful art pieces that get ruined. Nah, you wouldn't get banned from that. Well, if you did it this time and you heard what I said and then you do it next time, yeah, I might kick you out, especially if I don't know you that well. Are you trying to get banned, Autumn? Yo, pump it. Nice. You're trying to bed the bad person. Huh? Yeah, he's trying to look for the bad person. Alright, what did I draw? Look how beautifully filled in that is. That took me a while. Hey, that's good. Cloud covers sun. Oh, that's good, bro. You copied it like almost 1-for-1. That was beast. Nice. Oh, this actually... Oh, the boat is sinking. Ace, come on. That's okay, though. That's okay. Salvadorian, what the hell is going on? I was like, this actually looks promising. Boom, 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 boom. And then it just got ruined. It actually looks okay. The castle, I don't think castle was a good idea, Ace. Or maybe it was, but we didn't have enough people to continue it. Right? So if it turned into a castle, that would have been cool. But we only had, you have to look at how many people are left. There was only one person left. So Salvador, well, I see what you guys are doing. It's okay. I think I did really good. I think you copied it really, really well, yeah. I went simple for my first animation. Same. You told me to make a castle. That's true, that's true. That's true. The only thing is like, I don't know, you should have made a small castle like this next time. You know what I mean? Because like, because you were the last person. Like, we have to pay attention to who the last person is and stuff. Of course you could join. Here you go. That was the wrong link. Make the cube bounce. Why are the lines there? Well, it's not bouncing. What the hell? It might look, guys. Oh my god. How hard is it to understand? When you write a note in red, you don't want to write notes like this. It's going to show up in the drawing. You want to use the notepad, okay? It looks okay. I thought it was 2 cubes. This was the problem with this. You see how I put bounce? Salvadoran, you should have made it bounce. I don't know why I put lines. And you should have made a note to bounce it. The face is kind of funny though. Sorry if I seem a little mad. I'm just really tired, guys. Alright, I found the link for Gardic. Welcome to Miami. Alright. I saved them all and I put them on Discord, by the way. If you want to check them out later, you could go on the Discord. There's a lot of ships. Ships are cool, though. Rock the boat. Different color, but okay. Still good, still good. Rocking boat. Nice. Nice. Stand on boat. Okay. Okay. Okay, but next time use the note. Okay, you see how this is a different color? It's because they use the note. I think. Don't just write it. You see, it shows when you write it, but it doesn't show if you. This kind of looks good though. Aside from the writing, this looks good. I've also been saving and posting them. Yes. Actually, well, it's too late now. But what does Gardic have as now? I don't know. To make more money. It's okay, no need to explain it. Nah, I gotta explain it. Somersault. Why didn't you make a somersault? Oh, that's... You thought they were saying summer and salt, right? No, somersault is a backwards flip. But you put salt and you wrote sat. And then you put a portal. Okay. I was like, okay, portal and smaller. You see my notes here? I literally used the notes in the game. Okay. All right. The ending is actually pretty sweet here. I'm not gonna lie. The ending is good. I don't know what the hell the rest of it. Over and over and over and over and over and over. I'm sorry. Nice. Nice. You're giving direction. Kick the ball forward. Nice. This one I think went somewhere. Jadeb Jamari. Jesus. You and Nathan know how to lurk. Foot down, normal ball flies. Down, flies. Let's see. Why do you love that? That actually doesn't look bad. That actually looks decent. But you see how the red was showing here? You gotta use the notes shit. Wait, what button is it to make notes? I'll show you when we go in the game. Don't start drawing, and I'll show you guys it, okay? All night. Vote to ban Ace. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Probably crash. I don't know. Why would you draw it on the other side? It's animated. Honestly, Ace, you did a good job here. You literally were drawing what Salvadoran was drawing. Trees actually looked interesting, but it kind of got distorted. No, you ruined... Rasquilla, you ruined it this time. You ruined it. You actually ruined it, but it's okay. That's funny. I forgot to fill the rest of my screen because I'm on mobile. No worries, no worries. No, I'm not banning anyone. I'm gonna lurk. Okay, go do Legos. Am I too nice? I feel like we have so many kids in chat. It was blue and yellow. Oh. Vote to ban Rasguila. There's nothing to ruin. There was a ruined picture to ruin, which you ruined, but it's okay. I stand by my thoughts. Alright. Oh, you already posted them. Oh, shit. Good shit, bro. Thank you, Oak. Damn. Welcome, Bien Asta. I told you. Yeah. I need to delete them from mine then. There we go. Alright, let's do icebreaker. Or compliment. Alright, we could do compliment. How will we know who ruins and draws bad stuff if you don't make people sign in with Twitch? Because we do know. I know all the usernames. When there's someone with a random username, I almost always ask them in chat to tell me who they are. I want to see someone chat before coming in. So we're fine, bro. We'll do compliment. Score is kind of dumb. Bro, I've been doing that, Dino. Like right now, there's no one new in here. I really like compliment. Compliment is cool. You could just draw squiggly lines and then people can make shit out of it. Wake up! Wake up, Ping! Why am I so tired? Ooh, I feel like we've had this before, but... Boom. Usually the random squigglies are nice to make stuff out of. This game mode is probably the best game mode they have. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Yo, you're schmo with a flow, bro. Animation used to be one of my favorite modes. I think compliment is like mad good. Push it. Push it real good. Push. Push it. Push it real good. Ayo. Let's add some more detail. Oh, I could just do this. I don't know why I didn't do that. Then we got this on. Push it real good. Okay. My grandpa came, so I'm gonna go say hi to my grandpa, guys. And I'll be right back. I'll be fast. I promise. Alright, I'm back. Your game crashed? No. That sucks. This could be good. Your game crashed, bro. Pump it. Pump it. Oh, that actually looked cool. What the hell? Pump it. You can just... Oh, you can log back in? Wait, you can? Oh, there you go. I didn't know you could do that. Na, 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 na. I like how I did the eyebrows. Accidentally. Oh, what if we do this? This looks cool. Wow, eyebrows add so much expression to a face. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Radio. We got some ears in there. No, yeah, we got some ears. Wait, what if we do the ears like that? Nah, that's good. It's like a dad looking at its baby. Oh my god, what did you do, baby? Welcome back in, bro. Alright, nice. This looks like Among Us Sasibaka. I see a person here, but I also see an apple or something that's like eaten. Or I see a person. This kind of looks funny. And then what if I erase this? What if I do that? Oh, I can't erase it. Oh. Hey, what's up, Rosie? We're playing some Gartic. Welcome back. Gonna play some ping pong later as well. Use white, cover it. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Thank you. Oh, we gotta do that. What book did you read? There we go. There we go. This looks kind of funny. This is what I see in my nightmares, this red object. Alright, now I gotta go like this. Now we gotta show like there's a bunch of people waiting here to get eaten. They're getting thrown to him to get eaten. Or her. That's so dumb. Gene Therapy and the Boy Who Saved It. It's so long, but I have to read 10 chapters and make small paragraphs about each one. Damn. For school, yeah? The Forever Fix. Gene Therapy and the Boy Who Saved It. That sounds interesting, though. Sounds actually mad cool. The book is sort of interesting, yeah. Sounds interesting. Ooh, portals. What is this song? I want to try to draw someone like getting sucked into it. We're going to do something like that. And he's trying to... There we go. All right, and then we gotta add. See, it's subtle things, but if you delete. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. What is this song? Why is this song so bad? Is this how the song is supposed to be? No offense. But this song sounds. Why is it so like. The background sounds nice, but. I'm so mean today. Wait, is it gray? Okay, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Autumn Woman. I think you left anyway. I could barely hear that. Is that Mason? The numbers, what do they mean? Most patients talked about were actually children. Hey, stop putting that shit. It's a stupid song. I don't feel like hearing it over and over. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. This looks like someone's pushing him in. It's kind of funny. We'll make the background yellow. Nah, we don't need to make any. Okay, let's go. Most patients talked about were actually. Oh, damn. That's crazy. AP Biology, nice. AP Biology, very nice. Now my PC crashed. Jesus, you really need a new computer. That sucks. This could be a road. This could be a tree. This could be some person grabbing something. Tree. Nice. Tree is nice. Ice. Ice road. Oh, road. Oh, this is a sexy road with the mountains. I really like this one. Nice. This looks like Lugia with a crazy mouth. This one is terrible. I don't know what you were doing, Ace. It's a river? Oh, it looked really cool though. I hope Oak is saving them all. Okay, okay. This is like 2 portals it's going between. Mine is kind of I'll be honest. Not that good. My bad, Dinell. It was a river. Conjoined twins. I like that one, Tree. That's really good. Okay. Kind of looks cool. Abstract art. I like mine that I did with this. This is kind of a cool idea. Nice, Tree. I like this one. It's like a sideways swimming pool. A rocket ship. Holy shit. I didn't even see that. That's sick. I don't even know what this is, but it looks cool. I like mine. I actually like mine here. It's like he's getting kicked into the portal. Do you get mine? Oh, it's your favorite game. Outworld. Is it that? Mine, ew, is coming out of a portal. Tree, nice. What is this? This looks cool, but is it something? It's the viewers? Oh! I should have waited for you to say, my bad. I could look at it again. This is an olive? Oh. This is like a fire, yeah? I like mine here, to be honest. Whoa, I like Rascula's the most. It's like a Hollow Knight character. Mine is kind of funny, though. It's a green olive. Oh. I don't eat olives. This was cool, Dino. Like mountain range. Mine is eh. The person is pretty shit. Yo, I like that. This looks like a Fall Guys character or something. Well, this looks like KKK, but... Oh, it's like a monster. Looks scary. A cave? Okay. I'm tired. Ruffle. Rufflegator? That's a streamer. Alright. One more round of something. Let's do score. You keep asking for score. So let's do score. One more round for me also. I'm getting kind of tired of it. I'm not getting tired of it. I am so tired. I don't know why. Well, last night I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up. I don't know why. I want to do what you guys send me shit again, and like we spin the wheel because we have the wheel. And then I'll play ping pong with my dad. I know the song. And then well, we'll see. Sorry. I'll have to write something. Okay. Lame ping. I passed out before you made the whale. How did that go? It was really fun. It was funny to Dinell and Timmy, so it was good content, I think. But I was just trying to draw it, and I didn't realize like so many things. I don't know why. Ooh, I feel like I could make this one look cool. All right. Heaven will look beautiful. Hell will look like red. Now we got... I wish I could actually draw. What's up, gamer? Ping is so dumb. Check the mod. Check the mod? What does that mean? I don't know how to draw animals, bro. Is this a dog? All right, that it's I don't know how to draw this. All right, let me make this better. Oh, check the VOD. Oh yeah, will do. Wait, let me upload the VODs to YouTube so you can check them there so I get more views on YouTube. I'm just joking. Joking, but also kind of not really. All right, I'm gonna download them for VODs. Some of them were like 14 hours long. That's the problem. So that's why I haven't uploaded all of them. But I should have uploaded the other ones. All right, let me go. All right, the 13-hour one, I'll skip. I'll do the next one. 11 hours. Then it's 12 and a half hours because I'm done. Then it's 6 hours. So I could download those two. I would have complied. Oh, Nah, but I don't want to. Yeah, wait for the YouTube video. VODs on YouTube are better. You're not going to get as many ads. I don't know about you guys, but on Twitch... Actually, no, you won't get ads because you're subbed to me, so maybe watch it on Twitch, yeah. On Twitch, VODs are a bit more annoying. Ooh, this sounds catchy. I love the funk. Oh, it's Abhi the Nomad. No wonder I like it. Feel alive. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good luck. Here it is. I'm gonna add that to my Spotify real quick. Steve, love Steve Lacy, bro. Man eats man. Something I would write. Yo, chicka 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 chicka. Yo. And an old. Ooh. 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 This sounds so catchy, bro. This looks so dumb. Man eats man. Wait, why is his mouth here actually? That doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, make it look like this. We go like that. Alright, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Yo, 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 bro. So, do, low, crow, bars. Oh, you're putting more AP, yeah? What's up, 742? Ba-dum. Looks like a vacuum. Oh. How do you draw an open map? Oh, I should have drawn it like a circle, right? Hello, 742. How are you? I'm definitely not tired from streaming for 5-6 days. I might pause. I like their music, bro. It's so catchy. Why? Ooh, this is detailed. One-eyed man. Witnesses. I don't know what it is, but it's detailed. This is ice cube melting from thunderstorm. I have no idea. Ping doing his runs. What? This is me doing my what? Mario speedrunning? Yo, random. What's up? How you doing? Top looks like IKEA. Oh, it kind of does actually. That one looks weird. Half of them probably look weird. Naruto run. You ever seen Naruto run? Ping, ping-a-ling, ping-a-ling-a-ding-dong, ping, 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 sleeping funnily. Oh, that's good. Why you make me look like a clown, bro? Because I look like a clown when I sleep. Ping pong sleeping. You just listen to stream and then you know what it is. Nice. You did the red and blue. Ping sleeps on stream. Nice. This was gonna be the last one, but because you want to join, sure, you could join. We'll play more. Because clowns are funny. Aw, you think I'm funny? Aw. Wait, where's that button? Aw. Shark eating a barbecue grill. What the hell, bro? People staring at Ice King under a blimp. Oh, I see that. But that's not an Ice King. That's an ice cube. You said your own was fun. Yeah, we got funny level to 19. Not that 19 is a special number, but eating every human in sight. Ooh, that looks good. That looks good. Man eats men. That's how you. That's a good way to show eating. That's a good way to show eating. Man's head turns into black hole. It does look like that. Cat with wings flying. Ooh, that's. Ooh, that was good. Whoever. Do you know? I saw that. Well, I wrote cat flying or something. Flying cat. You didn't save that second one? Oh, I thought you've been saving them all, so I stopped saving. My bad. Oh, you got points. Because these are similar drawings. Flying pussy. You're not wrong, and you got points for it. That's funny too. Dog in heaven or hell. 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 Salamander. The good and the bad dog. Yeah, okay. What the hell, bro? I like the halos to make it good and bad, though. Brown B with the yellow halo and B with the red halo. I mean, that's not wrong, but... Rasquilla and Ace are tied. Oh, wait, you could keep going? Oh. I thought it ends there. You could end it whenever you want, probably. Alright, let's keep going. This will be the last one. Hello. We are playing Gardic. I am very tired, Asta, but somehow still going okay. Oh, this is Steve Lacy. After this song, I'll put my own music. Ooh, this would be cool. Maybe that's where we'll go. Bro, it looks so much better in my head. It's so sad. Looks like a hut or something. What is this? Link. Link. Linkity link. Linkity link. Here's the link. Bink. Blink. With the sink. I got a drink. Water for the water. I don't know. This is the Eiffel Tower. And this is me. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I don't know. Thank you, you're welcome, bro. I got the Discord ready if you want me to send pics of my cats. Hell yeah, send pics. Let's see it. Go for it. Hey. Wait, what? Oh, that's how that goes? Interesting. Looks like Pink Pot going up a stairs of a ladder. Oh. Doesn't it look like this? Oh, no, because I forgot this. I forgot one part. Wait. There we go. Now it makes sense. I said the rest, but the lag was too long for me to save the second one. Oh, my bad. Looks like... Oh. Oh. Yo. Bro. Yo. Yo, bro, with the dough schmo, with a crow dolo, with a bro so tro. I want to spin the wheel. I want to laugh. I want you guys to send stuff that's funny. After Gardic, I'm gonna do you laugh, you lose. All right, so you guys can send stuff, and I'll laugh. And if I laugh, I lose, and I spin a wheel. So we did it last night, but yeah. I love the guitar here. It is a nice sounding guitar. All right, I'm gonna pause the music for a second. Sorry, I want to put my own music a little bit on Spotify. I'm actually not sorry because I didn't do that at all. What was the song that I really liked the other day? I think it was this one. Ooh. I don't know I don't know SpongeBob enough to know the name of the place. Krusty Krab. Damn it! I read that after I pressed enter. Thank you though. Was this the song? I don't think this was the song. We can't hear the songs from Spotify, but a good choice. Bro, why does it always do this shit? Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I'll just leave. That wasn't the song I was thinking of anyway, so. Alright, I'm actually gonna try to draw here, Rosie and everyone. Not that I haven't been before, but alright, then I got 1, 2. There we go. Let's go. This is starting to look like something. Alright, now we just color everything. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Rasquilla, did your PC fix, by the way? We just go boop. Go boop. Boom. Beautiful. Oh, I'll even add more. Which I probably shouldn't, but makes it look better. Actually, it still looks kind of shitty. I can't send the pics to you. I need your permission to chat with you on Discord. You have to read the stuff in the welcome, bro. No one reads it. No one reads it. Look, when you go to the welcome, there's all this shit for a reason. You gotta read and click buttons. I'm sorry. People don't like it. Chances. I'm gonna get Starbucks here in a little bit. All right, cool. See you soon, Nasta. Asta pasta. Oh, nice. This was Janelle. Here is watching semen come out of yellow moon. Oh yeah, Rosie. Anytime, you know, Rosie, from now on, anytime I hear Starbucks, I think I'm gonna start thinking of you, cause like, yeah, you're Chad's personal barista. Exactly. Yepers, welcome back, Roscoila. Nice that you fixed it. Sorry, I try to check on Discord notifications from time to time, but yeah. Oh, I don't know SpongeBob, but I think I know who Patrick is. Is this guy? It looks like a KKK. Like, I don't know how to draw. Oh, he's like that, right? And he has like green pants, right? Jesus. Oh my god. He looks something like this, right? It's and then bread. Patrick is a star. Yeah. I drew a star, kind of. No? Boom. Beast drawing. Well, it looks kind of like one. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to draw this one. Yeah, what does it say, Oak? You could tell us what it says. Oh, I might have written it. Did it say semen? I'm sorry. You could draw it. I'm gonna get myself banned. I didn't realize other people see it and then draw. Yeah, that's my bad. You could draw it. It's okay. I don't think that's TOS. This song is mad good. This is part of my backup playlist. I'm sorry, 742. I don't know. That's what I saw, bro. I don't know. Yo. I don't know I don't remember the words to this song though. The song's so good though. You've heard this so many times. Does it get annoying? Or you still like it? So many times. I still like it. Sorry, bro. Sorry, Ruskula. Beautiful emotes, though. That I have now, too. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, my God. I'm subscribed to so many people right now. Let's go. Now, let's calling, I'm calling. Night times like you like it? Nice. It's a sign to add it to your Spotify playlist. I should have it on Spotify. If I put it on my own playlist. Yeah, actually. Oh, do I not have it? Lights. Yeah, I have it. But I'm gonna add it to my best playlist. This is my third best playlist. Beaver hiding in Ping's bed. Watching Ping Pong sleep on stream. Yo, that's actually super good, Random. That looks so cool. That looks so cool. Sleepy Ping. I love how this looks. This also looks really cool. Yo. And you got my thing, the red color. Yeah, that was cool, bro. Frog and a lily pad. Nice. The frog was a bit, but nice. Frog near a lily pad. Damn, we're getting points for this. Yeah, I got a plus for this too. Let's go. Frog near a lily pad. Okay, you probably heard it. Yo, Random, you're an actual artist. Have I forgotten this? You've played with us before. I'm sure of it. I must have forgotten, bro. That looks mad nice.
Wow.
Wow, indeed, right? Yo, kinky starfish, whip, whip, moan. Patrick gets a football thrown into his nuts. You know that it does look like a football. Oh, so I did draw him right. Not my nuts. Patrick with bread. How is this not Patrick with bread? I should get a point for that. Random is cracked. Krusty Krab. Oh, this looks mad good. I would have put Krusty Krab if I knew. I never really watched SpongeBob. Don't skip. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Really? They gave you points for this as SpongeBob? But not this? That's funny. I'm waiting for you this time, Oak. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Good. All right, bro. I was trying to draw the Eiffel Tower, but it looks really bad. Hello back, girl. Okay, hello back, girl. Mine's got points. How, right? Even you're like, what? Pink goes up a ladder. What? I got points. Pink trying to climb a ladder. Oh, this is all great. I love how you don't get points for this one. It's pretty much what I drew before. Ha, that's what you get for looking at stream and cheating. Pink meets on the moon. An alien. Pink meets an alien on the moon, yeah? Ooh, that's good. If you did red and blue hair, it would be perfect, but... Humans and aliens taking on the cheese moon. Oh, that's why you drew that. Oh, that's a human and that's an alien. Viewers watching semen come out of a yellow moon. My bad. Yeah. Is that TOS? I don't know. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Wow.
0. Why would you write that? Because that's what I saw, bro. I don't think that's... Is that TOS? If that's TOS, ban me. I'm sorry. I honestly didn't... I don't know. You're your worst enemy? I am. I'm in second. 742 just joined too. Alright, go do dishes, bro. Enjoy. Thanks for jumping in, Rosquilla. I'm so tired. Bye, Mr. Ross. I'm gonna drink alcohol on another stream outside of the subathon, or tomorrow if it goes that long, because I'm dead. Alright, 742 waited. So we gotta play one more, okay? We'll play one more, then you do you laugh, you lose. Thanks for the hydrate. We should do animation again? Yeah, maybe. What do you guys want to do? We've done normal, knockoff, animation, icebreaker, score, compliment. Or no, maybe we didn't do icebreaker. Background's like animation, which is cool. Compliment. Because compliment didn't play one yet, and I like compliment, let's do compliment. Is that okay with everyone? But good suggestions all around. My bad. Okay, alright, let's do it. Compliment is fun. You just write a couple of lines and it should be good. Yep. Hopefully Dinel's like, yep. And I just assumed he said yes and I pressed start. We've done it, but okay. We have. Sorry. I like it quite a bit. I think it's my favorite too, that's why. Because this is the type of stuff I used to do as a kid. I used to just squiggle stuff and then connect it and, you know. Yo, bro, so a dope. Yo, bro, crow, do, shapo, bato, karo, katesisto. What am I saying? You to ride with me. Oh, I was gonna draw something different originally, but you know what? I have a better idea now. Yo, 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 yo. It's like snow sledding or something. Yo, Timmy, did you just wake up? How you doing, bro? I'm mad tired, bro. I don't know why. Like, well, I mean, maybe because I've been streaming for a lot, but I don't know. There we go. Let's go. Oh, that looks good. That looks better. Okay, cool. Yep, my dog needs to go to the vet. Oh shit, is your dog okay? I kind of like this one. This one's cool. What if I've learned to add lines to show speed? They're all looking at him. Maybe if I make the white a little more like this. Maybe. Yo, do you miss her? Do you know? There we go. That looks good. That looks good. It looks like they're getting stuck in the snow though. I like that. Let's draw. No. Yes, I got a cloud in there. Let's go. Yo, bro, crow, do, low, tro. Okay, bro. Yo, Timmy. Yo, stream elements. Yo, bro, so crow, joe, crow. He's like a fighter. He has a luchadora, like Jimmy was mentioning. Well, kind of. I don't know. Oh yeah, isn't it those colors usually? This guy's like, no, he doesn't want to fight. This is funny. Jesus, okay. Wait. That's what this looks like. Why does he have a gray head? And then he's saying with his hands to come over. He's saying, come, come. It's very subtle, but he's saying to come. Hey! Hey, yo, bro, crow, so dope in the lope. Antelope with a rope in the crope of a soap. Hey, try to put it in the pets Discord next time. But okay, you have the roles. Good. You can call me CJ for short. Oh, okay, CJ. CJ. I'm 15 years old, a young lady. I'm very mature for my age. I don't swear. I love cats. I'll send you 2 pictures. Gotcha. I'll send you my 2 cat pictures here, too. Aw. That's actually very cute. Which one is, what's it called? Damn it. No. I forgot their names. CJ, I forgot their names. When he said come, come, and then drew white lines, my mind went to a place. Of course it did. Oh my god. Jamanda, you would get me banned if you played this. Which would be awesome. So you should play if you want. Yeah, we're mature, but we're immature sometimes too, CJ. As you could probably tell already. And yeah, your cats are actually really cute. I usually don't like cats that much. There's a reason I don't play. This is a Christian channel. Sometimes. This, wait. I gotta remember the cat name. I remember it was one of them had a really cool name. CJ. CJ is a cool nickname too. No, I don't like cats. I generally don't like cats, but it's Jamanda's fault, but you know, it's fine. It's actually not. I'm just saying that. Ah, the black girl. It's actually hard. I have 4 cats. Jesus. Everyone in chat has a cat, bars. So many people have cats. This my shit. Ooh, this my shit. This is solar panels. You seem very mature though, CJ. Which is cool. What could this be? What can I make this? This looks so bad. I didn't do nothing to you with cats. I want a cat so bad, but my dad is allergic. Good. Bro, he's probably lying and he just doesn't like cats. In which case I understand. I was just joking. One is really mean to most people though. That's why I don't like cats. But I'm not gonna lie, CJ's cats look really cute. CJ's cats look really, really cute. Usually I don't think cats look cute. Neko is best. Look at that, guys. That's mad cute. They look young. Are they very young? Welcome. Sorry you're back. Wow, you're sorry that you're back. Damn, that's messed up. It was our fault. We took her from her mom too early. Oh. Welcome back. How's your dog doing, bro? You playing Mario Kart today too? Hey, what's up, Pulse? I wouldn't be opposed, I guess. Thanks for the lurk, Squilla. I feel like Dinell always does this. Alright, I gotta make something interesting with this. There we go. This match. That ain't me. Oh, my bad. Did the lurk just go through? Yeah, the lurk went through. It says lurk. If you want it with audio, you could channel point redemption it, and the lurk will go through with audio, saying thank you for the lurk or something. I forgot. Wait, I have a better idea here. You're done with the dishes already? Jesus. She had an allergic reaction to something. We don't know what it was, so we have to get some shit for it. Oh. It's like bumps on her snout. That sucks. It's good you went to the vet quickly though. Stuff like that sounds like it could be dangerous, you know? We also gave Caspi a bunch of stuff. Thanks for following Guesty Boy Cool. You're a cool Guesty boy. I don't know. Take a chance at advantage. Yo, I walk away. I ain't playing. I don't know. I don't know what that is either. Alright. So at the end of the month, I got like 2,000 in equity, so I'm going to use that and try to get another 2 grand saved up so I can get a new PC. Bro, you could get a really good PC for like... You could build a really good PC for like $1,000, $2,000. You don't need $4,000 for a PC. I mean, you do you, bro, but that seems crazy to me. Advantage. Yeah, you don't need to. I'm not skimping this time. You don't even need to skimp. Like, $4,000 for a PC, bro? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I don't know. Party hat. What the hell did I just draw? This is cursed. Cheap motherboard or a used one? My current PC is about 1,200 when I built it. Maybe you built it bad. Oh, shots fired. Sorry. Damn, this guy looks ugly. They're together. They're dancing on the dance floor. Wait. Oh my god, that looks so good. That floor looks so good. We'll press some dots here. This looks good. This is actually pretty original for me. And then we'll put a straight line here. 3060s are like 600. Yeah, it went down in price for all that stuff. Last I checked. That's crazy. Disco ball has a bunch of dots, right? Someone put some disco on. No. This song's getting a little annoying, but I've had it for like 4 years before shit started going downhill with it. That makes sense then. Shouldn't a PC last more than 4 years if you spend thousands of dollars on it? That does not make sense to me. We spent thousands on phones and we use it a lot too, but no, we spend like 1,000 and people go crazy for that. But this lasts, what, 3? I've had my phone for like 4 years, I think, and it's still really good. Yo, Jimmy. Disco music. I got you, bro. I was thinking of doing that, to be honest. Hey. I'd probably make the actual PC for 2,500, and then I'm gonna use the rest for set props. I can't sing. I'll probably make the actual, and then I'm gonna use the rest for set props. Oh, okay. That makes more sense to me. I mean, you do you, bro. Don't let me stop you, but I use my PC every day. Yeah, me too. I think I did a good job. Let's see. Subathon's going good. I get energy when people come in. I got energy seeing your name in there, Jimmy. Let's go. How you doing, Jimmy? How's the recording going, or the video recording for your short film? Subathon's going well. I'm just really tired today, but I'm trying to keep the energy up. You know. Y'all do some creative ass stuff. Sam, what's up? How you doing? If you guys want to play, the link is... Does someone have the link? Mods, do you have... Oh, I have the link. I'm a god. I'm the best mod. Or like different mic, lights. Yeah, that makes sense. That's awesome. We're gonna have a crazy setup. I got Nintendo Online now. Nice! We play with other streamers too, Mario Kart. You'll see, Pulse. It's a good... Like, your boy Jimmy, you should follow him. He's in chat right now. He plays a lot of Mario Kart. And Nintendo games. We play from time to time. Probably a different webcam. Nice. We all saw cats. Pog Sam. Mine is supposed to be some weird cat drawing in a museum. And it's going good. We'll be busy tonight just resting until then. Nice. So the editing went well. Oh, you see? You see? The shout out has him playing Mario Kart. It's not working though. The audio's not working. So he was just going... I think everything's breaking. My OBS is like, what are you doing? All right, let's look at this. Dinell, that looks beast. That actually looks so cool to me. You even have like the shading here. Hey, Jimmy Poo. Hello there to you as well. No, that was when his was broken. Oh, I thought my one was broken. That's funny. That's actually, that's even funnier. Tree, not bad. Cat is being dragged away. I love how it's like this. I really like these so far. Yo, 742. That looks sick. Random, yours looks mad cool too. Guys, everyone here is drawing mad nice cats. And Ace just has a mind of his own. Yeah, Rasquila, when you come back to streaming, you gotta know some of the streamers I know that you don't know. They're pretty cool. Like Jimmy, he's mad chill. Except in Minecraft, he just always kills me and stuff, but you know, it's fine. Wow. Ace goes against the flow. Yeah, he's built different. Wow. It was wow what you drew. I liked yours the most probably, but they were all cool. Yo, you drew a snack. Pretty original. Dinell went with the mountains. I didn't want to do the mountains again. Your clouds are really good. You've learned how to do clouds. Random. These mountains actually look really cool to me. I don't know why. Mine actually looks like shit. And you love boats.
Calls you suck at Minecraft, lol.
I do suck at Minecraft. Wow. Ace is too powerful for us. How does this game work? You basically draw. And there's a bunch of different game modes. For this game mode, you just draw random lines, and then everyone has to make something from those lines. And here's the link if you want to join in. It's pretty fun. Yeah, random. It was cool. Ace is on the third dimension. I don't know what this has to do with these lines, but it's me, so I like it. This is sick. A parachute. Ah, I like this. I have no idea what I did. Let's just ignore mine. Ace, you just drew a circle. Okay. Hey, Dinell with the roads. Honestly, it looks like no one really knew what to do here. Except 742, bro. What should I call you? 742? This looks sick. I love this game mode too. You're watching in bed. Let's go. Oh, you know, actually do the Shrek cart. You should do Shrek cart. It's lazy. Oh, the sketch was lazy, or what you drew was lazy? What you drew, I felt like was the best from everyone. Like trying to use the lines. I think mine was mad good here, right? Look at that. Hey, this is sick. This is kind of funny. You see, you use the lines to your advantage here, Ace. Ooh, heart balloons. Ooh, punching bags. This one was good, actually. Dinell, nice. 7 is an L. 4 is an L, A. And 2 is a Z. Laz. His name means lazy. Oh, I'm dumb. Lazy. My bad, bro. I'm dumb. Nice song choice. Thanks. Baby. Well, we just put, Jimmy put it, what's it called? Best, disco music, because I drew a disco. So, yeah. I know, I got your name right, lazy. I'm gonna feel lazy every time I say your name, though. Just gonna be like, oh. But it's fine. I gotta figure out that out random and try it once you get back from my stream back. Once I get back from my stream back. Once I get back from my stream back. Thank you for the applause. Yeah, I want to see Shrek card for sure. All right, we got lazy. Thanks for the applause. That shit is so loud in my ears. We got lazy. Okay. Someone's getting banned. But it won't be you, because I'm a nice person. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I need to get a stream deck also. Yeah, stream deck is, like, expensive, like $200 or something. You know what I'm going to do right now? You know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to go to channel point redemptions. All right, this is how these things happen. I'm going to go to applause. See, you see, the cooldown is 10 seconds. I'm going to make that a 30-second cooldown. Boom. Please don't spam it every 30 seconds. Please don't do that. Anyway, because then I'll make it longer or I'll delete you. Why'd you delete his sorry? Don't be sorry? Oh, yeah, I deserve it. Okay, don't be sorry, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so close. That's what she said. And that's what he said.
Monkey do good. Monkey
I don't know if you're going to be first. That's what I thought. Yeah. I'm sorry. Will Jamari get mod if they take first? No, that's not how it works. Then we would have a lot of mods. Not really. Doctor and Nathan usually take first. So I'll be really surprised. She will get an announcement on the Discord, and she will be forever etched on the subreddit. Follow the subreddit, !Reddit. It'll eventually be used once we're bigger. But, you know. I don't know how to look at this stuff. How do I look at my oh here, Pong Reddit. Yo, bro, Hall of Fame, you see? Doctor, Nathan, Shisho. I forgot Shisho got first. Doctor, Dinell in second. Doctor, Dinell in second. So this is the Hall of Fame. We have a Hall of Fame since November of 2020. This is when Diego used to be here a lot. Sleepy, Arse Blaster, you know? And Martin, and Heardot, and Pigeon. But anyway. BK, what's up? No, me. What's up, BK? I missed you too. You were talked about last night, yeah. I miss you all more. Wonder Pets, yeesh. Wonder Pets. I'll on my way to the top of the list. That's a hard thing to do, but okay. I'm always second. You're usually pretty close to second, yeah.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Everyone's checking their watch time now. If BK watches 5 hours, they get top 10. Shoot. Damn, only 2 hours. Tears. It's okay, bro. Okay, Ace, you drew a sun. Look at this, bro. This looks sexy, bro. This is what made Amanda look. Cause she was like, "Come, what?" And she saw white stuff. Next, okay. Ooh, this looks like something fall. This actually looks pretty cool. Music, nice. I think Dinell's might be best. No, or mine. I think maybe mine is. I don't know. And I just found like last week. True, you're pretty new, Oak. What? Bro, you changed the color so much and made an effect. That was sick. You said come and drew white lines. Yeah, I know. I'm hungry and should get food, but nah. That's right. Don't get food. You just wash dishes. You don't want to wash more dishes. Ace also has been around pretty short amount of time. All right. What the hell? That's a cursed ass bird, but pretty nice. Dina loves drawing this circles. Is that me as a caterpillar? Kind of hot. Reggae vibe. Let's go. That are reggae colors the colors of the Jamaican flag? No, they're not. I'm dumb. I don't even know where reggae originated from. I love how you guys thought of bird, like animal. I don't even know how you got reggae from this. And I just got a party house on a disco. Lazy one is dope. Yeah. I've been around before the virus. Lol, Jamara, do you always have caps lock on? No, she's just very excited. But yeah, it does seem like that, right? Lazy one. Well, maybe she does actually. That's a good point, Jimmy. I remember when Ping was just a young bad. His mama still comes by every now and then. Yeah, it's been a while. I was thinking about dragging these balls. Just noticed. I noticed them and it makes me feel better about myself. It's like, Lamau, all caps. I'm like, I made her really laugh. But I don't know if it's true, you know? Mine really just said seizure. Huh? Funny clips? Nah, I think people want to keep playing this. Let's... Mods, can you put a poll? Or I could put it if you can't, you know. Gardic or watching funny vids and we spin a wheel? No, but I always have your mom on my phone. On my phone, right? That's the... I'm not puss. At least she's getting some action, Jamari. Thank you, random. Ask doctor. I literally laugh out loud when I go ha ha ha. Let's go. That means I'm funny. My bird, nice. That was my last game, so make sure to remember to save them again. Okay, ok. Let's put a poll. I'll put a poll. Hello there. Hello there. Thank you for shopping at Walmart. Oh my god, I never get a thank you email from Walmart. Thank you, Oil. Oh, you put the poll. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Oh, you put more stuff. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Mario Kart, Gardic, or Spin the Wheel? Spin the Wheel means you guys send videos, and if I laugh, I have to spin the wheel and do exercise and twerk, take a shot of alcohol, stuff like that. More garlic phone. Why did people call it garlic phone? Yo, bro, do, so, crow, low, tro. I mean, totally not everything makes me laugh. Totally. I mean, totally. You do laugh a lot, though, yeah. That's not a bad thing. I can't play Mario Kart because I have to charge my Switch. So vote for something else. Funny clips, please. I might have to join for Mario Kart. Mario Kart? Is that a mix of kart and party? Ooh. Let's see the votes. Let's see the votes. You gotta vote. You gotta vote. We got 3 for oh my god. Are you serious? Wait. I become the tiebreaker. Do you always have autocorrect off? Do you remember the 29th? All right, can you put another poll with the same options, but make it like 2 minutes? Bing bong. Bing bong. I didn't vote. So why didn't you vote? Or you're lying to me. Report. Yeah, put one more poll up.
Monkey do bad.
All right. If you don't vote, it's your fault. You have to vote.
Do okay.
If it doesn't
Monkey
show
do
up,
pretty
I'm
okay.
sorry.
I guess.
I just got destroyed. You win. All right. How about this? Ace, stop. I'm gonna ban you. Stop spamming everything.
Wow.
Thanks for the muscles, though. You spamming everything one more time, bro? You get permabanned because you have 2 strikes. I don't want to permaban you. You're chill, okay? No, it's annoying, bro. Because then you make everyone else want to do that. And then everyone does that. And then I ban everyone. It's annoying, okay? You see? Let's go up with that hashtag spam. All right. Please vote. If you can't vote, I'm sorry. But BK, you can't vote because there's no women's right. No, I'm joking. I don't know why it didn't show up for you. Let me know if it shows up for you this time, BK. I want a ban. Mother said, look at phone. Thank you, brother. It did this time and I voted twice. What? What the hell? Ping, I would put a cooldown on the rewards. I did, but you could still, like, put a bunch of them at once, you know? It's whoever wants it more. Are you guys using bits? I think you could use bits to vote. Why can't I see? It won't let me vote. This is unfair. It's using channel points. Bro, why would you do it? Don't use channel points, Dinell. All right, Dinell. You know what? It was pretty tied before. Let's do animation. After animation, we'll go to Mario Kart. After Mario Kart, we'll play ping pong with my dad. Not bing bong, ping pong. Moog, what's up? Long time no see. And then and for Mario Kart, you could jump in on that, Moog. And then after ping pong, we'll watch videos. We're not playing Smash. We don't have time for that. Sorry. Give them all their points back, bro. What is this bullshit? Don't do channel points. Why never funny clips? Well, I don't want to see his, shake his ass. Because they want to play. I have to do this or I was going to get waterboarded. Payne can only shake his ass for me. That's true. Thanks for the follow, 05. Hello. It was a tie, so whoever wants it more. 1 sec, I disconnected. Okay. Look who won, though. It was a tie. You've grown muscles. I have. Don't they look great? Why are they there? Why did they stay there? What the hell? Okay. How you doing, Moog? I'll definitely join for cart. Nice. All right, let's do animation. Yeah, we got 2.5 hours. All right, click on Gardic phone if you want to join in. We're going to play in 1 round of animation, then go to Mario Kart, then play ping pong IRL with my dad. Then you laugh, you lose. I remember when I first met Doctor, we both spammed all our channel points in a poll to make Jimmy play Wizard 101. The channel points for polls, I feel like is fucked up. Oh my god, Mario Kart 1. Alright, let's do Gardic into... He's just wasting people's points. Thanks for the hydrate. Alright, that's the link. How do we join? You click on the link and you join. Notify me when you're playing Pong Pong against your dad. Okay, I'll notify in the Discord. I really want to live. I just pressed... I know, I told you... Bro, I have shitty mods. I'm just joking. I love you, Dino. Is there a way to give back the points, though? Never do polls with points. Unless there's a specific reason. Because it's just, like, fucked up, pretty much. Sumimasen. Alright. We got Ping, Ace, Jules, Pulse, Random, 5. I don't have time to turn on my computer. Aw. It's okay. We'll play 1 round of animation, and then we're gonna go to Mario Kart. People choose to use points? Yeah, but like you have like a billion points, so you could literally sway it in one direction, so it's kind of fucked up. So that's why I don't like those polls. But I didn't tell you that before, so I apologize for getting mad. I'm a little grumpy because I'm tired. Gomen nasai. I spend many billions, so it's mean. I don't have time to turn on my computer. Like, okay. They don't have to. Yeah, but if you have 10,000 points, 1,000 points for you is nothing. So, or you have 100,000 points and you spend 1,000, let's say. That could be nothing to you. But someone who has 1,000 points spends 1,000, they lose all their points and it's not even worth it, you know? I use OBS, yeah. All right, we're gonna start animation. This is the link. Basically, we make an animated thing, right? Each picture is animated from the previous one. We're gonna start in 10 seconds to give people time to join in. I'm sorry for being mean to you, Dino. I apologize. And to everyone. I'm not gonna use 50k in 2 minutes. You get my point though, right? It skews it way too heavily. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I get it, but don't. I won't do it again. Wait. All right, I'll wait. I guess I'll join. All right, cool. You got your computer booted up? Like, let's say 20 people in chat vote for Mario Kart, and they have... Well, I see your point, too. If you're around longer, you have more points, so your vote kind of matters more. But I feel like there's such a spread that if the majority of people want to play one game, but one person could skew it so heavily, it's just like, what's the point, you know? What's the point of doing a poll if one person could skew it so heavily every time? That's why I don't like it. Thank you for putting the link, though. Arigatou gozaimasu. We got Ping, Dinell, Pulse, Random, 5, and BK. Whew. All right, we're starting. This is animation. Before you guys start, though, okay? Look at my screen for a second. This button writes notes. When you click on it, it tells the next person what you want them to do. So you could say, you could put a direction, that you want the animation to go up or whatever, okay? Don't use the regular marker to write notes. All right, now you can go. Sorry. For example, if you draw like a car, and I want people to draw the car going right, I would write this under the notepad, and then I would go back. You were joining? Oh, I'm sorry, Ace. I gave people time, okay? You didn't say anything. I'm sorry. It's okay, Mario Kart will be next. DNL, I know you wanted background. I'm sorry. But animation is close, right? I just remembered. Staying alive. Funny clips will return. They will return, bro. That's the thing of me being a variety streamer. I can't do the same thing all the time, you know? Which makes it more fun. Kind of. But also, you know, it depends. Ooh, I could just draw this as a cloud. I'm sorry for anyone who wanted to join and I pressed start already. But I tried to give some time to you guys, so sorry, but also a little bit not sorry. Lightning cut out the power. Damn, that sucks. That sucks, Rosie. Yeah, after this, we're doing Mario Kart. What else could I add here? Oh, I could probably add nothing because the timer's about to end. Mario Kart. E. Open the door. Nice. Simple, but nice. Opening. What? Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, bro. Huh? Is it hailing? It sounds so loud. What sounds loud? Oh, outside of your house? Jesus. Thank you, Sam. I'm going to play on guitar for you right now. And a lot of people who are new on stream, on chat right now. I think almost every single person that got gifted a sub has been a recent viewer that's been playing Gardic with us. Wow. Thank you, Sam. Arigatou gozaimasu. I appreciate it, bro. 7.5 hours, though. Oh, I thought we were ending today. Known person got one. True, known person is cool. Nice. I will definitely play on guitar for you. Let me just... I don't want to screw up the game for people. Damn, bro. Such a nice guy. Always a nice guy, Sam. I remember the first time you convinced someone you watched to raid. And she was like, okay, I'll wait. Raid. I don't know if I'm opening it. And she raided. And that night was, I think you convinced someone else to. And that was the first time I ever got 2 raids at once. And I was like, hella hyped. Nice guy, Sam. Tips, Fedora. Oh! I could wear this. Hadn't been here too much because I'm always outside. Bro, you're telling me you hadn't been watching streams because you're outside? Don't be sorry for that. I'm happy for you, bro. That's not a bad thing. But I did miss you too. Pog spam. Sam, Pog Sam, true. Wait, I need to. Oh, this next drawing is great. But I need to, I'm sorry. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for 10 gifted subs. Sam! Bro, my voice is dead. I'm sorry. I also have to draw this thing. But thank you, bro. Alright, this is Rasquila's song. Put some music on too. Even if you think chat wouldn't like it. I know you're hesitant sometimes because of that, but who cares? Oh, this is cool. Wait, I gotta get this before reading chat. This is sick. Thank you, Moog. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. I should probably add a timer of something more. I have cooldowns on everything, by the way, guys, because you were talking about that before. It's just that a lot of the cooldowns are short cooldowns. I should probably make them higher cooldowns, right? Ooh, this is a good song, bro. I don't know if it is, but it sounds familiar and it sounds mad good. Da 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 da. Ah. But Sam, what are you doing outside lately? You going out with people? What you doing? Ding in a ditch. I like these funky songs today so much. Oh my god, I started late, but I'm gonna redeem myself. Sword. Sorry, I'm turning it into a sword. I forgot how axes look. Oh, look at that timing, baby. Let's go. My Starbucks partners are suffering right now. Oh, they're working? After funny clips and Genshin. Loser touching grass, lol. One of y'all is too talented for my trackpad. Apologies. Pog. Time to make a song with chat. Oh shit, yeah. I didn't even realize that. The next goal I think is made costume too. Watching stream during a thunderstorm. Nice. Some of them are. That sucks. You guys are using notes beautifully. Good job, guys. Good shit. Maybe it was my fault. Maybe I had to explain it in the beginning. Work and work. That sounds awesome, Rosie. It does kind of sound awesome. Thunderstorm, watching stream. Honestly, a mood. Nice. And then you have this music too. Wow! The timer is up. Going up. Come on. Start washing. I don't think I'm gonna make it a sub an hour ever again. All right. Let's get this. Hey, which hat you want? Taco? I have a fedora right now. I don't know if it's a fedora, but I love Sam. Aww. And actually, I could just do. There we go. Oh, he was moving. I forgot to make him moving. Sorry. Car wash. Yeah, that sounded beast, right? Oh, because of the thunderstorm. Car wash. Oh, that's actually great. I can tell why it was a mood. I'm gonna add that. That sounded great. Ping pong hat? Ooh, let's go. Didn't expect that, to be honest. But I have it right here. Aw. I was kind of curious to hear what Sam was doing outside. But I think he might be outside. The cars aren't really having a free wash. More so getting beat up with hail. True. Fair enough. Ball fast. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of confusing me. Is it going upwards? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry if I'm screwing this up. It's bouncing. Bouncing ball. Okay. I don't know how to do this. I give up. What do you mean? What's wrong? You have to basically copy what they're doing and try to make it like a frame by frame animation. It's hard, but it's fun. Don't worry, after this we go to Mario Kart. Why is there black stuff here though? To show that it's bouncing, yeah? I don't know if this is fast enough. Maybe I should have put it higher up. Use black specks to indicate it going up. Oh. No. Did I screw it up? To show it's going down? It's okay. It could be bouncing up and down, right? Wait, so you want me to redo it going down? Oh, was it like flattening? Like it was gonna delete? I'm sorry, bro. Wait, so I'm so glad I finally got a drawing tablet. Nice. Go up? Never mind. I thought go down. I'm so confused. Just leave it. Please go up. I made it go up. Oh, like higher up? Guys, it's gonna look good. All right, just trust me. Yeah, I don't have a drawing tablet. Pressed finish with just one dot, and I didn't know how to do it until now, so it's just a single picture. Bruh. It's okay. It's the first time you're learning. Trust the process. Pray. Exactly. Trust the process, guys. Preach. This is the first one that might not be good. Sorry, I'll make up for it in the next 2 picks. You got it, bro. It's okay, bro. It's okay. You should be able to move around what you draw. It was an honest mistake. Honest mistakes are fine. You know? I was looking at your Twitch play and you've been playing Fall Guys. I've been super addicted. I've been playing so much during this subathon. By the way, how are you? I feel like I always catch you when you're drinking coffee, like getting ready for school or work or whatever. Like, I think it was school, right? So now it's at a different timing. Because I've been streaming 5 days in a row, so what's up? We've been playing a lot of Fall Guys. Probably not gonna play much more tonight, just because we already played so much of it. But yeah. What do I do with this? Another character. Another character. I don't know. Actually, the next one's gonna be the last one, so maybe another character is bad. Oh shit, no. Draw. It's fun, right, Fall Guys? Draw again. It might be cool if it looks slightly different each time. I don't even know if you could read that, but it says draw again. I think I'm not gonna do you justice, I'm sorry. I think some of them will look kind of cool. Ping Pong Master's hat. Ping Pong Master's hat. Oh, for the axe? Oh, did 5 do the axe one? I think it'll look cool. Next picture is the last picture, guys. So get your fingers ready to type Amanda, okay? Not to do something else. Wave. Hat. Nice. Whoever did this one wrote a lot of good notes. I'm back for a bit, but I gotta leave again at 5. Yeah, I was gonna ask you if well, you're gonna leave again in 5. I was gonna ask you why are you out so much now? You just going out? Cause that sounds awesome and like good for you, you know? Okay, this is a drawing tablet, bro. We're not gonna be able to match that. I wish everyone had a drawing tablet. That would be cool, but. Oh no, wait. He's waving. I was about to say I have to write notes, but I don't. And a hat and a bow tie. I'll read your chat in a second, Moog. My bad. This looks cool. This one actually might be good. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I want to get out more. Wish friends would stop canceling last minute, but that's not gonna stop me from trying to meet new people and just go walk a bit. Hell yeah, bro. Good shit, bro. Right now, I have summer vacation, so I've been working. Haven't had much free time. Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't had much free time, but now I have 2 days off, which is nice. Nice! No, I don't have a coffee at the moment. Sheesh. That's awesome, Sam. I remember we talked before, you were like worried about like moving and all this stuff. It seems like everything's going well, yeah? What's up, random? Something TOS popped up? Seems like everyone in chat is pretty chill. I've been sitting home all day for the past 5 days, 6 days. Well, kind of. I went to tutor in the city, and it kind of felt nice to be outside of the house, you know? So the top hat and tie was just fun. It shouldn't be added. That's why I did it red. Oh. Well, I think it looks good. Usually, anything in red was I thought would be like to add on. It's okay. Now I know for next time for you, random. It's going pretty good, and hopefully road trip. Let's go. Hell yeah. Also about that Fall Guys, if you play that with viewers, I have to add you on my epic friends list. Yes, I do play with viewers. My thing is green armor 5. I still don't understand the way you do it. Really? You'll see. You'll understand now. Or maybe not. Because I look like Bill Chipper. Oh, I don't know who that is. My poor ex-boy. Let's see. Let's see. All right. So I made something pretty simple. Bro, that car looks so good. Among Us. Among Us is still there. Nice. No. So, okay. The red thing over here, the notebook, is to show the next person what to draw, but it won't be on the actual picture. Everything else, you're trying to draw an animation, frame by frame. You see? So I put arrow to tell the next person to draw the car a bit to the right. So random drew it a bit to the right, you know? And then it kind of got screwed. But the Among Us guy kind of moves. Yeah, you screwed it up, Pulse. But it's okay, you didn't understand. I'll say it looks kind of cool other than that. Had no time for grass, but still good. True. Bounce, squish. So this is supposed to bounce, right? Bounce, squish. So BK moved it a little down, you see? And then 5 made it impact to squish. And then random made it squish. Oh no, mine was... Oh, I didn't make it fast. I should have made it go up higher. Bouncing fast. Pulse. No, Pulse. No. Apologies, I'm using trackpad. Looks like the Among Us is stealing the scene. That would have been so cool if you didn't screw it up, Pulse. No offense. I mean, it you didn't understand, but oh, that was so close to being cool. Yeah, we almost did that one. Sorry, I thought I had to make the whole... No, bro, no. I said it frame by frame. I said it like 10 times. It's okay. I don't know what this is. All right, this one might be good because you started it. All good. Yeah, it's okay. You made a mistake. If it sounds like I'm being an ass, guys, I'm just tired. I'm sorry. I know I fucked up. You did, but it's okay. You didn't do it on purpose, so you're fine, bro. And you learned from it. You see, this one looks sick. Now random screwed up. He put it in red instead of as a note, so it showed up in the final drawing. So here, random screwed up. So now we could shit on random a little bit. Why are you IQ minusing me, bro? I'm not trying to be funny. What? How am I being a bull? All right, whatever. I'm just gonna stop talking. That's much better than what I drew. Bad ping. What? I'm being truthful. Like, I might have screwed up this one, to be honest, because I'm dumb. I tried to open the door by just shortening it. It was a blank frame. 5. This might be good. It's like a jump scare. Yo, this is actually good. Only problem here is random writing open the door without the notes thing. That's the only problem here. You know, we all make little mistakes, but it still looks cool. Bad ping. Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. He waved a bit. Yeah. Tablet buddies. Nice. This is sick. 5. This is sick. Oh, I'm an idiot. Now I see why Dinel said that. I thought that you were drawing an axe. I thought like it was building up to being an axe. So I was like, nah, I can't draw an axe. I messed it up already. So sword. Like make it into a sword. I put a direction, but it looked like a question mark. Damn. I'm sorry. Although it's a brick. I'm gonna go get an iPad now. Lol. It's so hard to draw in a minute, for sure. That was beast though. Red and blue smashed together to make ping. Hello, I am PP. And got a big I love Sam. I do. I love Sam. Okay. Look at these muscles. Thank you, Jimmy. This was the last round, though. I love Samsung. That's actually good. I love Samsung. No ad, by the way. Random, I hope you remember for next time. This one actually doesn't look that bad. But yeah, random, I hope you remember for next time to use the notebook thing. It degrades over time. Sam, I am. Hey, Sam, you're still here? It's like the 8-bit meme, yeah. I will remember. All right, cool. I don't want to sound... I'm sorry if I sound like an ass when I'm saying these things. I'm just really tired. That was a cute one. I'm like acting like a perfectionist when I can't even draw. Move eyes. Draw again, lol. Yo, this looks so good. This one is actually pretty good. That was a frog? Yeah. He got high. You're an ass, don't sub to him. Damn, Dino. Was I that mean? I was okay. Stop trolling, bro. Was I that mean? I can't even tell at this point. I had no idea what I was doing, and then I was like, sure, let's add a lily pad. You should take a nap. This song. It's late. That's beautiful. I'm gonna go now. All right. Thanks, bro. I'm gonna add all of them right now to the Gardic channel. What the heck? Oh, I was downloading VODs. So if you guys want to check it out on the Discord, thank you, Dino. You're not mean, just an ass. It's not like the same thing. Oh, I posted them all, BK. Thank you. You could delete them. I posted them. Thank you so much, though. Oh, you were already in the middle of posting them. Oh. All right. I'll delete them all. I'm confused. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna delete whatever you already put. How about that? Door. Triangle. Alright, alright. Everything's here. No, don't delete it. Don't delete it. I already deleted mine. Yeah, it's all good. It looks good. It looks good. Bye-bye, tablet buddy. It was a pleasure. Gotta go. Alright, nice meeting you. See ya. See ya, random. See ya, 5. Bye, Dino. Alright, we're gonna play Mario Kart now. Alright. Sorry if I was being an... Isn't being an ass and being mean like the same thing? What is this guy saying? I didn't. I've been streaming the past 5 days. I did not just have sex. Sex. Alright, we're gonna make a song with chat today as well. Let's play some Mario Kart, then I'll play some ping pong with my dad. So I'm gonna set up for Mario Kart right now.
BRB, as the kids say. Oh no, you guys see all my dirty secrets?
Sex stream markers think.
Ugh. There we go. Sex stream? The window. Sex stream question mark? Watch you go. I'm just gonna stop talking. Apparently I'm an ass and mean. I apologize. Tired is not an excuse. Let's keep going. Mario Kart Wii. Well, it's not Wii. Just try. But today is good. We have a lot stored. We played some Fall Guys, some Gardic. Gonna play some Mario Kart. Then we're gonna play ping pong IRL with my dad. Then we're gonna do some You Laugh, You Lose. And then we're gonna do, because of Sam, we're gonna do some, we're gonna make a song with you guys. Hopefully I remember all that. In the end. Friend code. Didn't you add me last time, Pulse? So hard as I'm so far. That's the friend code, though. For anyone who would like to join. Some Mario Kart Wii. We could put some channel points on, too, to make it more interesting. I think... Wait, Moog, we're already friends on... Yeah, we're already friends, I'm pretty sure, Moog. Pushed as far as I can go. Thanks for the lurk, Sam. Enjoy the outdoors. Yeah, we're gonna make a song later. When do we get to play with ourselves? Whenever you want, just preferably not when watching stream. It's a little too much, you know? No? Oh, you didn't? Oh, my bad, Pulse. There you go. There's the friend code for anyone who wants to add me as a friend and to join. One thing you should know. Alright. I want to see if my prediction works. I think it works. I should be back later, I think, but no promises. Alright, bro. If I don't see you back later, thank you for the gifted subs. And it's always nice seeing you. And enjoy the outdoors, bro. Because that is a great thing to enjoy. Hopefully you go on the road trip as well. Mwah. Bye-bye. Where do I go to add friends on Switch? My head is ready for its crown. You go to your profile page on the top left. Go down to add friend. Search with friend code. And then type in what is there. There's 2 pings. No, that's Jared. But yeah. What's up, furry? That's Gerardo. Another streamer, guys. Yeah. For those that don't know. Wait, you should know that, furry, no? Aren't you from Jimmy's? Or am I going crazy? I'm tired. I might be going crazy. I don't know anymore. Hello. Does that look like me? Well, I guess he has glasses. Maybe that's why you thought it was me. My Switch is out of charge because I've been using Xbox. Oh no. You can't play while it's charging? What is this song? It actually sounds kind of good. Yo, Jimmy's here. Let's go. Let me know if you're trying to get into the game or trying to add me as a friend. Pulse, you want to go on online friends and then join my lobby. And that's how you join me. Well, that you might know, right? Because you joined last time. That's Jimmy. That is Jimmy. Jimmy, Brimmy, Crimmy, Dimmy. I don't know. Alright, let's change the What is this song? It's so weird. I am your butterfly. I am your butterfly. It's kind of catchy though, I'm not gonna lie. I am your butterfly. I've never heard this. Alright, next is maid costume. Maid costume. I think that's right. Yeah, maid costume. We're coming up to the last few sub goals. I might have to think of some more. Or maybe not. We'll see. I sent it. Yep. Apparently not because it's super out of charge. Oh, that sucks. Nice balls. Thanks. How many games? I don't know. We'll play a good amount of Mario Kart. A couple of tournaments, I think. How do I join you? Oh, you weren't playing with us. Thanks for the lurk, Ace. Arigatou gozaimasu. You want to go to friends or like online or something, right? Then print friends, and then you should see the lobby, and you'll be able to join. I don't know how to show it since I'm in the game, but I am your butterfly. This is so catchy. Be my samurai. Wow, indeed. How to join friend lobby. Mario Kart 8. Maybe I could find it online. I am a butterfly. You guys see this? You see this, right? You click on online play one player, unless you're playing with someone locally. Then you go to friends. You find the friend you want to join. It should say Ping Pong Masters or something. Green armor, I don't remember. And then you just click on that, and that's it. You go down, see. And then you click join, and that's it. What does lurk do? Lurk basically means lurk is telling the streamer that you're gonna stay in chat, but you have something to do, or you're not gonna be actively listening, and you'll come back later. That's what lurk means. And then we made an unlurk command. So if you do exclamation point unlurk, it kind of tells me that I was lurking, I was in your chat supporting you as a viewer, but I wasn't actively there. Now I'm here. Everyone be Waluigi. Post, were you able to join? Oh, you were. Okay, cool. Let's start. No, I want to be Luigi. I like Luigi more. I want to be Luigi. Let's do frantic items. Or no items, I guess. We'll just do a regular stuff. I think I can tell the difference. Jimmy's me has lighter skin. That makes sense. It kind of looks the same to me, but maybe. AKA gonna use now because gonna make a smoothie. Thanks for the lurk, Rosie. And I hope you make a good one. Yeah, we could VC. Then I guess you betray me. That's right. I don't want Waluigi. I'm happy with Luigi. I'm sorry. We could totally VC. All right. Calling you right now. Waluigi is best Luigi. Purple Mario, best Mario. Nah, that's kind of funny. I don't like Waluigi. He looks like you know that guy from that show, the Lazy Town or the Lazy something, with the pedo mustache. That's what Waluigi looks like. I hate it. That guy scared me.
Yo, Ping, can you hear me fine?
The mic's a little but yeah, I could hear you.
I'm on my AirPods in bed right now.
That's fine. That's good. Good enough to talk to. He is hot.
Awesome.
He's my anime crush. I agree. What the hell? Waluigi? Waluigi ugly. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't think Waluigi's hot? Come on, Ping.
I don't like he looks like a pedophile with the mustache, no?
Actually, that's a fair point.
Yeah, and isn't he like an ass, like canon-wise? I don't know.
Pretty sure. Okay, respectfully, Ping, what is wrong with you? You did no items.
I did no items?
Yeah, this is basically time trials with a bunch of people.
I'm an idiot. Well, Rosie just jumped on Mario Kart. Should I? Well, she's going to make
probably back out.
All right.
I don't know what I'll do without my items to carry me.
All right, let's restart it. I'm a dumbass. No, I agree too. Waluigi looking terrible. That's pedophile looking person is hot. Sheesh.
Sus.
Sussy Baka. Communication error. Yeah. Jimmy just ruined my internet or something. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I came over there and cut the wire.
Yeah, he cut the wire. But you guys could join again. No, it was no items. I put no items by accident because I'm a dumbass. So that's what that was.
Should I move mics or can chat hear me, Ping?
I think they can hear you fine. You guys could hear him, right? You could hear Jimmy?
Hi, chat.
Say hi to Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, wow, Cocoa Butt.
I mean, no, I mean, yes. I mean, ho. Will you join the streamer voice chat? if Jimmy's okay with other people chatting, you okay with other people chatting?
Is it like other streamers or chatters?
It's other chatters, but and
Oh
so
god.
they're chill. The one that's asking is chill. You could say no, like it's fine. I'm gonna talk. You know what, guys? I'm gonna talk to Jimmy for a bit, okay? And then I'll join the streamer chat later. I'll join it when we're doing You Laugh You Lose for sure.
I won't be long on here. I'll probably be with Ping for like 20 minutes. Then you can have him to yourself.
You're good, bro. You're good. Hi, Jimmy Poo, Jimmy Kun. Why you always call him Jimmy Poo, bro? Hi, Jimmy.
Yeah, I got Yeezys on my feet. Reminds me of someone, which is why I don't do VC with viewers.
Oh, is that gamer? I don't even remember
Not
that.
the only reason, but like I guess like yeah.
But oh, I didn't even know that was from gamer. They kept saying I knew, but I don't think was I there when that happened?
You were.
Oh, I don't
think
remember.
it was in your chat. Nah, it's funny. It's funny. Nah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess viewers be VC. I don't usually do it. It's not anyone specifically.
Yeah, I just do it, and then if they're a person that I feel like doesn't deserve the streamer role, then I just don't give them the streamer role.
That's fair.
Yeah, I give everyone like a bit of a chance.
I gotcha.
But I mean, it's not like, oh, that's the best way to do it. Like, I think it's fine to not also.
Yeah.
My Switch is revived. I'll wait for you, Moog. Let me know when you join. Actually, type in chat if you want to join, but like you're setting up to join. So I don't start without you joining in. Ace, you're praying to Jimmy before he sleeps. Nice.
Thank you, Ace. I appreciate it.
I rapped with Yeezys on the feet. I rapped with that yesterday.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Really?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah. It was really good.
Shit.
I think we have a clip of it somewhere, but
I need to. Did you have auto tune and shit?
no, I didn't. I didn't do that crazy. But
Okay. You should make that song today, and you should like edit a beat to that.
I never really like made music that crazy, but yeah, maybe.
I'll make you a beat, Ping.
Ping, this is hot. Pulse, if you put pictures, put it in gallery, not in just chatting in the future. But that actually does kind of look cool. Waluigi drawn. Okay, it looks like everyone. I keep pressing B when I mean to press A. Moog, join. Oh, you did join. You're Tuigi, not Tuiki. Did you change your name? Moog, are you ready? Sorry, what were you saying, Jimmy?
Also, I want to be here for when Ping reaches 600 followers. He's one away. Everyone follow him if you haven't.
Thank you, Jimmy. And thank you, Furry.
Did Furry follow?
No, Furry said, you can do it.
Oh,
all right, I think Moog has already joined. He didn't answer, so I'm just going to press start. Teams, no items. No items or coins. All right, and 4 races. You ready? Okay, cool. Let's go. No items, right? I put no items again. No, I'm just joking. I put items.
I was about to cry.
I put it this time. Ooh, I think face cam has to be. Oh no, it's fine on the top right. I always forget. Everyone doesn't want to be Waluigi. He's still not good enough, bro. Yeah, this is Don't be too weird, bro. He's gonna ban you if you're as weird as you are here, Ace. So be more normal. Should I give him your Twitch, bro, Jimmy?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Nah, Ace is okay. He's a bit much sometimes. Look when the game starts, yeah. Why, everyone changed to Waluigi? I hope not. Everyone changed to Luigi, if anything.
I'm changing to Donkey Kong because Donkey Kong's a Chad. He's a real one.
Fair.
I love Monkey.
Look at this. We got Finland, Denmark, and then United States.
America.
America.
Oh, yeah, you main as Luigi, don't you, Ping?
Yep.
Cool.
You follow Jimmy Poo? Nice.
Aw, thank you, whoever said that. Appreciate you for following.
Yes, Jimmy Poo is great. He's not gonna be streaming for a while now. But he's usually
only a week. Only a week and a half.
Yeah. He streams really consistently. It's just he's doing a cool thing right now, so.
I also need some time to figure out, like, how do I make my content better and what should I do on stream next and all that stuff. So, taking a break to do something cool and also trying to figure out how do I make myself more entertaining and grow a bit more. You know how it is.
Yeah, for sure. And you just did a what's it called? You just did a subathon too.
Yeah, so I guess I can rest after a subathon. It went really well.
Of course you can. Yeah. But he plays like Nintendo games, which is like his main shtick, but he also like variety stream, right?
Yeah, I do a lot of Gartic also. And like some chat community stuff. So if anyone likes, I guess, community games or Nintendo games, I'm your guy.
Yep. How am I beating everyone? This is too. Oh, I just went the wrong way. God damn it.
I actually threw my Joy-Con while playing Mario Party with Liam and Jared because I sucked at a mini game, and now it's broken. So I'm working with I'm working with a broken Joy-Con here.
I thought you were gonna say I'm working with someone to fix my broken Joy-Con. I was gonna be like, what? Okay.
Nope, I'm gonna still be amazing even with the broken Joy-Con. See, I'm almost beating BK. I'm still doing well even though this doesn't fully work.
Hell yeah.
3rd place. You're like so far ahead. The fuck?
And well, I don't know. I don't know how actually. Hey, cause I'm a god gamer. Let's go. Cause Liam is in here, or Doctor, or some other beasts.
I used to be really good until I broke this Joy-Con. Now I go in 4th and 5th all the time. It's like I'm like Jared with a normal controller now. Sucks.
That's funny. Well, crap. It's okay, Pulse. I will always be. I will wear the crown, not you, BK. Not you, Pulse. Maybe Jimmy will wear it. No, he won't. I'll wear it.
Wow.
Tuichi is pretty good. Moog. You got head start because I went to follow Jimmy too? Oh.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
That makes more sense.
Everyone follow Ping.
Follow
I'm assuming everyone is.
Yeah, I don't know. I found out. Oh my god! Wait, did I might have told you. I found out that I have really. I probably shouldn't talk about this much, but I have really heavy lurkers.
I actually was lurking when you figured out someone has been lurking forever, and they said something in your chat.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like, oh my god, that was funny.
Yeah.
Lurkers are a pretty big part of Twitch. I wonder if I have any too. It's just you don't expect it because they never talk.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit! It's really cool because they're holding they're kind of holding the stream on their back in a way. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, everyone is by being there, obviously, but they are in a way where they're not even like, I don't know. It's just you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn it, Moog. Don't play well? No, you stole my thing. What are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Dinel's mad at me.
Why?
I don't know.
He's just randomly mad at you?
No, because I was an ass. Sorry, furry.
I don't know what you did.
He was putting a poll up with channel points, and I was like, what? I just got mad about that.
You probably shouldn't do that though, because that's a little unfair. Oh my god, my fucking turning isn't working. Damn it.
I gotta chill. I'm like And then I was mean to Pulse. I don't know. I can't tell if I was or not. I'm too tired. But yeah. My internet went for a second, so I disconnected. Ah, that sucks. You could join back in. Wow, okay, I'm just curious. Oh, we're talking about like heavy lurkers and stuff. How did I get hit by that? I'm actually trash. It hit me? Are you serious? BK, you're lucky.
BK is lucky.
You're definitely meaner than usual. When I'm sleepy, I get like an asshole. Usually, I don't think I'm an asshole. I think I just like I'm an ass. Like I just joke around, but I was
You're
like
second
genuinely.
place?
I think I was genuinely getting annoyed because I've just been on stream for so long that like I don't know. I think I'm just tired. Oh, I just passed you last second for. And I'm not a Waluigi supporter, so only Pulse is. Just kidding. He's a Waluigi. Oh, only. Well, actually not only Pulse. Sorry, but I don't know. You're getting annoyed at people not using Notebook. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just tired.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not tired. I have energy. I'm trying to lie to myself. Like, it's okay if they don't. It's true. It is okay if they don't. I'm trying to get them to use it, though, and some people have learned to use it. But there's no reason to get mad at them for, like, not using it. You're right. Not lucky. This is my track. Oh, my bad, my bad. The banana between the thwomps. Yeah. Wasn't my banana, but it helped me out.
Banana?
People will learn, but I guess the big thing is, like, when certain people, I don't know. Everyone was fine. It's just like if one person is like a troll and comes in, then it's like even more annoying than you. Like usually I'll just be like whatever, but it's kind of annoying at this point because it's like I'm tired. Like it's as simple as that. So if someone screws up, I can't tell if they're screwing up because they're doing it as a troll or. But not only that, like I feel like I said it like a couple of times, like to use the notebook. Like I even showed people before it started, and people didn't use the notebook. So that kind of annoyed me. It's like I told you how to do it like on purpose so you wouldn't screw up, but you know, I don't know what that person was doing. Maybe they weren't watching. Maybe they genuinely still didn't understand my explanation. Yeah. I just need to chill a bit, I guess. I don't know.
You're okay, Ping. You're okay.
The more you play, the better you get. That's true. Anyway, gotta go change the taillight in the car. All right. Not everyone is watching stream and playing. I don't watch stream when we're playing it. Yeah. But if... I said it before we started it, but you're right. Like, someone could have just been there already and not, like, listening until afterwards, which is completely understandable. Yeah. That's my bad. Yeah. My bad, bro.
Oh, crap.
I just did not sleep well last night for some reason. I mean, I keep saying that as an excuse, because it is my excuse, but, you know, that's not good enough. I'll be better. I promise. Oh, my God. My bad. BRB lurk. All right, cool. You missed with all of them. But you did pass me. Oh, you're playing better, Jimmy.
Thanks.
Thanks for the lurk.
It's hard because I don't fully turn. I might have to use tilt controls. It's so bad.
Gotcha. This is a good song. Look,
I did destroy BK though, so it's kind of fun. Ha 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 ha.
Woog, if it goes out till tomorrow, maybe hop in for some Fall Guys or later tonight. Since you said you're addicted to it now, I want to see how good you are. I've gotten pretty good at Fall Guys, I feel like.
You're pretty good at Fall Guys, yeah. It's honestly addicting.
Not better than me. I don't know. I might be better than you. You're pretty good too, Ace. We had a good group the other night. We got like 5 wins out of like 8 games. It was crazy. It's 10:50. It's 3:50 p.m. here. So you're, or 15:50 as they say. So you're 7 hours ahead. Yeah. Cause I usually stream at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is like, you know, sleeping time for you, I guess. And I used to stream till really late, till like 3, 4 or what something. So that's how you were able to join and stuff. But I stopped streaming that late. I started streaming from like 8 p.m. to like I don't know, 1 or 2. So that's why it would come in the mornings sometimes, Moog. Yeah. Come on, furry. The bad thing about the ping pong thing, I'm gonna play ping pong against my dad, but oh, I got you. But I don't know how to make audio work. I don't think audio is gonna work. Unless I turn off stream and start it up again on my phone. Which I could do. I might end up doing that. We'll carry on.
Oh shit, is that song playing right now?
Yeah, I love that song.
Oh yeah, some MCR. Hell yeah.
Hey BK, why do you have a red shell? Here. That was a perfect green shell. Oh my god. No! I just bombed myself, I think. I can't tell.
That's funny.
Oh, I was first. Now I'm in, like, fighting for second or something. Never
I
mind.
think you're fighting for third, and now I have it.
Mhm.
Oh my god, fuck.
Still.
Fuck. Okay,
Jimmy
we're good,
Poo,
we're good.
I'm good. Praise me to No, I will not, Ace. Tree Fitty? Tree Fitty? What's Tree Fitty? We're playing Fall Guys today. We already played today, but I don't know if we'll play today, to be honest, anymore. Because after this, I think I'm going to play ping pong with my dad, and then we're going to do You Laugh, You Lose, and then we're going to, I already forgot, make music, I think. Oh no, and then I have to leave
the
tonight.
guy with the broken controller.
Nope. Oh no, that wasn't you. I am listening to the guy with the broken controller. Hey, I was trying to read chat, okay? It's a good excuse, right? Yeah. We'll carry on. I like the song. All right. Ooh, you beat me. Oh my god, BK does hold the crown by 1 point. That was a close game. Aside from Pulse, but Pulse got disconnected. I'm gonna message my dad. How long does a tournament take?
I don't know. Probably about, I would say 15 minutes.
Okay. Will
Probably
you
have one more tournament in me. And then I'll probably back on out.
Alright.
I do got some stuff to do, but I'm glad to have stopped by. This has been fun. Gamers in here. This is gonna be like old times. I can already feel it.
That's
Mute
funny.
City. There we go.
My crown. Nice, BK. You deserved it. Training blue shells with second place requires good timing on the Forerunners part. True. I mean, it's smart if you could do it, you know? Like, successfully. Finna be mine in 2.5 seconds. You cheat. BK is so mad. Will he go on VC now? No, not now. Post, don't you hear me talking? Wait, so at what time do you usually stream nowadays? No worries. 8 p.m. Eastern to like 2 a.m. Eastern, kind of, or like 1 to 2. Depends on the vibes, but yeah, go ahead.
Got my Neo Bowser City. You're evil, Isaiah. This map is terrible. I hate this map so much.
Yeah. I think it's a. Oh, what just happened? My game just lagged. What the hell? That was weird. Me a cheat? Nah, I'm a casual. Got my Neo Bowser City. Oh, you like it too? Wait, this is not Mute City?
No, this is Neo Bowser. Mute City kind of grew on me when people weren't like spamming it. And I'm like, it's a good map. The speed, like, I like it. This, on the other hand, is hell though. This is actually the worst map. It sucks.
For me, I used to hate this map because I would fall on the sides a lot. But then I discovered like how to like get past it. And after that, it's an okay map. It's kind of bland, but
I don't like the look of it. I fall off all the time. Maybe it's a skill issue and I'm bad. I don't know. But
I don't
yeah.
think you're bad, but I do think there's a way to like drift so that you don't fall off on the map. It took me a while to like learn it.
I mean, I think I have it down. I don't know.
You probably do. I mean, you're ahead of me. So yeah, I don't think you've fallen yet. Thank you, BK, for hitting me with the flower.
There you go, BK.
I see what you that turn, right?
Yeah. Back here, ping.
I was looking at chat and I fell off.
Yeah.
But Moog, I'm doing a subathon now, so every sub gives me more, gives me half an hour more on stream. That's why I'm streaming at this time. Normally, I wouldn't stream at this time. I'm streaming for 6 days now, I think.
I'm so sick of this broken Joy-Con.
Yeah, I saw that. That looked like it sucked.
It doesn't turn. Nintendo, stop making such. Actually, it's my fault. I fucking threw the thing.
Hit furry. No, it was too late. It's okay. Take a casual blue shell, bish. Gamer 1, lol. BK hates gamer. Jesus.
GG's.
GG's. Oh my god, I forgot what I wanted to say.
When are we getting new DLC for this game? I feel like it's taking an eternity.
True. It's been a while. You gotta make more videos on it. They gotta.
Yeah, true. Actually, yeah. I do. I got one more race because I'm at work. Have fun at work.
Alright, gamer.
So I'm just reading your chat.
You're fine. You're good. My dad said okay to playing ping pong in 15 to 20 minutes. I gotta figure out how to play ping pong in 15 to I won't join VC now, Pulse. Calm down. I'm not gonna join the streamer VC until Bing bang until you laugh you lose. So we're gonna do we're gonna finish this tournament. First, I'll not play too much. Only just this tournament, probably. Ow. Oh, sorry, Jimmy.
Ow. Wow.
Oh, you fell? Oh, that sucks. And then I'm gonna play ping pong IRL with my dad. And then, And then we'll do you laugh, you lose. But I don't want to have like huge conversations during you laugh, you lose. So, or maybe we could. I guess we'll see how it goes.
I have to have the noob stick on because my controller's that broken. So if I start doing really good, that's why.
Oh, you just added it, or you did before? Bing bong.
I added it.
Oh,
Just
okay.
don't horn me and we're good, Ping. Never mind, I slipped on a banana.
I'm trying to read chat. Give me a second. Chatters. Give me a second. You know, don't. Oh, I looked at chat and I died. I'll be back, Pink. Gonna make dinner. All right. Thanks for the lurk, BK. Enjoy the dinner making. If you like making dinner. Sorry, Moog. Yo, Jimmy. Sorry.
What's up? What's up,
No, I hit you with a fireball and then I hit myself with a fireball. Oh, when did I get a rocket? What? I'll take it. I'll take it.
Because you were so far behind your boy, Jimmy.
Probably, actually. Muscles. Look at these muscles. Chudo loves putting muscles on. You just wish I had muscles.
Banned with phone calls right now, and I'm literally in the middle of this game. Oh
Damn.
my fucking god,
Mr. Popular,
dude.
bro.
No, it's just an annoying fucking family. Holy shit.
Sorry, Furry. I got a rocket. Sorry, Jimmy. No!
Get back here. Get out of here.
No!
GG's.
Well, I passed Furry.
Oh.
Alright, I gotta figure out how to set up a stream for ping pong. Thanks for the hydrate. This is my last sip of water. I'm gonna have to get water afterwards for the next hydrate. I think this is the last race, gamer, so it should be fine. The JoJo is for you appearing. Well, it's a little delayed then. I love how Jimmy's like, oh no, everyone's bad while I'm the one struggling in last place. Who's insane 666? Good luck, guys. At least I make the rest of you look good. It's okay. Jimmy looks to be AFK, so. Oh, he's taking a phone call, I think. So you're playing better than Jimmy right now. Hey, practice makes better in this game. You know what I mean? Plus, a lot of people in this lobby are actually pretty good. So yeah. Let's go. Ow! Oh, that hurt. You be Skype. Whip it good. Or something. Post fell off. I almost fell off too. Damn it, Waluigi. I'm wondering who Insane 666 is. Bro, after you said that, Moog, I'm playing terribly. That's hilarious.
Ping, hello.
Welcome back.
Can you hear me, Ping?
Yep, I could hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Cool. Is this our last race?
I think so.
Oh, damn.
But I think you got... Oh, you didn't get DC'd? Nice.
I came back just in time, apparently.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. Oh! I wish Star could show you how much time is left on the star.
That'd actually be useful.
Yeah. But I guess it means you have to be more skillful in figuring it out, you know?
Yeah.
Waluigi. You must whip it.
Catching up to you, Ping.
You are. I'm playing really bad. No, you took the thing I was gonna take. That's it. You're gonna beat me. I got stuck on sand, bro.
You can definitely beat me still if you have a.
I don't have an
I'm
item
in
box.
first. What
You
the
are?
fuck?
Let's go, bro. Yeah, Gamer's in third. Ah.
Ow, ow, ow. No, but not in first anymore. Unless Isaiah just stops. Stop racing. Stop race. I hate this game.
Ah! I got hit by a red shell. I was about to pass you. Oh, never mind. I'm probably gonna pass you now.
I'm in third.
No!
Whatever.
Oh, I was right behind you. You still beat me and you came back late, bruh.
Yeah. GG.
Damn, Gamer's just killing us. Ow. Ping pong should wake me up though. Oh, I guess the next race is the last one. This song sounds cool. Alright, I gotta take off this hat. It's like squeezing my brain. Oh, but thank you. Timmy, I think, gave me that hat, right? Baby Park, because I'm nice. Baby Park, let's go. I should have picked Baby Park. I went for random. I always go random because I'm too lazy to like think about it, you know? Ooh, Ark is not busting out. Why aren't you busting out your... What happened?
Gamer voting Baby Park. That's character development. Love that. That's great.
Yep. Unless I bust... Ark, why don't you go try hard then? You took my hat off? I just took it off now. I wore it for some time. I'm just... It was squeezing my brain. Ow. I've embarrassed myself enough. Bro, you're not embarrassing yourself. You're fine.
Who said that?
Moog. He's like, I'm playing so bad.
No.
It's fine, bro.
Same
You're
here.
fine.
It's okay. My Joy-Cons are literally broken. Oh my god.
I just passed
Speaking
you.
of which. Oh my fucking god.
That sucks.
I can't even take the shortcut on my foot. Oh my god.
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah. Oh, and I missed I want to quit. I want to fucking quit. Holy fucking shit.
Don't worry, it's the last race. Push through, bro.
I will.
Why'd you get first? Oh.
That won't happen.
Oh. That's bot version of me? What do you mean? Why, you have someone else playing for you? Oh, someone put a perfect banana and I got killed. It's alright. I'm at the vet now. I hope it's all well, bro. I mean, you're just picking up allergies, right? The dog should be fine. Doggo. Fino. Oh, I just fell off because I was dumb. And I missed the thing. Okay. Bye. Sorry.
Oh.
I had a star. I'm sorry. I'm a little toxic sometimes in this game.
It's not the last lap? Oh my god.
I hate when that happens.
I just stopped. Put the fucking whole thing down.
Or you know when you're like playing and you think there's another lap and you're playing autonomously or whatever without thinking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then you had like a, I don't know, like 3 mushrooms, but you don't use them yet. And then you don't, yeah, that was a long explanation. You know what I mean.
I'm literally about to rage quit ever playing this game ever again. My Joy-Con isn't turning right.
That's
holy fucking shit. This is so annoying. Just turn. What? You're
sorry
for there
for
you go. Now it works. Oh my
bro,
fucking
I got a
God,
rocket
dude.
to just pass everyone. I got so lucky.
Yeah, love that for you.
Alright. Oh.
GG's, I'll take the L.
Yeah, you're good, bro. You still played well for... You didn't get last.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I mean, sorry, Moog, for getting last. Wait, you got 1 point? But you get better the more you play. Oh, no. Moog, you were 6th place. I don't know who Insane is. Unless you were saying that's bot version of me. We're listening to finish music right now? Really? Alright, enjoy work. Thanks for popping in, gamer. And thanks for trying to like
VC?
rebuild your
Yes, it is.
your relationship with Jimmy a little by picking Baby Park.
Character development right there, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Now I know how BK feels when she had to take a blue shell for gamer. That's why she left to make dinner. Sorry, what were we gonna say?
Yeah, I have to go because I gotta prepare. It's been fun and get out of bed, take a shower. It's been fun. Have good luck with the subathon ping.
Thank you, bro. Thanks for popping in from time to time and talking. It's nice.
No problem. Yeah, and whenever I pop in on Twitch, I make sure to say hi to you. That's the only time I'm on right now.
I appreciate it.
Alright, bye, Ping.
Bye.
See
Everyone
you.
say bye. See you, bro. Bye bye. Cause I had to suffer the same thing. Lol. All right, guys, we're gonna go stream over there to play ping pong. Okay, we're gonna play ping pong against my dad. You guys have never seen me play ping pong. My name is Ping Pong Masters. Okay, my dad is Ping Pong Godsters. Okay, so he's here, I'm here. Actually, I don't know. We're on the same level, so it should be fun to watch. We're probably gonna warm up first and then play. I think I'm gonna turn off stream and turn it back on my phone so audio comes through. I don't know. It's probably not gonna be that amazing. It's gonna be pretty ass, but you'll get to see me play. My dad also doesn't want to be on stream, so I'm gonna put it in a way where he won't be on stream. So yeah, that's gonna happen. Unfortunately, I wish we could have music playing. There's another way we could do this. I could leave it here, and I could open my phone here, but then there will be no audio from there. So would you guys rather have audio? But like, no, you know what? Yeah, I think we'll have it so you guys, like, there'll be no audio. You'll see. You'll see what I mean. I'll be waiting. Yo, this is catchy. I'm blue shell phobic. I mean, I would do the same to you if our positions are reversed, though. I'll go edge on Epic Games, then I'll probably get ready to sleep. Okay. Nice. Yeah, my username is Green Armor 5 on Epic Games. All right. Let's set up. Let's set it up. Let me see if I could set it up for my phone right now, okay? We got. I think we're not gonna stop stream. Actually, we're just gonna keep it on. Okay, 3, 2, 1, boom. Okay, it's not popping up, right? 3, 2, 1, boom. All right, let me turn off Mario Kart and then it'll pop up. I'll be right back. Just gotta make it so both of my monitors show up. Boom. This is my phone. Okay. I'm gonna make my face go away. How do I make my face go away? Make face go away. Oh, interesting. How am I gonna look at chat? Okay. Hey, all right, give me a second, guys. Since you made Cocoa Banana, take blue shells free out of the blue hair on any other way. Is there a ping pong category? There is a ping pong category. What? It's like watching ping pong in 3D. I'm gonna try to get like a family member's phone so I could read chat while we're playing, okay? And just see how the stream looks. I'm also gonna make my face go away so there's not as much stuff on screen. Okay, let's go. Well, I'll also just ping the Discord to say that we're playing. You have to look at my face, sorry. Alright, let's go. It's okay. I saw the music. I think you could do play. I don't remember what it was. Play? Yeah, you could do play in the future. Do you know if that happens? And it should be good. It's playing, right? And you could skip if it like is ending. Okay, I'm gonna go play. Bye bye.
Muscles.
Watch it be a doll or something and his dad walked out on him. JK, that's too dark even for him.
Yo. I know you can only see one side. Might not be too enjoyable. But we're gonna play a game. I'll just hold up my hands for the scoreboard. I didn't think about the setup too much, which is dumb. but yeah. It's fun to watch. Oh, okay. And yeah, you guys can put music and stuff. We're gonna play a game. We're just practicing a little there. Alright, I'll be back.
Right, dude. Oh, now it's just me and you, chat. So who's up for Waluigi team? We should make a Discord channel for it on his Discord. Any of the mods are in? By the way, anyone is welcome to spam while he's gone, so just do that now to get it out of your system, and then he'll have to read it all over again when he comes back. You just spam chat. He can't tell me no right now, and it's not on the the chat I'm doing anything wrong, so you can't ban me.
What do you think you're doing?
I would never do anything. What is talking
Bro,
about?
telling people to initiate spam, it's kind of fucked up, especially for a Denmark person. Oh, what was it? A
It was
Dimension?
Denmark.
No, 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 no.
Dane.
What do you call Denmark people?
A
A dame.
Danes.
A dame. There we go. Dude, Pink is getting his ass beat. Holy crap.
Yeah. Yeah, and every time he loses, he just holds his finger up like, yeah, I did it.
Watch him lie the whole time. He's lost already. It's like
I
14-0.
lost.
Yeah, we knew.
It was like 11-5 or something.
11-5.
Wait, did you see my hand? Like, were you able to see my hands and stuff?
Yeah, we could see everything fine.
Oh, okay.
BK was keeping track.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to say it after everything. So we're gonna go for another game. I'm playing so bad. Oh yeah, you could put a poll up maybe to see who wins.
We should have done that.
You could do it for the next game.
No, just
I was
put a poll
changing.
up and see if you'd like.
Or not poll.
Predictions?
Prediction. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Just put a poll up about how Waluigi's hot.
Ping pong. What should I say? Ping pong noob. I'm gonna write that. No, wait, I'm just gonna write masters with quotation. And ping pong Do a quick 2 minutes. Predict, guys. Who do you think's gonna win? It's going on, but it's not over. 1-1. 2-2. Oh Lord. Dude, we got 10K on ping? No way. Who did that? Holy crap. Okay, I'm gonna put points on legend.
How do you bet?
You go to the
Points.
thingy. There's like a thing on, you go to points and then
Oh shit! I think I predicted with 0 points.
no, I can't
Then
predict. I can't predict because I'm mod.
you're not.
Oh man.
Well, I bet 0 coins on accident, so yay.
You can't do 0, can you?
Yeah,
Ping
you
is
can.
winning though. Holy crap. Is Dad gonna win? Ping pong legend?
I mean, Dad has to win because I bet
Dude.
0 coins on him.
Oh my god.
I need
Honestly,
to get my
whoever
0 coins back.
you're gonna get major points if you bet for the ping pong legend.
But I bet 0 coins though.
Right, Jimmy? The names are good. That was so funny. Quotation marks.
It's a good things even though you bet 0 coins.
Rosie's betting against him. Coco Butt's not betting. She's too focused. Timmy, he probably 7-5. I wonder if they can hear us. Just commenting on them.
Yeah, no, I don't think they can. I think he has to put on headphones.
No, cause he has it like really loud and like the room is quiet.
Well, just yell at Ping then.
Ping,
You're
you
gonna
got
lose,
this!
Ping. You're gonna
We
lose,
say the
Ping.
opposite.
Just
Oh
everyone
man,
spam. Ping's gonna lose.
Ping's gonna lose. Oh, Ping's winning. It's 9-7. Oh, it's 10-7. What is it?
Go, Daddy. Come on.
Oh no. Oh, 9-10. 9-10.
Go,
Oh,
Daddy. I need to get my money's worth
I'm
of
guessing
those
his first one to
0 coins.
11.
Oh, the poll ended. Shit.
Oh, he probably ended it.
Rosie's
won.
I won, yeah.
Just start a new one.
This is the last game, tiebreaker.
Just start a new one. I'll bet all my coins.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
Yo. Wait. Are you gonna do it best out of 3 or just per game?
Yeah, it's best out of 3. We've played 2 games. This is the 3rd game, tiebreaker game.
Oh, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Yeah, my dad won 1 game and I won 1 game.
All right, guys, you have a chance to win points. I should have made it longer then. I didn't think it was gonna be.
Yeah, can you make a new poll?
Nah, people already predicted. It'd be unfair.
All right, you figure it out if that's okay.
Yeah, but it was uneven.
Unless
then.
people want me to make a new poll.
Come on, Dad, you got this. I'll. Zoe's turn. Should I wait for you guys?
Nah, you
Can
can
Dad
start.
come and work on stream?
I'll work on it. It'll be automatic next time I make a poll.
Okay.
Because it's already set up.
No worries. Yeah, this is the last game, tiebreaker. Okay, bye.
If he wins, can he come
Bye-bye.
and twerk?
No, he won't do that.
No. Fools, you're so toxic. Your energy.
Yeah, I think I'm just too tired, to be honest.
What time is it? It's like 4 a.m.
No, it's 10 p.m. but I only slept like 6
Oh,
hours.
okay. That's not too bad. I thought it would be later. I don't know why.
It's only
Who do you
like
got?
10 p.m.
Did you actually post bet on that? Ping
Yeah.
Pong Legend? Okay.
Yeah, but I accidentally only bet 0 coins, so I don't
That's
think I'll win
impossible.
anything.
You can't do that. Watch, if you
It's
write some.
not. Look at it. I did.
Wait. Write something on like send message. Who this?
I sent a message.
I'm gonna win.
Oh, it's Timmy.
I'm gonna win.
You're not gonna win.
Yes,
Oh, you did.
Wait a minute. How did I get a subscriber? I didn't pay anything.
You must have paid something. Cause
No, I
there's
think
no
I
way.
got gifted. I got gifted.
Oh, I gifted you.
Well,
Sub.
thank you then.
Wait, so
Yeah.
do I get the
Now I can
10K?
roast ping with my own, with the own.
Yeah, you get no ads now.
Yay. Now I get no skip from his twerking.
Oh no, Dad's winning. It's
Let's go,
comeback.
Yeah,
Ping.
come
Come
on, Dad.
on.
You can win,
What
Dad.
did you go for, Timmy?
Ping. I put 10K on Ping.
Dude, you put 10K on. Why would you do that? You're gonna.
Cause I have 30K.
You gotta build up. You gotta do like see who's betting a lot of points. You should have done like 2K.
How do I put a new bet?
I would have betted 10K. You can't. It's too late. I'm sorry. Maybe next time. We'll do some for Mario
Is it
Kart.
2-3 or 3-3?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 2-3.
2-3.
I mean, I'm
Alright.
just gonna bet that Ping
I'm
doesn't
coming
play
back.
Mario Kart. How's
I'm going
that?
back. Bye.
I like how he says, I'm going back. Like, we care. Like, go away, bro. Like, we didn't ask you to be here.
I'm just gonna bet on that Ping is not even gonna play Mario Kart. How's that?
I feel bad for
I
Ping,
bet
though.
like 1 million
Like,
coins.
you name yourself Ping Pong Masters, and we have all this build up to, like,
Yeah.
see this moment where he plays his dad and shows him up. And look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the dad taught him, so he's the ping pong
Legend.
legend. Yeah. He's the black belt of ping pong.
Isn't black belt the first belt?
No, it's the best belt. The white belt.
Oh, it's the final, the white belts. Yes. Ping pong.
I gotta go pee. See you in a sec.
Alright. Oh my god.
If he wins, I
Ping.
want all the coins in the whole chat. Okay? That's
Okay,
a deal
okay.
we just made. And I can't hear your answer, so I'll just say yes.
Yep. He is sandbagging. He's just doing this so he can come back and make it more dramatic. Oh my god. 5-7. I was hoping for like some big back and forth, like beep 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 beep, but it's just like quick ones. Oh. Come on, Dad. Oh no. I'm not rooting for anyone, but it'd be funny if Pink loses, not gonna lie. Thank God Coco's keeping
I'm forgetting
track.
because I'm done. 9-6. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Dude, Coco, he needs to give you like a raise or something. Like you're keeping track.
I'm back. Who won?
They're still playing. It's 6-9, I think.
You think? No, it's 7-9.
Eight, 9. I'm just looking at Coco, but I'm not even paying attention to the game anymore.
I liked it better when it was 6-9. That's just
Yeah.
me.
Agreed. I think everybody agrees with that. Oh no.
Then I would win
Timmy's
my
gonna lose
bet.
all his points. Guys, I think it's gonna be over. Unless
Me.
Pink can do something. 3-0 run.
I think I'm the only one who bet on the father.
Oh. Oh, is it over? Timmy. Oh no. Rosie's gonna get points. She's gonna get paid. I'm gonna complete it. It's official. Dad won. Yeah. Okay.
Let's
There we go.
go. Did I win a bunch of points?
How many points did you win?
I don't know. I won. How
8.4K.
many?
Holy. How many points did you win?
I didn't get any.
Oh.
That's because I didn't bet. I mean, I did bet, but it was 0 coins.
How many points do you have, Rosie? Total. Squilla got the other.
I got the prediction, but I didn't get anything.
How many
Why is
points
that?
do you have, Pulse?
I have 450 and it didn't change.
26K. Holy crap. I was gonna bet 50K on ping, but then I was like, nah.
It's good you didn't. I just lost.
What are the perks of being VIP?
Can you change your title now? You should change it to Ping Pong Noob.
I should. I shaked his hand. A hand, yeah.
I believe I was the only one who bet on your father.
Really? Ping
yeah,
Pong
and
Masters.
I forgot to bet any coins, so I didn't win anything.
No, Rosie was like, I came back. I saw Rosie's like, come on, Ping Pong. I was doing so good at a certain point in the third game, but I just lost it. I suck when it comes to games. No, my dad is good. I shouldn't say I suck when it comes to. My dad is good.
Wow.
He's
just
the ping pong
downplaying
legend.
your dad. Just like that, down.
Yeah.
He wins and you're like, he's okay. I was just doing bad.
we were both playing bad, except that one time where he saw it was good in the third game. That was good.
I was hoping for some crazy like back and forth.
Yeah, we're both very rusty, so we just missed a lot of it.
It means you got to play more.
It does.
We need a rematch next year. This time.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Think he would be down for that.
Thank you.
I want to read chat a little bit.
Go for it.
Do you like Dino Nuggets? Of course. Come on, Ping. I put 20K on you. Oh! Wait, which one?
I put 0 on your dad and I didn't win anything.
Oh, you could have joined the VC commentary, Rasquilla. My bad. I didn't. That's my bad. Was it at least a bit entertaining, guys?
Very.
Not really, no.
Dude, Pulse is like a little troll. He's more trolly than me.
I didn't win anything. That's why it's not fun.
Or maybe I'm just so trolly that I understand the opposite energy and I just go the opposite. I feel like someone's always opposite if it's not me.
Yeah, it was great. Ping pong rusty. Your dad was getting warmed up. We were both getting warmed up, but yeah.
It was wholesome as fuck. Not gonna lie.
I was so happy. I like playing ping pong a lot. I like playing with my dad too because he taught me how to play. So, and at a certain point, I got better than him.
Just a ping pong machine, and your dad didn't want to play with you.
Yeah. Aw, you're welcome, Freaky. It was great. Also, you're welcome. Yeah, thank you. The reason why I kept motioning to the camera is because I wasn't sure if it was obvious who got the point because you don't see the whole table. So yeah.
Is your home screen the ping pong flag?
You should play Emily. Does Emily play?
No, it's pretty much just me and my dad in the family.
Damn. You should teach Emily so then you can beat her.
Do a meetup and all you do in those 6 hours of the meetup is just play ping pong.
Yeah, it usually takes me like 2 hours to get into it. But I'm not gonna lie. I feel so much better now. Like I need exercise, you know? I can't sit all day.
You should get Wii Sports.
I should set it up. Yeah.
Or you should get this one. Ring Fit
Yeah,
Uh,
BK, you had a really good idea, and I forgot score twice, and you guys corrected me, so thank you.
I mean, if you go to Japan and I go to Japan, you could maybe use my Ring Fit.
Maybe. I wish my dad was in the console back thing. Ring Fit Adventure. I got Wii Sports. I think I have Wii Sports too. I have the like board, but
No, that's Wii Fit. That's not Wii Sports.
oh, so maybe I don't have. I don't remember. Switch Sports. Yeah.
No,
Let me play Switch
don't
Sports.
borrow
That would be fun.
That's Switchboard is terrible.
Oh.
It is terrible, but I have it.
The Thai Guy
It's
Jr.
like the most uncreative game I've ever seen in my life. It
I
has
love
less
bowling.
sports than Wii Sports Resort, and that's like 15 years older.
Wait, the Thai Guy Jr. I saw you talking when I came back. You're talking when I was sleeping, right? I don't know what you're saying. I got Switch too. Nice, Rosie. Thank you, Dino. Thank you, Pulse, for being in VC and making it more interesting.
I mean,
Yeah,
I just said everyone should spam that Waluigi's the best, but yeah.
I had to stop him from telling people to spam. So he was just talking about that. And I
Was
was
he
like,
being
"Bro,
annoying? Should
chill."
I take out his?
Yeah, he was.
Should I
Kick
take
him
out
out,
his
bro.
role? Seriously, should
Kick him
I?
out. Yeah, you should.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Pulse. Your role is revoked by mod recommendation.
Don't actually do it. That's fucked up. He's the most.
Is he
He's
okay?
the most nicest person.
He's the
Yeah,
most.
he's okay.
Okay.
He's the most chill,
Pulse,
intellectual.
I'm joking. Sorry, I was getting
Denmark.
mad at you during the Gardic. I was getting to really. I was just like really tired, and but now I feel better.
I hate you. I'll never forget you. I mean, forget you. I can't fucking speak.
Okay. I was about to say you'll never forget me, but you hate me. That's not good.
Well, that's.
My eyebrows are already.
So-
You actually waxed your eyebrows, Oak? You're crazy, bro.
I'm curious. Can we see like just like the top of your face, like above your eyes? I want to see that.
Yeah, Oak. We want to see it.
You don't have to show us your whole face, just like above your eyes and like your head.
I'm kind of curious. Who won a lot of points?
Rosie got 8.4K.
Yeah, Rosie was betting
I
on my
would've
dad.
won a lot of points
Bro.
if I bet anything.
It was
Yeah.
10 to 1 too, so it was like 10K to 1K.
I went to I came back after the first game and I saw Rosie said, "Come on, Dad." I went back. I told my dad, "Oh, one of the viewers is rooting for you," and he smiled.
Aww.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the ball machine just smiling all of a sudden.
I should have voted all my points on that. I mean, it could have gone either way. We were at a certain point. He was. Sorry, I'll just finish this and then you guys go. He was better than me for a long time. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, continue, Ping.
He was better than me for a long time. Then he taught me how to play. Then I took lessons. Then I got better than him. And then we both stopped playing. And I thought we were around the same, but I mean, he just beat me. So
It was a close game though. 1-1, and then like the ending was close.
yeah, I was catching
mean,
up, and then I
Ping,
screwed
you
up.
just created 200 fake accounts and then bet all the points on you losing, and then you could just throw. Maybe that's why you lost.
True.
Maybe Rosie is just you in disguise.
That would be a lot of work. Because like I was rooting for Dad too, but I didn't vote. I was trying to stay neutral. But deep down I was saying, "Go, Dad, go." I'm happy he won though, because it kind of shows like it's like good. It's like I'm the master, but he's the legend or something, you know.
Yeah.
But even though you didn't see master gameplay, I'll have to play more. We were both missing a lot of like easy shots.
When I go to New York, I'm gonna beat you. We gotta play. I
Yeah.
played in high school a lot.
Okay, bro.
I sucked probably. I'm probably gonna like lose.
I kind of want to see a little bit of it. I know the third game I had one good like volley, and that's how I would normally play. Back then. So I'm gonna use that in the subathon.
Damn.
The one good volley.
Do you have a pool table?
I don't have a pool table now.
Oh,
That would be
I
cool.
can beat you at pool.
Probably. I'm not that good at pool.
I don't even know how to play pool.
Yeah.
Do you know what pool is? It's also
I know
called.
how to play pool, but I don't know like how to play good pool.
Yeah, you jump in the pool and then you start swimming and then like you're
Yeah.
playing pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And
like
then you
Marco
drown.
Polo.
It's like killing yourself.
That's endgame though.
Wait,
If you want to finish the
Rosie?
game.
Sorry. Rosie said I wrote at some point, he brought you out of this world. He can take you out. And he did. That's funny. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, like can I get a refund? My son is about to beat me.
All right. Jesus, why are you breathing so heavy?
Me?
Yeah.
My bad.
No, I'm sorry. Damn, Dinel's
No, just keep doing it.
I must have had my mic a little bit too close.
You're fine, you're fine. Dad's only got 60% on their kids, 80% max. Alright, where am I putting these pictures? Yeah, in gallery on the Discord, Oak. I want to see your eyebrows. Zoom really into your eyebrows. That was fun, though. I think my dad had fun, too, which is nice. Yeah, my dad went 60%. If he went 100%, I would have fallen. I would fall just from the ball hitting me in the face, you know?
Oh, they did post it.
What?
Yeah.
The
Oak
eyebrows.
posted? Really?
Nice.
Yeah, holy crap.
Yeah, they're completely
Tree.
gone.
They're gone.
Bro, it actually doesn't look that bad.
It doesn't. The hair covers it. You look good, bro.
Yeah,
But
you're
it's
good.
so insane.
It is still insane. And I love how you just did it like it was nothing, bro. Like, what?
Why did he do it?
I think he said, didn't you say, like, your sister or someone told you, oh, get your... Like, I think it was just very impromptu. What was it, Oak? They look more purple on camera? Gotcha. Oh, that was fun. That felt really good. I was, like, smiling the whole time, too.
Yeah, we saw in the chat someone said like this is the first time I've seen.
I think Dinel
Pink
said.
smile in, like a month.
I smile a lot on stream.
No, I said, this is the first time I've seen you smile genuinely.
That was like the most genuine it could be, yeah. My sister said,
not like.
Oh yeah,
Not like when you're laughing at your fans.
Exactly. Well, that's
Just
more like
boring to you.
chuckles.
We're just money machines.
No, if you guys were money machines, I would stop streaming a long time ago.
Yeah.
Except Dinel. I would stream only to
Dinel.
Dinel.
Could have gifted the 10 subs.
True.
Damn.
Nah, I don't I don't see you guys as money machines, even though subathons are like money machine stuff, you know. But
Bro, you told me off stream when you were like, I'm hoping some rich ass
up,
dude
bro.
comes in here and like starts spending money.
I don't think I said
I mean,
that.
I got a sub out of it, so.
No,
I
you were
guess
like,
that's it.
I hope everybody spends money on me.
No, I definitely did not say that.
You
Bro,
were
you're
like,
li-
I'm gonna
you're
make a tier list off stream of like who I like and who I don't like.
Based off how much they spend on me.
Based on how much.
Do you know if you don't gift 100, I don't know, bro. Like you go down on the tier list.
I could give less of a shit, bro.
I'm joking, bro.
I could stop watching you and I feel perfectly content.
Bro, I love Nathan. He's given me $0.
He's always there. He's your fucking, what is it?
Yeah. I just stumbled upon a warden. Sheesh. Yeah, when I have my hair normal, you can't tell that much. They're a little bit red, but not purple like they look. Oh, okay.
Jesus, Nathan's still watching you. He's lurking.
He's lurking. He went to Mexico. He probably left his computer on or something.
Yeah, Amanda's not catching up anytime soon.
Nathan has to take the crown back. He lost it against Doctor. And now Doctor is like barely here. I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
He's not barely here, but like it feels like he's barely here. I don't know.
He's here every once in a while.
Yeah.
His schedule's all messed up.
That's true.
He betrayed you. He didn't.
Nah,
overrate
he
you.
needs to sleep at normal times.
Yeah, he's probably asleep right
I've
now.
never heard of that.
Oh, he betrayed. No, I don't know if I heard that. Everyone's checking their watch time now. I mean, watch time is one thing. Interactiveness is one thing. Like, there's a lot of factors, you know. Most of
Why
the
do you
chat is
check
pretty
your
chill.
watch time?
What'd you say?
What do you check your watch time?
My watch time? I
No,
delete.
like, what do I check my watch
Oh,
time?
you do exclamation point watch time.
Why'd you
Doctor
post a
is
bunch of
here.
Waluigi?
What's up, Doctor? Yeah, yeah. To show how beautiful Waluigi is. I told him to put in gallery next time. It's fine. What's up, Doctor? I hope you're sleeping well, or you fix your schedule at least. My watch time might be small, but I always go 100% chat. True. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, yeah, compared to Amanda, fucking Amanda's always there, but she never types anything.
Yeah. Bro, Rosquilla, you probably type more than Amanda did, and she's number 2.
Let's see.
There's a new Mr. Beast video? Oh, shit.
Rosquilla. I mean, 999 message, and then...
Yo, Jimmy's like, oh, that's too much for me. I'm out. Never comes back. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, have you thought about doing reaction videos like to shows and stuff? I think you would be really good at that, like Nick does.
We did that last night, no? We've been doing that a little bit, yeah. Actually, we're gonna do that right now. You guys send me funny videos, and if sorry, go ahead.
I mean like on to shows like.
You're cheating, Amanda.
I'm nerd churching. I mean, listen, if there's a heavy lurker who doesn't want to talk and is still enjoying the stream, that's fine. But if there's a heavy lurker who's not even there and getting watch time, that's fine too.
We're just joking, just to make it obvious.
You're fine.
Like,
where do I
we're
send
just
the video?
teasing Amanda because it's Amanda.
We're just joking. We're joking.
Where do you send the videos in?
Just in chat. We're watching a lot of Jubilee though. All right, wait. Don't send yet. Thank you for the applause, random. Guys, look for funny videos to send me, not TOS videos that I would get banned off Twitch for. And I will have a wheel in the background. Okay, I'll be right back.
How long does... Oh, never mind.
Oh, go ahead.
How long do the videos have to be, like, max?
That's a great question.
I think if people don't send too long.
True. I think
That's
if it's
a great
like
question. I'm not gonna answer.
if it's more than like a minute or two, it's probably too long, I think. Like short, like I think that's fair enough. I don't know.
Ooh, okay. Jimmy always has good ones. I hope he has.
Alright, I'll be right back to bring the wheel or thing.
Alright, guys.
Where do I find the twerk video on Google?
Dude,
Can
that
everyone just, spam send in the twerk
that's true.
video?
What happened?
The twerk video from you.
That's TOS. No, it's
Yeah, everyone just spam that video over and over.
Bro, what's with you and spam? Damn, bro.
Yeah, he just wants to spam, right?
Yeah.
He's like, don't spam Waluigi, go spam twerk.
Yeah. This man is trying to steal all. Not steal all. What's it called?
If I get everyone banned from the chat, then I get you all for myself.
True.
Yeah, kick him out, bro. He's getting a little bit too.
I was also
Man, you have a lot of control over him.
No one has control over me except my owner. Eating Panda Express for dinner. Nice.
Who's your owner? Is that money?
Yeah, no. No,
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just making it up.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know what to post.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
All right. Don't think of us when you do that. That would be weird.
You never know.
No, I know it would be weird. but yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, we made this wheel We did
I'm
this in
gonna
like.
think of your twerking video.
Oh my god, you and Nathan, Jesus. The whole chat's gonna start dreaming about me twerking. Okay. It's okay. I'm not mad. That's like a, oh my god, that's jokingly mad. I'm not actually mad. Guys, we spent.
Also gonna think about Waluigi's hot bot.
Oh god. All right, you go do that. We spent 5 minutes making this. It only took 5 minutes to build all this. Can you guys believe this? Look at this arrow. I made this myself on stream last night with Rosquila and Dinel's help and Timmy. Look at that. And some other peeps. Isn't that cool? Bam! Alright? This is the rewards. I guess if I laugh, I'm not gonna laugh, so it doesn't matter. And yeah, that looks amazing. Yeah, it took like 3 hours in reality. Yeah. Okay, let's start with all the stuff. All the you laugh, you loses. Also, I will be going to a friend's dinner for his birthday. Well, he's calling me right now. I'll be right back. I'll talk to them and let them know what I'm doing and stuff. You know, they should know.
Now I'm back. Is everyone gone? Is it just me? What did Ping go? What did you go, Daniil? Or what? However you pronounce your name. Sorry,
It's Janelle.
Janelle. Sorry,
J.
Janelle.
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 Yep. Ooh, I'm starving.
Where did the ping pong go?
He went to talk to his homie about stealing this one car from his neighbor.
Nah.
I don't know.
Does it
Something
have
like that.
Waluigi's symbol on it? Because then I would understand.
I'm trying to find a clip, but I can't.
I mean, I already got a pretty good clip. I mean, video. I don't know what the difference is, to be honest.
Hmm. Featured all videos. Ring around the spruce tree. Pockets full of snowballs. Jockter, jockter. Don't knock me down. Something like that.
I mean, does it have to be like clips or can it just be like a funny video?
It can
Or
be
something?
anything funny.
I am terrible at finding this.
I don't really care. You can call me whatever you want. Either way, I'm gonna change it to something else later. I'm gonna be called Jules.
Oh, you're actually changing it to Jules?
Yeah. And then after Jules, I'm gonna change it to Janelle. Like,
Nice.
Okay, so what is your real name right now?
Gino.
Gino.
Okay, now it's Gino.
It's Dino. It's Dino. Okay, you guys sent a lot of clips, which is awesome. I just need to let everyone know I have to go to the city for my friend's birthday. I
Is that a must though?
Kinda, yeah. Like at least to sit down and say hi and stuff. So I might be gone for up to 3 hours. I would add it back on the time, of course.
Are me and Danelle allowed to like talk to chat
Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
while
for
you're
sure,
gone?
for sure.
Anybody can.
Yeah, anyone that has access.
I would say I would help you like stream games so we could play, but
yeah, you
that's
could
too
do
much
that.
work.
No, you could do that.
I don't know what game I would play, so.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Maybe.
Yeah. Especially
like
for
Among
3
Us?
hours.
Yeah.
Like Among Us, maybe.
Among
Nah,
Us.
Among Us is not good.
I mean, that's a long time since I've played it. I don't know what it has become.
I would like let only certain people play it. Maybe Minecraft, but
Yeah, but does
Nah.
anyone have a server here?
me.
Do you?
Yeah, that was the whole thing.
Oh
Yeah.
wait, you the guy, the SMP,
I'm the
right?
guy. I'm the guy.
You the guy.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna ask my friend again if I could stream karaoke. If I can, I have to figure out IRL streaming like now. But or when I'm there,
What
I'll try
about
to
the
figure it out.
videos? Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, we're
first,
gonna do the
or
videos right now, and then like he just gave me the address for the place. They just gave me, so.
What is it?
It's like a. Well, I'm not gonna say the address because some people live in New York, but it's a restaurant.
I mean, I'm just gonna send him pictures of Waluigi.
Okay. It takes 50
You
minutes
know.
to get there. I have to be there at 7:30. So I'm going to leave 6. I'm going to start prepping 6:40. Yeah, I'm going to start prepping 6:40. So I leave at 6:50 and get there around. No, wait, what? I can't think time. Time is hard. It takes 50 minutes to get there. I want to leave an hour before 7:30. 6:30 I got to be ready. Or start getting ready.
I don't know what time it is where you live, so I have no time of reference.
Yeah, don't let's go in about an hour and 20 minutes. I have to go. Minecraft
You're going to
speedrun.
Buffalo Wild Wings, aren't you?
No, but that would be great. We're going to a Korean restaurant.
Oh, I know exactly
hey,
which one.
You laugh. You have
That's
to spin the wheel.
No, it's an hour and 20 minutes.
All right. Oh my god, how'd you know? All right. Are you guys ready for the you laugh you lose though?
I'm gonna leave
Yeah,
voice
we
chat.
already sent
I'll
like
be
a
in
million clips.
I'll be in chat.
All right. I'll probably leave voice chat too. Pulse, sorry, just because it's you laugh you lose, you know. I don't want to be influenced. Okay, bye, Pulse. No, you could have stayed in it. I was being dramatic for like dramatic effect. Okay, sorry for the delay. Okay, sorry for the delay, bars. Oh, I hope we get rap. I want to rap. Eating Panda Express for dinner. Nice. That looks good. It only took 3 hours to make. Janelle, which do you want to be called? He's fine with either. He's just a troller. Do you have Left 4 Dead? Ooh, I don't have that, but I'm not sure if this is funny to non-Finnish speakers. We'll see. Yeah, a lot of people tell me Left 4 Dead though, so I might eventually get it. Did you want to be called in it? Oh, he doesn't really get it. Minecraft speedrun, the guy, he's the guy. Among Us is fun, but I haven't played in like a year. True. Get some chimek? What does that mean? Yeah, you could pour pulse yourself. Shut up, Dino. Alright. You guys ready? You ready to make me laugh? All the laughs are gone. We laugh. We spin the wheel. We spin the wheel. We do stuff that's on the wheel. Boom. Let's get started. Okay, starting now. What's the first link? Ban Oak. I'm just joking. But also.
Marie, a fucking joke's a joke, right? It was funny at the start. I can't get fucking out. You got to take the glass off, mate. I can't get it off. Marie, it was funny for a while. The neighbours.
For a while.
I can't get the fucking box.
Is this an Irish guy? He sounds Irish.
I can't get the fucking box off, Marie.
You have a playlist for all your funny videos,
I
yeah?
can't get my fucking arms out. Help me. Pull the fucking...
What an idiot.
Marie, get the fucking box
Well, he's
off
not an
me.
idiot. He's just
I
drunk.
swear to God, I'll kill you if you don't get it.
Bro, that's like me trying to make the arrow last night. I was so lost. He's only thinking in one perspective. This is funny.
Get the fucking box
But I'm not
off
gonna
me.
laugh.
Get the box off me.
Get the books off me. Get the
Hey,
books off me.
I'm
I kind of stopped at a funny part.
Buddy, I'm
I'm just gonna open everyone's or a couple of them.
Creeper. 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 Purper. Creeper. Enderman. Derman. Man. Cow. Oh, creeper.
This is so dumb.
Man.
Yo, that's good. That's good. To suicide.
Creeper. Creeper.
That was actually beautiful. I just wanna. Did I not? Wait, sorry. I just wanna open them so I could actually scroll down through chat and read stuff. You know what I'm saying? 4 minutes. I'm not gonna watch all that, but I'll watch a little bit.
He's an outlaw, loose and running.
Okay. It's hard when the video is like 5 seconds. Oh my god.
Billboard, baby, do it.
That was so dumb. Oh yeah, he likes being called Janelli. That is true. I'm just gonna. Oh my god, he sent one of your clips. I almost laughed because he sent one of your clips. I didn't expect that. I just opened them all.
Hey guys, so we're gonna react.
Jesus, loud equals funny. Sorry, I'm trying not to look at the videos, but
What? What? No, I'm here.
that was kind of funny actually. That one was kind of funny. Bananas. I feel terrible. You're fine, Pulse. I'm ready to win. Is that a laugh? Getting close. What did my nana do to you, Jimmy? Audio is not synced. Let's go for the win. Okay, let's start.
Telling you, what a rig. This is my favorite Christmas gift. Lock her down so she don't move. Fasten to the
Lock her
table.
down.
Grab your potato. Drive her in. And check this out. Boom! Fries! Another one. Look. Cock her back. Drop the potato in. Boom! Fries! Want to see it again? Look.
That's actually
potato.
mad good.
Cock her back. Drive
Cock
her in.
her back.
Boom! Fries! Want to do it again? Sure. Fuck it. Cock her back. Drop potato. Boom! Fries! Want to do it again? Sure. Fuck it. Why not? Here, look. Cock her back. Drive her in. Potato. Boom! Fries!
Oh, there's more. That's actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually really cool, bro. I didn't know that existed. That's actually. I have to say that. I have to stop saying that. That's like the apple slicer. Is this the next video? This man's just sending stuff from his playlist right here.
Or swing around the spruce tree.
Well, why is it playing at 2 times speed? Jamanda, you're famous. Where can I buy that thing? I want it. Right? I don't know. Probably Amazon.
Ring around the rosy.
The Halo music is beautiful.
Or ring around the spruce tree.
I mean, it rhymes.
Pocket full of snowballs. Doctor, don't knock me down.
I kind of wanted to laugh. I swear. But I didn't. You are famous. You didn't see that? That was delayed, but
Koska mä oon kuullut jossain tämmöisen väitteen, että
that was
suomen kieli on
beautiful.
maailman...
That was a beautiful song, Jamanda. Ring Around the Rosies.
Koska mä oon kuullut jossain tämmöisen väitteen, että suomen kieli on maailman yksi vaikeimmista kielistä oppia.
Bruh.
Koska mä oon kuullut jossain tämmöisen väitteen, että suomen kieli on maailman yksi vaikeimmista kielistä oppia. Että olisi ihan niin kuin top 5 maailman vaikeimpien kielien joukossa. Niin mä en kyllä ihan voi käsittää, koska eihän tää nyt ole niin vaikeaa. Helppohan tää on, jorisee menemään vaan.
That was Cocobot, not Amanda.
Se pienenä osasi jo ihan hyvin tätä.
I'm dumb.
Siis jos siinä on...
That did sound like BK. Sorry. I want to laugh at how dumb I am, but then I would lose, so I'm not gonna laugh.
Jos se on niin,
I know how to get
niin vaikea se
That's why I was confused.
Niin sitten se on pakko olla siinä opetusmetodissa joku vika. Koska eikö Suomeen lähdetä opettaa aina jostakin, se lähdetään jostakin, että...
My bad!
Allatiivi, ellatiivi, illatiivi, ullatiivi, pallitiivi, kullitiivi, pillu... Jostain tämmöistä ihme tiivisteistä, jostain puolet tiputtaa...
Wait, so I can speak Finnish if I say TV?
Toista joku, tai sitten lähdetään jostakin, että missä on rautatieasema? Helvetin pitkä kysymys, ehkä kerran elämässä tarvii tommoista. Että ei tämmöisistä pitäisi...
I'm sorry, I think you're right. It's hard when it's in a different language.
Lähtee kieltä opettaa, vaan kieli pitäisi lähteä opettaa siitä, mikä on suomen kielen tärkein sana. Mikä on koko kielen ykkössana, jolla pärjää kaikissa tilanteissa, joka on monipuolisin, monimerkityksisin. Koko kielen oikeastaan pääsana, paras sana. Jos ette tiedä mikä se on, niin mä voin kertoa. Se on ylivoimainen, siis kakkossana, toiseksi tärkein sana on kaukana, kaukana takana. Tämä on ylivoimainen suomen paras koko kielen ydinsana oikeastaan. Mä voin kertoa mikä se on.
Thank you.
No niin.
Alright, I'm sorry. I listened to a minute and a half. I'm sorry. I know he's building up to it, but...
He's an outlaw, loose and running, came the whisper from each lip, and he's here to do some business with a big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
What? Beautiful. Beautiful. You know why I thought it was you, Amanda? Because when I clicked on one of them, it said Amanda. And I thought that was the video. That's why I was so lost. My bad.
Actually, we have ham, chop.
That sounds like BK now.
Chilling in there. Let's kill him.
All right.
Don't tell Amanda.
Oh. Sounds like someone told Amanda. Oh, that's funny, but I can't laugh. I know this guy who does bits in English also. My goal is just for the smiles. Oh, perfect videos don't exist. I'm still mad about that. Lol. Don't exist, except this one. No, this is gonna scare me, bro.
Okay.
You're such an asshole.
No, the door's closed and I'm stuck in the base. Oh.
Oh, you're not gonna. Oh! Okay, that was bro.
In the biggest social experiment yet.
I had to laugh at that. I scared you. It's because oh my god, bro, are you serious? Because last night, for those that don't know, we played Friday Night at Freddy's, and I was scared. And that legitimately kind of scared me, and it scared him at the same time. So I just thought that was kind of funny that I laughed at a clip of someone getting. I got scared of a clip of someone getting scared, and I know the guy getting scared, and he was like scared, you know, like I don't know. All right, well, Stream Deck audio is not working with the Stream Deck application for some reason. You know what? I'm gonna unplug and plug it back in. I'm that type of streamer. Bro, really? That was too soon to laugh. I'm gonna plug it out and then. Okay. Uh-oh. Bro. Huh? Oh, it's restarting. Yeah, I'll react. Just wait. I have to spin first. Time to spin. What? It's not working. I think I broke it. Why do I break everything I touch? Really? The sound effects don't work. I don't want to react to that. What is going on? All right, give me a second, guys. Technical difficulties. I'm a dumbass. Okay. It goes okay. And then it doesn't go taturara. And then it goes taruru. It's turning on and off. My God, that's so annoying. Okay, whatever. We're not gonna have some cool sound effects to make it cool. Let's spin. See you next time. Goodbye, Moog. I can't even say bye-bye. Have a great night. I fucked it up. Oh my. I plugged that into something else. Huh?